Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Izuku had Digimon powers and had Harem? Part 1. This story is Meg Digivolution by Unzero123. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. This world is unfair. Now that 80% of the population had gained these unnatural powers called quirks, it was clear they could get you ahead. Whether it is for the aspirations of a hero or the ambitions of a villain, quirks were the greatest tools to have. Some were greater than others, creating a great divide and a new belief in destiny. Now those with quirks knew that most would be theirs and theirs alone, no one else could have it, they were a part of a person. That's what happened. Today one person will have a shock, where his life will be changed forever, with his Digimonster. We see three-person in hospital office where Quirk's doctor will tell the good news about the quirks to Midoriya family. Inko. Excuse me doctor, but could you mind repeat that? Asked the doctor in front of her because what doctor said made little sense to her. Her own quirk was little strange, but this was different. Doctor nod. Of course, young Izuku here seems to have no trait of your quirk, but rather an advanced version of his father. Said to Inko, who that knows that her husband Quirk was an advanced program where he understand the codes in matter second while created a matter in his hands in minutes. Doctor. We don't fully understand what the boy quirks will do, but it seemed like it's something ready to come out, and I recom that you put him in front of the computer every now and again. Once you have a better idea of what he can do, you may return here to get his proper registration in order. 4 years old Izuku, who was in the room, heard his quirks will similar to his father but more advanced. He loved program but he idolized heroes more. Now he have a quirks, he can't wait to find out what it's. After Midoriya family say their thanks and goodbye to doctor. The doctor, who was smiling, turned into frown. He pulled the drawer near his desk and seen a untracked phone. He picked up the phone and called someone. He heard the line go in another moment. Hello, doctor. Doctor. Master, it seem I connect with Midoriya families. Ah, those Midoriya. Said with venom, and did you see him? Doctor. Unfortunately, only the mother and son came. I didn't see him. I see. Chuckle evil, it would be so strange if he come too, but I guess he wouldn't. So, what's the boy quirks? Doctor. It seem more advanced than his father, but I still don't know what kind of quirk yet. I guess we should leave it like that, and doctor, I suggest you should transfer too. Since the other days I found All Might and his sidekick Night Eyes near my office. Doctor. I understand master. I will transfer quickly. Said with a nod. See that you do. Doctor heard the phone hang up and he sighed, looking at the Midoriya field with a disappointed. Doctor. And here I though he would love to get a hand on Hisashi, son quirks, but I guess it can't be helped. Since the hero are nears and we don't know his son quirk is the same quirks his father. Said while get up and walk down to car park. I just hope his son quirks is not the same as his father, because if it's we will have to kill him before he become dangerous. That's right folk, Hisashi Midoriya is a hero named called Halo. His quirk was very strong and powerful to defeat AFO and his minions, but Hisashi was caught by one of the disease made by doctor that make him weak, so AFO can take back what's he belonged to him, but before he can take it AFO was stopped by All Might, make him retreat. Hisashi no. AFO will come after him, so he make himself disappear from the face of Japan. At that time, Hisashi only regret was leaving Inko and Izuku alone and never get a chance to tell them that he was an underground hero and sorry for not being a better father to Izuku. But he didn't leave Inko with nothing. He leaves some money and a place for Izuku to grow up. At Midoriya house, car looks. After she parked the car and stopped the engine, young Izuku spring out from the car, ran toward Inko desk. Even when Inko yell Izuku no, running in the hall only to be found Izuku ran more. Inko shake head with a sigh, but she chuck ls of how he was excited. A few hours later, no progress had been made when they got home. Even though Izuku was trying hardest to understand code program that Inko opened, but nothing he did worked. The young boy was getting a little disheartened, so his mother went downstairs to make his favorited katsudo to make him feel better. Izuku looked around at his room of posters and merch of all the heroes he idolized. He saw them using their quirks to fullest and never back down from the fight. He looked down at the floor defeated before looking at the monitor one last time. Suddenly his eyes flashed and his expression became blank. His hands hovered over the keyboard and began to type away as if it were a pianist playing. Izuku stared at the screen as the code appeared like this. Once it was complete, he activated the sentient program and snapped out of his trance. Izuku shook his head in shock. He blinked for just a moment and now the computer was running a program that had just appeared. Did he make that? The digital code program spin around on screen like combing into one. Then image form started to appear like a object egg, but it was clearly purple, even if the image wasn't clear. Once the image had fully loaded and become clear, it was seen to actually be a purple egg. Izuku was drawn by the egg, his hands came up to the monitor and came closer like he was trying to grab it. Once he was close enough, he blinked and what he saw shocked him. In his hands was the egg, but it was much bigger than the image implied, being as big as Izuku's head, and it was heavy, a clear sign that something was in there. Izuku tilted his head confused. Is my quirks is making an egg? Said to himself, and though about of what kind of quirks it's but his though stopped by egg in his hands shake. In a panic Izuku fall off from chair hitting the floor. Izuku cry out almost from pain, but he was more interested in the egg that roll away from him. Izuku get up and try to catch the egg that roll around in his room. After a moment of cat and mouse chase, egg stopped rolling and stand in middle then. The egg hatch and creature came out looking around his surround with interested until he land on Izuku who was stare at him. The creature stare him back and both were in totally in silent until. Creature. Do. Yell in happy and tackle Izuku to the ground. In kitchen. Inko who was making Izuku favorite dish called katsando, hoping that it will make Izuku happy. She only wanted to see her son happy and laugh in this world, not hurt by the lack he needs, so she vow and be a best mother for him, but she also wished that Hisashi should have said something about the secret. He will tell her before he leaves. Inko sigh and pray that Hisashi doing okay, but her though cut off by a scream come from upstairs. Inko stopped what she doing and rushed to upstairs. Inko. Izuku. Honey, are you okay? Said while knocked the door and come inside. When Inko opened the door, she was shocked and surprised by a strange purple ball was on top of Izuku, and he was laughing. She though was that ball was tickling her son, but it stopped tickling Izuku and turned around to Inko and looked at her. Inko froze. She didn't know how to handle the situation. Things got worse when it jumped at her and tried to tickle her. Izuku was laughing the whole time, but his mom was struggling to get this thing off. When she did, she held it with her arms stretched to the side. Inko. Izuku, what is this? Asked her son while keep away the creature from her face. Izuku. He came out from their mom. Said while point to monitor. Inko looked back and forth at her son, monitor and creature with confuse until it hit her realization. This was Izuku quirks. Which means she's got to do something. She held the creature against her waist with one arm and pull out her phone from another hand. When she did, the creature noticed it and did something surprising. It changed into a flash of light and jumped into the phone. Inko's eyes went wide in shock, but Izuku's went wide in fascination. Looking down at the phone, Inko could see the creature running around in some strange application that didn't have on her phone before. Izuku then called for his mom so he could see it too, and with some hesitation she got knees down and let him see. Izuku see the creature running around in phone like AI, but it stopped when the creature see Inko and Izuku. Dottan. Hello, I'm Dottan. Said to Inko and Izuku with a text popping beside him. Inko eyes wide surprised that she heard a lot about sentient quirks has his own personality, but to see it was very surprising, but she have to confirm more first. Inko. Dottan. What are you? Asked Dottan nicely. Dottan. I am the digital monster, created by master to become a knight. Answer by another text appear beside at him. Izuku. Does that mean you can help me become a hero? Asked with a smile and big eyes show in excitement. Dottan. I will help you any way I can. Replied to Izuku with a big smile. Izuku got more excited and curious of what his quirks can do and how he could become a great hero with sentient quirks. With growling in power and making a lot of friends. Few days later, Midoriya family go back to doctor for full exam and naming the quirks, but the doctor who examined Midoriya was gone back home, said by a nurse. So, the nurse sent them to another near hospital for Quirk's test. When they arrive, the doctor there examined Izuku's sentient quirks, where he was very interested as much Izuku. Then they found a lot about Dottan. First, he can enter any electric device on his own. Second, only Izuku can summon or pull him out by using Izuku as energy, but if he stay out too long, Izuku will get tired or lose his life. His Izuku Digimon can come out on his own, but they can't use skill or any powers when they come out in their own. Third was Dottan can EV love by a certain quest like a video game, and last was Izuku could make more of these creatures, but it's still uncount if he can do it voluntarily. Izuku was very excited and thrilled to know about his quirks. Since Izuku quirks is news, so he can voluntarily name his quirks, and he called it Royal Knight. Now, we see Izuku at the park where he see his childhood friends Katsuki Bakugo aka Kachan showing off his explosive quirks to kids around his age. The kids were amazed by Katsuki quirks and started to praise him. Katsuku grinned himself with pride. Then one of the kids near Izuku asked him, "Kid, hey Izuku, did you knows what's your quirks is?" Other kids turned to look at Izuku with excitement, along with Katsuki too. Izuku pull out his flip phone that she got from Inko. Since Izuku's still too young to understand what other function on the phone was, so she give him a phone that can only call or carry Dottan in. Izuku held out his phone. Dottan called out Dottan, who come out from Izuku phone with a flash aka Loke Pokemon and land down in front of Izuku. Dottan, do, said with a stance. Kids around Izuku look at his quirks with excitement and surprise. Izuku picked Dottan up and showed to other kids with a smile. Izuku, this is Dottan. He's my quirks. Kid girls look at Dottan with excitement star because of how cute Dottan was, while other young boy kids like how it's cool to summon a monster like Pokemon. Izuku smile more and announced by the question the kids asked. Izuku, I'm sure that some days he will become strong and we will become a no one hero. Some kids laugh at that Izuku announcement, and some kids were even said, Kid 1, how could something small could become a no one hero? Kid 2, I bet it can't even beat a small fry villain. Kid 3, at least you can use him as a score ball. Kid 4, or become a side kids. Kids keep assaulting at Izuku quirks, who started to tear up, and Dottan started to look angry at those insulted kids. Katsuki, oi, deku, called out to Izuku and walked up to him with crazy grin and looked down at Dottan. So, what can your quirks do besides summon? Izuku replied with small smile. I don't know yet, but doctor said he can become strong when it time will come. So, until then we will work things out, right Dottan? Asked Dottan with smile. Dottan, do, said back to Izuku with big smile. That's when Katsuki threw an explosion at Dottan that forced out of Izuku hands. Izuku looked at Katsuki with shocked. Katsuki, let's work things out right now deku, because I wanted to see if this things can become no one hero as you say. Izuku was shocked and silent as he felt the heat blast explosion, and he wasn't the even who was hit. He looked at Dottan with fear and panicked. To his relief, Dottan got himself back up and glared at Katsuki. He then leapt to Katsuki's face, who sent another explosion at Dottan that sent flying away. Katsuki scoffed. This is super weak. How is it this thing supposed to help you? Huh? Look at Izuku from shoulder, deku. Izuku looked down, defeat, not knowing how to answer that, but he did something that didn't expect Dottan or Katsuki. He stand in between Dottan and Katsuki, then look at Katsuki in tear and fear. Izuku. That's mean, Kachan. Even if he is my quirks, but to treat him like that. Arm up for fight at Katsuki. If you keep going to do that, I'll never forgive you. Katsuki and kid stare at him, until Katsuki scoff along with Chubber Bat Wing Kid and Long Stretch Finger Kid show their quirks. Katsuki. Even though you have a useless quirks, punch both hand together with explosion in it, you're pretending to be a hero, deku. Looked at Izuku with crazy grin. Izuku. Eek. Backed away in fear. Katsuki. Die. Leap at Izuku along with Chubber Kid and Skinny Kid. Three of them started to beat at Izuku, who kneeled down and cover himself. Other kids with weak quirks or quirkless look away, knowing it will bring trouble if you help Izuku, and those with strong quirks cheer Katsuki and others. Dottan, who was on the sideline seeing his master was beat down by them. He knows those quirks can hurt a lot of people, and those three are just using on Izuku without holding back. He promised to Inko and Izuku that he will protect them as a knight. So, he can't be weak now, he has to fight. Play it. Katsuki and two kids stop beating Izuku. Katsuki. Seriously Izuku, how in the hell you have this weak queer, cut off by Dottan yell. Dottan. Dottan Digivolve too. Katsuki and two kids look at Dottan, see his body shine with digital code circle. Izuku who look up to Dottan and whisper go. Doraemon. Everyone was shocked by what happened. The small creature grew. It wasn't much, but it grew. The one who most shocked was Katsuki and other strong kids' quirks. They thought Dottan was weak as a puppy, but now it changed and looked at Katsuki and two kids near Izuku with a glare. Katsuki. What are you? Doraemon. Didn't you hear? Ran to Bakugo and tackled at Katsuki's stomach with yell, Doraemon. Katsuki fall back down holding his stomach. Doraemon look at other two kids who leap at Doraemon. Doraemon open his mouth and yell, Doraemon. Metal drop. From his mouth two metal balls shot out to two kid face. That fall down in mid-air. Doraemon see his enemy down, so he turn around look at Izuku with concern. Doraemon. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. I'm okay Dottan. Doraemon shake head. No, I'm Doraemon now and they are wrong, we are not weak. I promise you we will become no one hero. Announce with fire in his eyes. Izuku was moved by the Doraemon words. He nod and get up but almost slip by a pain. Izuku never touch the ground because one quirkless kid grab his hand, followed by other weak quirks kids who gather around Izuku to help him up as they prize and cheer for Izuku and new Doraemon. Katsuki who was on the sideline see Izuku was prize and cheer by weak quirk or quirkless kids who support him. When he looked back at his strong quirks kids, they all standing there and not moving at all like they expecting a strong quirks to stand up on his own. Katsuki smile himself, that's how it should be, but his smile shatter when someone help him and that someone was Izuku. Are you okay, Kachan? Hand reach out to Katsuki with Doraemon in his arm. Katsuki feels so humiliated and anger. Get away from me. Keep that stupid monster away. Said as he stand up and stormed away followed by strong kids quirks. Izuku didn't wanted his childhood friend to hate him because of what happened to today, but he also happy that Doraemon can evolve and protect himself. He run back to his friends as the day gone by. Years later, Izuku Midoriya now 14 years old and a lot have happened in that time. His class were divided into two groups, those with weak quirks or quirkless follow Izuku and those with strong quirks follow Katsuki. Speaking of Izuku quirks, over the past years, Izuku able to understand more about digital code, not as making egg yet, and his friend Doraemon evolved into more strong form. This resulted made Izuku more new friends with each different personal idols. Thing was difficult to control at first, as the time gone by it become normal with the help from his friends. At Midoriya house, Izuku put on his shoes as he stand up and yell at his mother. Izuku. I'm heading out mom, see y'all later, love you. Inko. I love you too sweetie, and make sure those 6 troublemaker, not to make so much noise, said to Izuku with teased smile. 6 voice come from Izuku's smartphone, that he got from last year. 6. Hey, we aren't that loud. Yell loud in protest, as Izuku pull out his smartphone and look at the screen to see Doraemon. And I'm always the only one who try to get everyone quiet down, said with arm cross. Agumon Gabuman. And we try to help. Yell in Yuzhan. Guliman. You two are being loud again. Scold from behind Agumon and Gabuman. Vmon. I don't think most of us right to talk, said to everyone. Impmon. Says the one with anger magnet. Said specifically to Gilman. Gilman. What did you say? Said with a silent fury. Impmon got scared and grabbed onto Vmon, who was not amused. Impmon. And nothing. Izuku giggled as he put his phone away and headed toward the door and opened it to new adventure with his knights to become no one hero. Izu Pav. It all began in China, in Qingqing City. Izuku Pav. There was news that a baby gave off light was born. Izuku Pav. Ever since then, superpowers were discovered in various places and time passed without the cause being identified. Izuku Pav. Before we knew it, the supernatural became normal and dreams became reality. The world has become a superhuman society. A muscle man with blonde hair walked down the dark tunnel with cape. A skinny man with white messy hair walked down stair with pajama. Izuku Pav. And about 80% of the world's population now has some kind of special trait. A muscle man stand in front of the metal door that open auto, while a skinny person stand in front of the window that also open auto. Izuku Pav. In this world swirling with chaos, the profession that everyone once dreamed about and admired came into the limelight called heroes. Both light shine on muscle and skinny man that turn everything into white. As we see Izuku on street running toward the Tetuan station with happy and smile. When he arrived to the Tetuan station, he look up the train railway where he see Big Mole Villain Rampage. From inside Izuku phone, Digimon only said, "Digimon. Here we go again," said with a sweat drop. Death arm catch the steel metal that fall down from train railway. Citizen. Oh, it's Death arms. He carries out justice through his great physical strength. The punching hero. Yell out loud for other citizen to hear. A police officer notice a water line that make a caution sign. Citizen in office notice the another hero called. Hero. Hi, everyone, this is dangerous. Stay back, stay back. Yell out loud for citizen and officer to know. Citizen 2. The rescue specialist, Backdraft is here too. Citizen 3. But man, turning into a monster's an amazing quirk. What did he do? Asked another citizen beside him. Citizen 4. Apparently, he stole someone's bag and went out control when he was cornered, said with tire tone. Citizen 3. A quirk like that and he's a bag snatcher. Said with a sigh. Citizen 4. I'm sorry, the train, said to his boss on his phone. Yes, I don't know what time I will make it into work. Izuku walked past the citizen as he heard lots of people about bad and good words, along with his friends Digimon. They did say anything until a shadow jumped past over the citizen and fangirls cheer a hero name. Girls. Kya, you can do it, Kamui. In Izuku mobile phone. Impmon. Again, does any more hero other than this wood guy? Said with any OED because he see more Kamui and Deatharm a lot than other heroes or top heroes. Gabuman. It can't be help after all, top heroes usually appear in big city or a place with dangerous villain. Explain reason to Impmon. Impmon. Why do you think I only like top heroes? Asked with a blush as others Digimon look behind Impmon collection of toy and see a lot of top heroes especially hawks. Before Gabuman or Agumon can said to him, shut up, look away with pout. Kamui land on street as he ran, jump onto traffic light and land on train track. Villian try to catch Kamui only for Kamui to doge. Villian look Kamui and yell, get away from me. Izuku arrived to front roll, who's fighting? Asked and his Digimon answer for him. Doraemon. Kamui Woods. Said to Izuku from the phone as Izuku heard through his earplug. Izuku. Kamui Woods, the young and talented rising star. Mutter out loud for old man beside him heard. Old man. You were asking, but you gave a perfect commentary, kid. Izuku look at him and old man look at Izuku with smirk. You're a fanboy, aren't you? Izuku. Well, look away with nervous smile and heard his Digimon friend's words. Digimon. You have no idea. Yell at the same time as Izuku blush more. Kaumi doge the villain catch as he run up to Villian arm extend his wood to villain face only to be blocked by Villian left arm. Kaumi would wrap Villian wrist, villain throw up his arm into air. Kaumi let go off villain worst as he spin around in air like a ice skater and land down on train station rooftop. Kamui look at villain. Illegal use of powers during rush hour and robbery resulting in bodily injury. You are the incarnation of evil, said as he extend his left arm to transform into mutable branch. Izuku. Oh, here it comes. Old man yell. Show us something flashy, tree man. In Izuku phone, Digimon also ready to yell for special attack. Along with Impmon who was really looking forward again. Izuku Digimon. Preemptive. Kaumi. Binding. Izuku Digimon Kaumi. Lacquered chain prison. Yell in Yusion as Kaumi Woods sent his special attack to Villian. Female pro hero. Canyon Cannon. Arrive and kick to Villian face as female pro hero and villain fall down from train track. Everyone there who was watching the fight were left with a stunt, even a Digimon too, and the one who left with a bigger stunt was Kaumi, who left with his special move on top of train station, and the only words he can say was Kaumi. Then a lot of man with camera came next to Izuku and started taking pictures of Mount Lady. Today is the day of my debut. My name is Mount Lady. Look at her fan. A pleasure to make your ass acquaintance. Said with a wink and move her ass a bit. More man with a camera came as they take more pictures of Mount Lady as they said, here it is. Man were blush by my Mount Lady sexy body as the girls look at her deadpan. Other citizens cheer for the fight and we see our main Izuku writing down in his notebook and heard a lot of whine voice and laugh from his Digimon like Agumon. Why does she have to cut off the special move attack? Gilman. Because she is attention seeker. Said with a sigh because he hates some new young hero doing like that. Gabuman. Even so, she finished the job fast, so people like bussiness man can make to their work. Said from positive side. Impmon. But they way she said in ass acquaintance lady is selling. Said with a pose making everyone laugh. Expect Dorman, who was looking at the time for school hour, and remind to Izuku. Doraemon. Izuku, is almost time for school. Izuku. Okay, just this little, said as he mutter and write fast on his number 13 future analysis book. Doraemon. And he's gone. Said with a sigh. Izu-pav. Along with the superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. Mount Lady shrank to her normal size as she waved the citizen cheer. Izuku-pav. As the country was stuck in the slow progress of drastic law reforms, courageous people started performing heroic acts from out of the comic books. Death Arm and Backdraft look at Mount Lady talk to media as she waved to photo shoot with villain behind her and cluffed by policemen. Izuku-pav. Guarding against superpowers and defending against evil. Heroes were soon accepted by the public and it was established as an official posture. Based on their performance, they are paid by the government and gain renown among the masses. Mount Lady wave a happy smile as behind the mask she turned into greedy smile. After everyone left, Izuku keep on writing. Izuku. Gigantification, huh. Shell looks like she'll popular and it's an amazing quirk but thinking about the damage to the city that'll go hand in hand with that. It's usami belamited. No. But weatherer, keep on mutter until. Old man. Hey wait, you're taking notes. You wanna be a hero. Give thumb up with a courage, that's great. You can do it. Izuku snap out his analysis and look at the old man with a smile. Yes. We'll do our best, Agumon. And he's finished. Said as he sit up along with other Digimon. They all known well that when Izuku in state on analysis, he is almost impossible to snap out. They all try called him out first and when they can't, they leave him be until he snap out by someone or wait until he finish. Gilman. Also, it's almost time for school. Look at the digital clock in air. Gabuman. Then let's remind him. Said as they about to go to control panel only stop and see Dorman already remind at Izuku. As they see Izuku moving to school, Dorman look at other Digimon friends only see their face pout. Dorman. What? Digimon world inside Izuku phone look. At Aldera Junior High. Teacher. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but, you're all, grab the paper and throw into air, pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? Students. Yes. Cheer as students show off their quirks. Expect to student. Teacher. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But using your powers at school is against the rules. Remind the students to stop using quirks. Katsuki. Teach. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Said as he looks at other students with smirk. Male student 1. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yell at him as other follows. Students. Yeah, Katsuki. You all should shut up like the extras you are. Said to students with smirk. Teacher. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? Said as he look at notepad. Female student 1. UA. The national school, said with gasp in surprise. Male student 2. It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Said with surprise. Male student 3. Their acceptance rate's always really low, too. Katsuki. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Said with cock voice as he stand up on desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into. Point at himself with grin. Katsuki. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Fist up into air. My name'll be inscribed on the list of top. Katsuki Impmon. Earners. Said in Yujin. Katsuki looked down at his feet. See Impmon imitate pose of Katsuki and look up at him with big grin. Katsuki anger rose up and yell. What the hell, are you here freak? Said as he use explosive at Impmon who doge by going between Katsuki leg and jump onto Izuku desk as he turn around look at Katsuki. Impmon. Listen here Pomeranian, you are not the only one who is going to UA. We are also going and aiming for no one seat too. Point to Katsuki by making a gun-like figure hand. Beware, where you step or you would slip by as Katsuki Bakugo. Do a bang pose as he jumped back into Izuku phone. The class was silent until the whisper began. Some know Izuku would be easy to get in, others though he doesn't deserve it and some even though he is not a hero material at all because all monster do all the hard work while he stand still. Izuku sigh by the whisper around him. When he looked Katsuki, he though for sure he would yell at him. Expect, Katsuki sit back down and look away with *tch*. Izuku sigh more but inside his mind he was happy. He could scold Impmon for coming out on his own but he couldn't because the way he said Katsuki is awesome, also a little embarrassment because sentient quirks are the reflection of his inner feeling and ever Digimon code has his inner feeling. Inside Izuku phone, Dorman scold Impmon for going out on his own while other Agumon and Guilmon were laughing at Bakugo silent. Vmon and Gabumon only sigh at the sight of mess in here. Some were in same city. A girl scream and owner from store come out and yell. Owner store. Thief. Someone. We see a slime villain laugh as he keep on running with money in his slime body. Slime. Catch me if you can. Said as he keep on running. Citizen 1. Huh, there's no hero around. A skinny man come out from the store as he heard the people talk. Citizen 2. Normally someone would come right away. Citizen 3. This guy's taking advantage of the chaos from this morning. Citizen 4. There are tons of people around who don't know what to do with their quirks. Citizen 5. There's no end to them. Said with a sigh. A skinny man then turned into buff man and said to Citizen. There is an end. Citizen turn around and look at the buff man with surprise and excitement. Why? Said as he walk out from the shadow. Slime villain look back as he eyes wide surprise and fear the hero who is coming aft at him. Because I am here. Announce with a big smile. In Aldera Junior High, classes had ended and many students had already left except Izuku who still in his seat looking at the news of what happened earlier today. Izuku. Man, the incident this morning is still all over all the headlines. Said as he scrolled down the phone. Vmon Apper beside Izuku phone scream. I still think Kamui Woods should have the credit, instead of giving to Mount Lady. Said to Izuku as he never liked it when effort wasn't rewarded fair. Izuku. That's just how things are. Said with a small sigh, either way I better write some down before I forgot something. Said as he laid down the phone and take out his hero notebook. Before he could anything, someone take his notebook from his hand and Izuku look up see Katsuki in front of him with a notebook in his hand. Katsuki. We're not done talking yet, Deku. Said with a glare. Male student. Katsuki, what's that? Asked from behind Katsuki along with another male student. Katsuki show his friends to see and read out loud. Male student. Hero analysis for the future number 13. Two male students start to laugh and mock Izuku. Izuku tried to take his notebook back from Katsuki but he just blow it off with his explosive and throw it out from the window with Izuku freaking out. Katsuki. Most top first string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I wanted to shine of being able to be called the only student to make into UA. Said with a imgation but he sighed. That was my plan. Look at Izuku, I know, I can't stop you from getting into UA but I'm going to warn you right now. Your little freaks can't always protect you forever and like your little imp war declare on me. I'm going to declare war on all of you too. Glare at Izuku that made him freak out a bit as he hold his phone. Katsuki. Watch, I'll be the next thing. While you and your monster will know their place in dirt. said to Izuku as he walked away with his two friends follow behind him. All Izuku did was stare at the floor, as the bullies left. He heard a lot noise coming from his phone. He looked at his phone and see Augman, Gabumon commenting on how much a jerk Bakugo was. Guilmon was yelling like he was ready to bite off his head. Vmon was talking how ungrateful the bully was, since they used to be Izuku friends until they changed to Bakugo's side. Impmon was talking how he wanted to beat Bakugo more now, since he declared the war back to him. Only Dorman was quiet as he stared at Izuku. Izuku happy that he his true friends behind him, but now he only stare at Dorman who stare back. Izuku. Come on guys, quiet down, we're gonna to leaving soon. Said to his Digimon were Guilmon, Vmon quiet down and others get a stern look from Dorman to quiet down. Dorman look back Izuku. Izuku, how many time we HZD this talk? Said as the talk referring to about Izuku stand up for himself. Izuku nod slowly. I know, I just don't want to be the responsible for ruining his career before it even starts. Impmon. We'll be lucky if he does that to himself. Others Digimon give him a look that close his mouth. Izuku put away his phone in his pocket and left the classroom. At the school back Izuku looked for notebook as he found in a small pond were koi fish gnawing on his floating notebook. Izuku sighed as he picked up. I'll show him. All the hard work we've put in will come together at the entrance exam, though. An hour later, Izuku was walking back home as he arrived to entrance tunnel where he hold his phone and talked to his Digimon with Bluetooth earplug on left side only. The talk about was a training of him and Digimon. Agumon, Gabumon has reached to Mega level. Dorman, Guilmon reached to Ultimate level. Impmon reached to Champion level and Vmon still rookie state since he couldn't Digivolve at all. Izuku knew that if any of them were gonna reach to the final stage of evolution, they've to work hard and also find a way for Vmon to Digivolve. Izuku though snap out by a wiggle sound from behind as he turn around and look his eyes widen at THS sight of a large slime villain in front of him. Izuku. A villain. Slime villain look at Izuku as he spoke in underwater voice. A medium-sized invisibility cloak, said as he leap at Izuku and yell, give your body to me. Izuku think fast as he raised his phone called his friend, Impmon. Izuku phone shine as Impmon shot out like a energy ball as his once digital code now turned into physical form with powers. Impmon grin as he yell out his attack, bada boom, fired at his fireball from at the fingertip to villain. Villain expect the fire well hurt him but when it got hit, he didn't feel a things. He look himself at first and look at Impmon. Villain. That's it, I got to admit it's flashy, but not very strong attack. Mock Impmon with cocky smile and laugh. Impmon glare at villain. Strong. I'll show you strong attack, Izuku. Izuku nod as his right hand cover in green digital code as he slam it into his phone as he yell. Izuku. Digisoul charge. Play it from 021. Impmon body glow in light as he said. Impmon digivolve to. His form grew taller with cape and wizard hat appear on body as he hold the small staff of egg shape with sun on tip. He then yell out his current form, Wizardmon. Villain let with stunned as the strange creature just got grew and that was what Izuku hoped to play out. When Izuku was 10 years old he know he couldn't always be on the front line with his Digimon friends so he come up a plan to become a brain and his Digimon was a chess pieces. Izuku. Now, Wizardmon use Thunder Cloud. Wizardmon nod as he point his staff at villain as he called out the attack. Wizardmon. Thunder Cloud. The staff shot out with blue lighting bolt that shot out toward a villain. Villain think his attack will be weak so he take it head on but to his surprise a thunder powers was stronger and it hurt him a lot with his body started to tremble and explosive into pieces. Once a few tenths passed as Izuku and Wizardmon saw the villain didn't move or do something. Izuku sigh relief and look at Wizardmon. Good job, Wizardmon. Wizardmon give thump up to Izuku. Nice thinking, others may be strong but their size would been hard to move and it seems lighting is very against him. Said with a smug, hee hee, another win for me, your resident future knight. Said as he started to praise himself as he began to gloat. Wizardmon would kept on going if not for a manhole cover explode as both tents thinking another villain but ease up when they see what in front of them. All Might. It's all right now, young man. For I am here. Said as he look up expect for a save instead he seen a villain body scatter and seen an unknown hero who was short. Thanks a lot, fellow hero. I can't say I recognize you, but I truly appreciate your work. Though I almost lost that villain. Said with a laugh. Wizardmon snap out by what in front of him, and he was about to explain that he wasn't hero, but Izuku run past Wizardmon as a speed of light and appear in front of All Might with a notebook. Izuku. Excuse me All Might, but can I get your autograph? Asked as he hold out the notebook. All Might laugh as he take Izuku notebook. Of course you can. Said as he signed the large signature. Once he give a nod book back to Izuku. All Might took out 2 bottles from a shopping bag as he emptied the juices, and they gather villain body part with the help of Izuku and Wizardmon. After finish cleaning, All Might. Well, that's about it. Said as he close back the mail hole and look at Wizardmon. Ready to go police station as we wrap our case. Wizardmon. Actually sir, I'm not a hero. Point to himself, I'm a quirks. Well, his quirks to be precise. Said as he point to Izuku, who looked down nervous. All Might. Oh, I see you are his sentient quirks. Izuku nod shyly as All Might laugh. I see that's a most impressive quirks you got there, young man. Wizardmon. You better believe it. Said with proud voice as he puff out his chest. Izuku. Thanks you sir. Said with a bow. All Might. As almost look like my friend had, that I met in my old school days. Said as he remembered the old time in his school life. Izuku. Really, does that mean he is a hero too? But if he is to behave a quirk like mine or different, can but erase no lots and ent quirks, as he keep on muttering that freak out All Might, but Wizardmon head chop at Izuku to stop muttering. Wizardmon. You muttering Izuku. Point out to Izuku, who rub his head. Izuku. Sorry. Said to All Might and Wizardmon. All Might. As okay, young man, but man you do really look like. Said as he turn away and stretch his leg. Wizardmon. Sir, I know is rude to ask this, but who are you compared to Izuku? Asked curious, along with Izuku, who listened closely. All Might. Oh, is just one of my friend where I met here Japan, and when I said young man look alike because of how he mutter and his bushy hair. Said as he crouched down and ready for a big leap. Wizardmon. And what's yours friend name? All Might. Hisashi Midoriya. Said as he not noticed the 2 froze of that name. Well then, jump into the sky. See y'all later. Yell as he noticed the extra weight under him. Wait. All Might look at his feet and see Izuku and Wizardmon hold on to his leg as a deer of their life. All Might. Hey. Let go of me. Said as he tried to push both of them, but Wizardmon yell. Wizardmon. Are you crazy? If we let go now, we'll die with a splash. Yell at All Might, who stop. All Might. That's true. Said dumbfounded of his mistake. Izuku. I have a lot of things, Dottan. I want to ask you directly. Said in garbage because of the winds hitting Izuku face. All Might. Okay. I get it, so close your eyes and mouth. Said as Izuku close eyes and mouth. All Might hold both of them as he coughs some blood with a though. All Might. Shit. After All Might land down on near rooftop building. Izuku and Wizardmon kneel down while shaking like a leaf. Izuku. That was scary. Wizardmon. Tell me about it. I'm still having a goosebump even though I'm your quirks. All Might. Good grief. If you talk to people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down. I seriously am out of time, so I really must go. Izuku and Wizardmon snap out look at All Might, who was walking away toward the rail guard for next jump. Izuku. Wait. Cut off by All Might. All Might. No, I will not wait. Said as he about to jump. Izuku. Hisashi Midoriya is my dad. Yell at All Might, who stop track and look at Izuku from his shoulder. All Might. You are Hisashi's son? Asked with surprise. Midoriya house in Izuku room. We see 8 years old Izuku on computer with his 6 Digimon looking at the video of All Might saving the people. From computer, All Might laugh as he carry a lot of people behind his back. It's fine now. Why? Izuku smile big as his eyes twinkle along with his Digimon. All Might. Because I am here. Izuku and Digimon cheer as they stand up as they do a pose of one finger into air and put other's hand on hips as they yell. Izuku, Digimon. It's fine now. Why? Because we are here. Plus Ultra. Inko. Boys, quiet down up there. Yell from downstairs as Izuku and Digimon sit back down quickly with giggle as they was having a best time of their life, but Izuku also wish for his father to be here. Back to time on rooftop, where Izuku yelled that Hisashi Midoriya was his father. That left All Might in shock until he feel a zap on his body. All Might. Oh no, holy shit, goddammit, though as his body started to smoke appear around his body. Izuku. I didn't know my dad so well since he left before my quirks appear, said as he looked down on floor, but everyone around and my neighbor said my dad was an amazing man that help everyone with a smile, said as he looked at the phone that his Digimon was on screen cheering him to keep going and ask why All Might know his dad. Izuku. Even though I don't know him well, but all the people words make me started to think that my dad do something more than a program work, said as he look, that's why, stop by see what in front of him. Izuku jaw drop along with the Digimon in his smartphone. Izuku Digimon. EH. 5A. And I hold my breath like the quiet is sinking into the air. Biting my nails on the emergency stair which will tomorrow be. The day has come. The same sense. The night that will never end. The rain that will never stop. They exist in this good-for-nothing world. Izuku in Tokyo, Shinjuku Middle Street, stand in the rain as the people around walk past him until in turn into digital code world. Isn't it little strange? I doze off and can't stay standing. It's not like I'm blaming you. As Izuku walk forward in digital world, doormen appear beside Izuku like a digital and they walk side by side until others come out from rooftop, sky, alleyway, under a lamp and so on. Playing alone in a daydream. 4 years Izuku and Katsuki looking at each other on different side as it passed each other and turned into 14 years old in their Aldria clothes as they stand on their side without looking at each. Will you even be embarrassed of what you imagine there? When Izuku and Bakugo clothes turn into Yue both eyes narrow as they look back each other's with their fist connect as the screen turn white and Tamura appear with a glowing color bracelet and devil with red eyes grin behind his back. Getting F entangled in a maze. Will you say you will go even the sound of the starting bell played by the small traveler. Don't know where you're going, aren't you actually scared? The same scene from video. Each step you take is changing. Izuku and Digimon stand in front of the growing red eyes as it look down on Izuku and his Digimon who were in scarch and metal part. The day has come. Izuku point his finger into the air as his hero clothes appear on his and Digimon change to their royal mode as the song goes on and in last. A title like this appear. At Tetuan shopping district in alleyway. Near a trash where a Kolar bottle that All Might store slime villain wake up. Slime. Where am I? What happened? Asked himself as he remember what happened in the tunnel with kids. Oh yeah. That monster freak. If it weren't for that monster. Shake in anger. Student 1. Hey Katsuki, aren't you and Midoriya childhood friends? Asked Katsuki who was walking front as he sip a juice and look back at him. Why do you keep on picking a fight with him? Student 2. Oh yeah, you are new to the group so you don't know about the history they have. Said as he told about the childhood friends turned to enemies because Deku protect the weak while Katsuki stand up top. Now, Katsuki look at Deku monster as rivals. Katsuki. I'm not looking at Deku monster freak as rivals. They just rubbing me off. Said as he kicked the slime villain bottle to the electric pole as the cape lose freeing a villains. Student 2. Yay, whatever you say. For now, let's go to the arcade for a change of pace. Student 1. You'll come, too, right, Katsuki? Katsuki. Yeah. Said in monotone. Student 2. Then let's go to the one in front of the station. There's lots of prey there. Said as he used his long finger quirks as a money sign. Student 1. You're terrible. Said with a chuckle. Katsuki. What, if we get caught, it'll end up on my record. Said as he destroyed the juice can with his explosive and throw away. Katsuki 2 follower laugh nervous as they notice a slime behind Katsuki and point it. Students. Hey, look. Katsuki look behind see a slime villain. Slime. An invisible cloak with a great quirk. Yell as he leap at Katsuki who only stare in shock. With Izuku and All Might. On rooftop, Izuku and Digimon scream on their top of lodge as Izuku point Toshi. Izuku. Why you're deflating. Look around confused. Wait, up until now. Huh, fake, a fake, you're so skinny, said as he pointed at Toshi. Toshi sigh. I am Almai, cut off blood cough as Izuku and Digimon scream more. Izuku, Digimon. No way. Toshi. You know how the guys at the pool constantly flexing and posturing. It's like that, said as he whip his blood and explain. Izuku. No way, said as he kneeled down to feed along with Digimon too. It can't be. All Might is fearless, he saves everyone with a smile was, mutter as he look. Toshi deep sigh. A fearless smile, huh, mutter as he sit down and Izuku look at him. Now that you've seen me like this, young man, make sure you don't write about it online, even accidentally. Izuku looked confused until Toshi lift up his shirt as he show a nasty wounds. Izuku, Digimon jump a bit by the wounds. Toshi. It's an injury I got from enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the after effects, said as he put his shirt back down and look at Izuku. Toshi. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. Izuku. And no way, 5 years ago, was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Toshi. You're well informed. But a punk like that couldn't defeat us. This fight was not made public to the world. We asked that it not be made public because if we did, the evil that lurk in the dark will rise up and the symbol of peace will be daunted by evil. Said as he think a little, young boy, you said you were a Hisashi son, right? Izuku nod. Yes, I am. My mom name was Inko Midoriya and my father was Hisashi Midoriya. Toshi. I see. Sigh more, looks kid, don't think this a wrong way but I can't tell about your father much because of the promise he made us. Izuku. What's promise? Asked Toshi. Didn't said anything about that. Okay, don't tell me but answer me this, is my father all right? Where is he? Can I know his number so we can connect him? Toshi. Well, he is fine but where he live, I can't tell you about that because it goes into a promise along with phone number too. Izuku sigh frustrated as he look at Toshi. Then, last question. Toshi look at him serious, was he part in the chainsaw attack too? Toshi. He was. Said with a smirk, and he was the greatest hero I ever seen in my life. Izuku feels so proud that even no one hero All Might acknowledged that his father was the greatest hero but he still hate him a little about why he didn't said anything to him or mom about this or why this chainsaw man related to this. So many question, but so little can answer because of that stupid promise. Still, he can ask All Might about this. Izuku. What, his hero name? Asked quietly as Toshi heard an answer for him. Toshi. Halo, underground data hero. Halo. Said as he seen Izuku pull out his phone and said the name. Inside the phone, all Digimons walked to their station keyboard as they typed the name of hero and the image appear but what they seen was little because Halo was never appear in media or anywhere except one picture where a cameraman named called Tokuda Taneo got a shot of Halo and his quirks but. Doroman. This is not a good shot. Said he point to the pictures of Shadow with many wings. Vmon. Yay, but hey, at least we know who Izuku father was. Agumon. Yay. Agree with his friends. Gabumon. Also, we have a lead. Gilman. Now, we only need a connection to one of the underground hero who knew more about Izuku father and don't have any connection with promise. Others Digimon nod understand expect. Impmon. Grr. Why can't just All Might tell all about who Izuku father was and be done with it? Said in anger as he sit down. Dorman. Normally I won't agree WTIHU but this time is yes. Said with a sigh as other Digimon nod and look back to video screen where Izuku saying goodbye to All Might and leave the roof. After Izuku leave the rooftop. Toshi. Now, I need to quickly get this guy. Stand up as he reach for bottle only to feel his empty pocket. He started to freak out as he heard an explosion behind. He looked at the big smoke with jaw drop. Toshi. Don't tell me. With Izuku on stare who was about to ask his Digimon what they found out about his father until he also heard the explosion and run toward their IC to right for what kind of hero will be there. At Tetuan shopping district, citizens scream and run while the fire spread out more to building. Death Arm and others from Mooring Hero arrive as they seen the scene was pretty a mess. Hero 1. A child was taken hostage. Seen Katsuki struggle. Death Arm punch his fist together as he yell and ran, "You coward." He leap as he punch into Slime villain body. Slime grin as he started to suck Death Arm fist. Death Arm. What is this? Said as he tried to grab the Slime body, I can't grab hold. See his hand slip. Slime used that distraction to slap Death Arm away as Death Arm crush into garage door. Hero 2. Death Arm. Hero tried to come in and help Death Arm but Slime slapped them away. Slime. Don't come near me. Said as he looked at Katsuki who able to breath again as he screamed. Katsuki. I won't let sewage like this swallow me. You little. Yell as he make more explosion come out from the both hands. The pressure from the explosion was big as the heroes hold their ground. Slime. What power. I've hit the jackpot. Grin. With this quirk and power, I can get revenge on that guy. Scream as he turned big and sallow Katsuki. Citizen Young Man 1. Whoa, what's that? Could he be a big shot villain? Citizen Young Lady 2. She's here. The rookie hero, Mount Lady. Said as MT. Lady coming to battle but she stopped in halfway. Mount. Lady. Wait. I need there to be at least 2 lanes, if not I can't get in. Whine because of the narrow area. Katsuki 2 student followers in surround fire as they afriod to move until Kamui would branch come in and save them. Kamui. I'm not good with explosions. I'll leave it to someone else for today. Said as he jump and save nearby people who trap in fire. Backdraft. Thanks for that. Said to Kamui Woods who save people, I have my hands full fighting the fire. The fire truck's not here yet. Said as he looked for fire truck that nowhere to be seen, how are things over there? Asked to Death Arm and others hero. Death Arm. He's sticky and hard to grab, and a child with strong quirks is struggling against him. Hero 1. Thanks to that, it's a minefield. It's hard to do anything against this triple play. They seen Katsuki started to faint as they hero about to move Slime noticed them and extend his hand to slam the ground. Hero dodge the attack as they said. Hero 2. No good, there's no one who can take care of this scene right now. Hero 3. All we can do is wait for someone with a more suitable quirks. Backdraft. Let's hold back the damage until then. Said as he take out more flame. Hero 1. Don't worry, I'm sure someone will be here soon. Hero 2. I feel bad for that child, but he'll just jave to bear it a little longer. Death Arm. Damn it, mutter as he fist up and though, if only I had enough power to blew that guy away. Behind the citizen, Toshi arrived with breathless as he look at sight as he slime villain from before. Toshi. It was back then. Remember to the time of where he was in air and Izuku and Wizardmon grab on to his feet, I was too distracted by the time limit. I can't believe I made mistake like this after meeting young Midoriya. Though as he hold on his wound, pathetic. Pathetic. Not far from Toshi, in the crowd we seen Izuku also arrive to the scene earlier as he heard every hero talks. He feels so anger and wanted to yell at them but he also have a blame too because he was the one who caused it. Izuku look at his phone and see his Digimon looking at him for ready to fight. Izuku nod as he come up with a plan. Started from 023. Every hero at the scene feels so weak until Izuku run past the hero shocking hero and citizen. Death Arm. Idiot, stop. Yell at Izuku who didn't stop, instead he keep on running until he stop in 10 meter away from villain. Slime. That brat. Notice Izuku along with Katsuki too. Izuku waste no time as he pull out his phone in front of him and called out his friends, Doraemon, Guilmon. 2 lights shot out from his phone as 2 Digimon stand in front of the slime. Slime villain look shocked as it was not the same monster before but he didn't take any chance as he extend his head to slam them. Guilmon see the attack incoming so he come in front and stop the attack with his. Guilmon. Rock Claw. Yell at his attack as he slash of the slime with his crawl. Doraemon. Izuku now. Said to Izuku who gather enough of digital code for Doraemon and Guilmon. Izuku. Digi-Soul Charge. Doraemon and Guilmon body glow in light as they said. Doraemon. Doraemon Digivolve 2. Guilmon. Guilmon Digivolve 2. Both Digimon light fade away as they appear with new looks and powers as they announce their name. Dorugamon. Dorugamon. Growlman. Growlman. Everyone there left with a stunt as they saw what happened. Izuku. Dorugamon, Growlman go. Yell as they already know the plan what they should do. Dorugamon. Power Metal. Shot out a metal ball from his mouth as it sent to villain. Slime slam the metal ball with explosion. It stopped the attack but the metal dust from metal go into slime villain eyes as he scream in pain. Dorugamon. Growlman. Growlman. Okay. Said as he run and leap into the sky and yell, white wings. 6 white wings come out from his back as he dive down toward the villain and use his crawl to pull Katsuki out as they fly past the villain. Slime notice his cloak was gone from his body as he scream in frustrated. Slime. You brat. Yell as he leap to Izuku and Dorugamon who only smirk as Izuku point a gun finger at him and Izuku. Bam. From the sky a yell was heard. Cocytus breather a blue-like fire shot down on top of slime as it turned into a big white smoke. Citizen, police and hero on the sideline watching the fight and guessing what was going on to happen next until the smoke disappear and show the villain in ice along with everything in flame become ice. Citizen, police and hero looking at the scene in silent until it turned into a big cheer. Izuku Pav. After the fight, heroes and police move the ice villain to ice truck and delivered to prison where they dissolve the ice by melting with heat. Other hero praise at Kachan for being able to hold his breath and Quirk. As for me, Deatharm and Kaumi wanted to scold me but the stare from Dorugamon and Growlman made them hard to scold so they just let me go with a warning of using a quirks in public. At afternoon, on live TV, a news about the kid defeat a slime and save his friends from danger and so on. Some citizen and hero praised the kid for being a heroic. Some others said the kid should be jailed for being a reckless and using legal quirks and so on. On the road to way home, Izuku sigh knowing his mom will scold him when he arrive back home and he even more sigh about the people views him and his friends. Gilman. Those media have no right to judge us about how we do, isn't heroic. Said as he walks side by side with Izuku and all others Digimon. Agumon. Yea and what worse the heroes praise Katsuki for being able to hold his breath and didn't charge him at all for using a quirks. Said sarcastic. Impmon. Right now, I'm sure his ego must be stand on top of the roof. Said with a laugh as Izuku and other laugh or chuckle. Vmon. No, I'm sure he is float in space. Joke as they laugh and continue until. Katsuki. Deku. Izuku and Digimon look back at Katsuki who stopped 5 meters away from him with breathless. Izuku. Kachan. Katsuki breath in and out. I never asked you or your freak monster help. And you didn't help me. Got it. Look up with a glare. I was fine by myself. I don't need you and your thinking help at all. Don't look down on me. You damn nerd. Yell what he wanted to Izuku as he turned away with stomping walk. Izuku and Digimon sweat drop of what happened. Vmon. What the hell, his problem? Doraemon. Beats me, I don't think any of us can understand his way of thinking. Gabumon. I don't think no one can understand him, expect his parents, maybe Ish. Impmon. Ha, you add Ish, said with a laugh. Izuku. Come on guys, let's just ignore him and get home quickly to write down a quirks and work on that mask. Izuku and Digimon turn around as they about to move forward only to be stopped by All Might appear from the sideline. All Might. Ha ha ha, I am here. Said with a catchphrase as Izuku and Digimon shock. Izuku. All Might, how? What are you doing here and how did you find me? All Might. Ha ha ha, is easy because I asked one of my friend in the police and the reason I'm here is to give. Cut off by All Might deflated with blood coming out from his mouth as Izuku and Digimon scream in worries. After Izuku and Digimon help the old man. Toshi. Young Midoriya, I come with thanks and a proposition. Izuku and Digimon tilted their head confused, if you hadn't been there. If you and yours friends hadn't shown me what is a true hero mean. I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. Thank you, Izuku. You don't need to thanks me All Might. After all it's also my fault for get in way of your job. Toshi chuckle. You two really are alike. Mutter quietly, and the proposition is. I want you to become my successor. Izuku, Digimon. Huh. Titled their head confused. Izuku. All Might, what are you talking about, successor? How is that related your quirks? Asked curious along with Digimon too. Toshi. Well, you know when people ask me in the media or interviews. I always dodge the question with a smile or say I have a super strength or boss power. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be natural born hero. But young Midoriya, I will tell you the truth. My quirk was passed on to me like a scared torch. Izuku Digimon. Sacred Torch. Past quirks. Toshi. That's right. And next, it's your turn. Izuku Digimon. Wait a minute. Doraemon. As true that your quirks is something hotly debated, filled by Gabumon. Gabumon. As one of world's greatest mysteries. Gulimon. So much so that not a day goes by when we don't see someone talking about it online. Impmon. And it's really annoying to watch that. Vmon. Along with Ad 2. Izuku. But, I still don't understand what you mean by successor or passing on awkward, but after that all the evidence and keep on mutter along with Digimon that freaked Toshi out him a bit. Toshi. You all really like to go into details, huh? Nonsense. Izuku Digimon. Look at him. Toshi. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. The power to transfer power. Extend his hand, that is the quirks I inherited. Said as the colorful light shine in his hand. Toshi. I was crowned with one for all. Izuku Digimon. One for all. Mutter as they hypnosis by the colorful light. Toshi. That's right. One person cultivates the power and passed it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart, said as the colorful light fade away. Izuku Digimon look shocked by this as they also have so many questions, but Izuku asked which one really his mind. Izuku. Why are you giving me something so great? Toshi. I have been looking for a successor, and then at the slime accidents you and your friends are more heroic than anyone. Izuku eyes sparkle along with his Digimon. Toshi. Well, it's up to you though, whether or not you decide to take it or not, since you still have your cool quirks. Izuku look at his Digimons, as they look at Izuku waiting for his decision. Izuku know that he have a best quirks that no one ever have had before, and also proud that his knight keep on growling up with their purpose, but in his deep heart he also wish for something, and that was fighting together with them. Since he knew that will become his weakness. So, he always train his body to defend or dodge the attack, but now here All Might is giving the only hole of weakness he have, so. Izuku. I'll do it. Look at All Might with determined eyes as the Digimon feel proud that their master will not stay behind anymore, they will be fighting together. Izuku Pav. By the way, I forgot to mention that this is the story of how we became. Izuku Digimon Pav. The greatest hero. At Dagoba Municipal Beach Park early morning. We see Izuku was pulling the junk refrigerator with all his strength, but the weight was too much because All Might. Hey. This is such a comfy fridge to sit on. Said as he sit on the refrigerator along with Agumon. Go, Izuku. Shows your strength and pull us fast, said in sing tone as he dance along with Impmon, Vmon and Gilmon. Izuku. Can you guys, cuts that out. Yell as he slip and face plam to ground. All Might. If you could move it even a little, it would be a little easier, said as he look away. Izuku growl as he get up. Well yeah, I mean yours weight only is 274 kilograms, add by each of my friends' weight is 60 kilograms. All Might. No, I lost weight, so I'm only 255 kilograms now, in this form, said with nervous smile. Izuku Digimon. Why are you correcting? Though with sweat drop. Izuku. Anyway, why am I the only one who is dragging the trash at the beach park? Said as All Might answer. All Might. There are two reasons for that. First was to make you a proper vessel for your body able to handle one for all. Said as he hold up two finger. Second was to let out your friend's Digimon all the time. So, your energy will last more along with OFA in your body. Izuku. Cool, but there is one question you didn't answer for me. All Might raise eyes brown. Why is there a pack of fresh juice in the car pack along with barbecued? All Might. Oh, that is easy because I will also be training your friends to fight against me. Digimon look at All Might. What? All Might. Of course, as a team and attack me with your current level. Said to Digimons who nod and some whine because they can't EV love to ultimate level yet and some can't even EV love. All Might ignore that because if they want to become a knight they have to man up and do it even isn't what you always wanted. In 10 months, Izuku and Digimons go into hellish training, where Izuku make himself as a vessel and Digimons train their different body about how to fight against All Might. In those months, Izuku almost lose his life, but he kept on pushing with his Digimon's friends that they can be a great heroes together. At Midoriya home, Inko freak out by Izuku and Digimon appetite show, but she feels so proud they serious training to become a hero. In those days, Katsuki look annoyed by Izuku tired and Digimon never come out to mock him, even the Impmon too. Katsuki looks pickish about why the nerd always tired and why the hell his freak didn't come out. Katsuki shake of the though of why and continue his daily work of training and exam. After 10 months, at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park early morning, Toshi come out from car mini truck car and walk toward Izuku until he snap out by a different scream. He look up, see Izuku and Digimon stand on top of the junkyard as they scream into the air. Toshi come forward as he look at the beach with eyes wide. Toshi. Oi, 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 look at the beach with surprised. Toshi. He even cleaned outside of where I told him to. Seriously, there's not even a speck of dust left. Seriously, said as he seen the wave was crystal clear. Toshi. He finished at the last minute. More than perfectly. Oh my goodness, said with excitement as he buff into All Might. Izuku wobbled side to side before falling off from the pile of junk and his Digimon go back into Izuku phone. All Might catch him before he hit the ground. All Might. Good work. Izuku look All Might with tired eyes. All Might. I did it. All Might. Yeah, you surprised me, you entertainer. Teenagers are amazing, said as he put down Izuku who wobble a bit but he stand up strong. Here, take a look, said to Izuku by showing pictures of him in skinny. Izuku. This is, filled by All Might. All Might. It's you, 10 months ago, said as he looked at Izuku's six-pack body. All Might. You did good. You really did. The mirage of it is finally just barely visible, but you have certainly become a suitable vessel. Izuku. I feel like I'm cheating. All Might curious about that words. All Might did this all for us to become strong and we are too blessed, said in tear eyes. All Might. We have to fix those leaky eyes of yours, said with a laugh. Now, it's time for the award ceremony, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Yes sir, said in happy voice and drink a energy drink and called back out to his friends for award ceremony. All Might pull out a hair from long point hair. This is something my mentor was once told. Something that you receive because you're lucky and something that you are given because you were recognized are different in essence. Take that to heart. This is power that you earn because of your own effort, said Izuku determined. Izuku Pav. The power that I received from All Might will not change only my life but also become my destiny. All Might. Eat this. Izuku Digimon. Huh. Look at All Might hair in pale face. Almeeked. It doesn't really matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. Izuku Digimon. It's too different from what we imagined. Yell out loud. All Might. Now, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Come, said as he forced Izuku to sallow his hair. Izuku scream out loud and Digimon on the sideline look at their master sallow All Might hair as they shiver. 8:40 a.m. Izuku arrived to UA Gate with his friend Digimon as they admire the building while walking forward. Mom. It's so big. Agumon. I wonder, how big inside the school? Imp. I can't wait for physical exam. Gabumon. Too bad, we don't know what kind of physical exam will be this year's. Gilman. Whatever exam it's, we will do our best to pass it. Digimon cheer in their phone as Dorman and Izuku smile while worry for something. Flashback to beach. After Izuku sallow All Might hair, he kneel down on the ground. Izuku. Ah, that sucked. Yell as he swallowed the hair. Impmon. No kidding, if it's me I be throwing up now. Feel something about come out from his stomach. Nope, I don't want to image it, said as he run toward near bin and throw out. All Might. Oh come on, is not that bad and I even wash my hair before I come here. Izuku. That's why it tastes like banana. Though with sweat drop. Warning DNA alteration detected. Izuku. All Might and Digimon look at Izuku phone blinking with light. Izuku. looked confused since this was a first time every Izuku get notification like this. Scanning the DNA. Scanning complete. DNA match with Gene Yggdrasil. Have a great day Master Izuku. Izuku, Digimon and All Might look at the notification with confuse. Izuku then asked his Digimon to go back into the phone and look for answer. Digimon nods and go into Izuku phone and look for a problem. The base inside the phone has no problem until Impmon. What the hell is door for? Point to strange metal big door that wasn't there before. Doraemon take the lead to open the door and they found themselves the exact same place off Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Digimon dumbfound what they seeing. Dorman snap out and order the team to looks around. After they go separated way, they notice there was no human expect the building, street, shop, food, fruit and so on. They keep on moving, until they found a void at the end of Matsufu City. After they learn everything in the city, they walk back to their base and Impmon notice one of the important things. Their base was right under a giant big tree. Digimon look at the tree with many emotion like happy, sad, anger and so on. All Royal Knight have different feeling until Doraemon snap out first and go around waking up their friends. After that, Doraemon look at the tree one more time and said, Doraemon, I think we should tell Izuku and All Might about this. Said to others Digimon who nod it. They return to real world and tell Izuku and All Might about what had happened in their digital world. Flashback end. Izuku still in know about what really happened back there but his though cut off by a familiar voice behind him. Katsuki. Out of my way, Deku. Izuku. Kachan. Look back see Katsuki walking up to him. Katsuki. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you. Threat Izuku. Izuku got nervous. Sorry, stop in midway and remember the words of Doraemon that make him stop moving. Doraemon. You can't keep Bakugo pushing back at you Izuku. It's time to man and push him back. Izuku did what Doraemon told but much bolder move. He stand in front of Katsuki who rise eyes brown. Izuku. I'm not Deku anymore Bakugo. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Said with a glare, and you will call me Midoriya from now on. Remember that Go. Said to Katsuki face and walk away. Katsuki who, confused the fuck, trying to understand what just happened until a students around them whisper at Izuku and Katsuki like what happened in Sludge Villian Attack and how Bakugo was saved by Midoriya. Katsuki though snap out by words and glare at them. Who walk away with wild whistle. Katsuki. Deku. Though in anger and grit his teeth that freak out everyone around him. With Izuku who walking toward the exam with full hot steam on his face because of the all praise he heard from Digimon. Like Doraemon, Gabumon and Guilmon who cried hard and praise Izuku for standing up on his own. Agumon, Impmon and Vmon who was laughing hard to Bakugo confuse AF face. Izuku arrived to written exam where he passed the exam with ace. Now they arrive to physical exam room. All students from different school gather around in physical exam room where they wait for teacher to show up and Izuku. I regret my decision. Mutter and looking away from Katsuki glare and growl at Izuku like a Pomeranian. Inside Izuku phone, all Digimon laugh hard at Katsuki anger face. Before, Katsuki talked to Izuku, the light go dim around the students and 3 lights shine on stage with hero Mike in middle. Mike. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey, said while he wait feedback from students but all he got was silence. Mike. What a refined response. Said with a shiver shrug, then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah, yell but all he got was silence again. At Izuku and Katsuki's seat. Izuku. It's the voice hero, present Mike. Wow. Whisper with fanboy, illustento heimveri weekonder audio. I'm samovatal the teacher sadu. Erapro heroes. Katsuki. Shut up. Said in monotone. Mike. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. Said while on TV screen it show each city with different section of letter like A to G. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay. Yell again but still have a science. Katsuki. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? said to Izuku while looking at his test location B. Izuku, you're right. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're assigned to different battle centers, said to Katsuki while looking at his test location A. Katsuki, don't look, I'll kill you, said to Izuku, but Izuku didn't flinch but look at him deadpan. TCH, damn, now I can't crush your freak, said with angry. Izuku feel a zap of anger and jealous at Katsuki of why he only look at his Digimon as rival but not at him every. So, he will show him not today but in UA classroom. Mike, 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center, said while on TV from behind Mike show a different type of villain with point on it. You earn point for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains, said while on TV it show Mike going around destroyed the robot-like video game and it show how many point he got. Mike, of course, attacking other examiners and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Boy student, may I ask a question? Said to Mike by stand up with hand in air. Mike, okay, said by point finger to boy with a light shine on him. Glass boy, on the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examiners are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes, said to Mike. Inside, Izuku phone Digi World. Digimon looking at the video of Glass Boy with sweat drop of how the kid rubbing at UA the wrong way. Glass Boy, in addition, you over there with curly hair, said by point finger at Izuku. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip then you should leave immediately. Digimon. Huh, yell in anger. Agumon. What the fuck wrongs with that 4 eyes? Vmon. What's wrong with mutter in quietly? Gilman. He should be the one who should stop trying to get attention. Yell while Doraemon and Gabumon try to settle down but. Impmon. And who the hell are you, to point out what's right and wrong? Digimon look back to scream and see Impmon out in real world. At exam room, all students looking at Impmon the come out from Izuku phone and stand on table while glare at the glass boy with arm cross. Impmon. Light please, asked in a light shine on Impmon and Izuku. Listen well 4 eyes, we're taking seriously of this exam, expect you who interrupted the best singer, present Mike from radio. Who hasn't finished explaining the detail about this last robot because it's strong then as are meant as to avoid it. Look Mike, isn't that right, sensei? Mike snap out by a unexpected guest. That is correct listener. On TV screen it show a robot with O point. The 4th one is the 0 point. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. An obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's impossible to defeat but there's no reason to defeat it, either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. And next time kid with the glasses try to be patient first before I finish explaining. Glass boy. Thank you and I'm sorry for interrupting. Said with bow to Mike and Impmon. Then he sit back down. Impmon smirk at his work and go back to Izuku phone. Izuku only sigh relief that Impmon didn't insult people like he did with Bakugo and glad that he have someone like Impmon who appear like this in time of his need. Student around Izuku whisper like. Boy 1. Hey, what kind of quirk does that kid have? Girl 1. I think, is Ascension quirks. Boy 2. Cool. Girl 2. Did you see, how cute that creature was? Izuku blush by the voice of people's what they said to his Digimon while Katsuki just tch. Mike. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present. Our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Test Site B, at entrance exam. Izuku looking at the big metal door with nervous and determination. He look around at the students who were saying like. Boy 1. It's like a city. Boy 2. They have more than one of these on the school grounds. Boy 3. A is amazing. All students admire the UA school and showing off their confident with no hint of nervous. Izuku though. Wow, everyone is so confident and no hint of nervous in them. Izuku saw equipment on one boy kid and others too, they even have equipment to go with their quirks. Damn it, if I know they allow the equipment to bring in mock battle. I should bring my Digivice with me, though with a sigh as he look at the phone. Izuku, Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon, are you guys ready? Asked the three Digimon who will go with Izuku to battle. Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon. Yay. Vmon. Show them what we can do, guys. Cheer for 3. Impmon. And destroyed every bot in your way. Gilman. Also, help some students who need our help. Since that's what a real knight would do. Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon nod, understand their mission, and Izuku proud of them, that they took serious with his knight code that Izuku made for them at the age of 10. Izuku then heard a creak and look up, see a door start to open. He raised his phone into the air and called out his friends' names. Izuku, Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon. 3 lights shot out from Izuku's phone and land in front of him, looking at the gate. Students around Izuku look at Digimon with surprise because it wasn't the same one. Glass Boy. Does he have more than one quirks? Though with surprise, Izuku didn't stop with summoned as he gather a green code digital in his left hand and slam it into the phone with a yell. Izuku. Digisoul charge. Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon bodies glow in light. Doraemon. Doraemon Digivolve 2. Agumon. Agumon Digivolve 2. Gabumon. Gabumon Digivolve 2. Doraemon. Doru Greymon, aka Doru Grey. Agumon. Metal Greymon, aka Metal Grey. Gabumon. Weragarurumon, aka Weraguru. Students. EHHHHHHH. Yell in surprise by the size change and how timided by their presence. Izuku. Let's go. Said to his Digimon while he run forward and leap into air where Dorugurman catch him by the back and go into the gate. Inside the test site, 1 point with 5 robot come out from corner and see Izuku and Digimon. Robot. Target acquired. I'll kill you. Said to Izuku, and Digimon then point their paintball mechine gun and fire at them. Metalgree come forward. Trident arm. Yell out his attack and uses its reinforced chrome Digizoid arm to slash off the paintball in air. Wergora run past Metal Grey and appear beside 1 point in a flash. Wergora. Garuru kick. Kick 1 point robot with his feet. 1 point robot sent away to another 1 point robot who crushed to other 2 robot. When 4 robot gather in center. Doru Grey. Metal Meteor. Fires a supermassive iron sphere more than 10 times its own size, crushing the 4 robot in one hit and explosive into dust. Izuku nod. Good, let's go another location. Give order to his Digimon who nod and find more robot. Students from at the gate see Izuku and his Digimon crushing a robot like nothing and tell. Mike yell. Hey, what are you all doing? Standing around and waiting for the battle already began and you will lose all the point to them, shout from the top of tower with rap voice. Boy. Crap. Run into the gate along with other students. Mike on top of tower look at Izuku and Digimon with smirk. Hisashi boy has come to school and with the news friends along with it. Said while turn around and walk back toward monitor room, this year's going to be fun. In the monitor room, a teacher watching the exam along with some recommendation student who like to see new students and their quirks. Nezu. In this practical exam, the examiners have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. Said to UA staff members and recommendation students who all sitting in chair and looking at the examinee and condition of their in. Nezu. The ability to gather information to understand the situation before anyone else. On monitor they showed a big bulky examinee with tentacles on the rooftop and it seems he is using it to scan or look for something. Nezu. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. On another monitor it showed Glass Boy running at full speed and kick the robot. Nezu. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. On another monitor a blonde French kid shooting laser from his stomach with wink at the computer. Nezu. And pure combat ability. On another monitor Katsuki breath hard with smoke around him and have a battle crazy grin. Nezu. These basic ability needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. Said while sip his tea. Midnight. Doesn't this year's group look promising? Vlad. Yes, is doesn't especially the Hisashi child. Point to Izuku with Digimon who was on tall building while giving order to Metalgri and Weraguru to help in need students while him and Doru Gray well do both. Looks like he also have a opposite monster like his father. Midnight. Yay, but what does he name his quirks? Nezu. Let's see. Put down the teacup and look into the file until he found it. Oh, he named it Royal Knight. Mike. Royal Knight, huh. Sound catchy. In the back, recommendation students having their own conversation. Green hair girl asked the dark pony girl beside her. Green hair girl. Hey, Yaoyorozu. Did you knows the person who are they talking to? Asked curious since all you as staff members know who is Hisashi Midoriya was. Momo. No, I never heard of him from UA or in hero names, too. Green hair girl. What about you Honanuki? Juzo. Nope, never heard it from you a staff or in hero name, Tokage. Setsuna. Tap her chin while think, maybe Hisashi was his real name and his hero name will be different. Momo. I think so but, look at Setsuna with eyes rise brown, why are you so curious about him? Setsuna. Let's say, he have something that make me wanted to married him, said with toothy grin. Momo and Juzo both sighed defeat and heard a number one hero voice. All Might. Anyway, don't you think's it's time for that Nezu? Nezu. I believe it's, said as he lift up the danger red bottom and press it with a grin. In test site B, every students at the exam feel the shaking around them and something big is coming toward them. When they see it they eyes wide surprised by a 0-point robot. Students. Isn't it that too fucking big? Yell out louds. A robot fist punch it to the ground and big dust winds blow every ground students back away. Students scream in fear and started to run from the 0-point. All Might. An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. In air, Izuku and Doru Greymon see the students run away the 0-point in panic. Izuku. Looks like everyone is running. Doragri. Should we go back too? Before Izuku answer back, mic announcement. Less than 2 minutes left. Listener. Izuku, Doru Gray. Already. Shout at the same time and sigh. Doru Gray. Then let's go find some more villain and help some need. Give advice to Izuku. Izuku. Yay. Said with a nod. Dora Grayman turned around and about to fly forward both heard hiss and ow. Pain shout from behind Durgri and Izuku back. Durgri stop in mid as both look back see one girl trap in under the debris. It's look like her leg was stuck and 0-point is coming close to her current place. Izuku. Doru Greymon. Shout his name. Doru Gray. Okay. Fly fast toward 0-point and slap it with the tail to robot chest. Robot feel the big MAPCT sent him back 5 step and fall back down. Girl with auburn hair look amazed by the strength it show and it seem the boy in Dragon land down in front of her. Izuku jumped down from Doragranum and ran toward the girl to see he can move the rock without a spike or shrap glass in it. After Izuku there is none, he looked Doragraman. Izuku. Doragraman, you can lift up the rock. Said to Doragraman who nod and lift up the rock with his mouth and throw it away. Are you okay? Asked the auburn hair girl. Auburn hair girl. Why yay, but I think my ankle is twisted. Said with a hiss. Izuku nod and lift up her in birdly style and put her on Doragraman back. 3 of them about to go back until a ground shake again and 3 of them see 0-point getting back up. Izuku. Doragraman take her back to the entrance exam. Said to Doragraman while he stepped forward to 0-point. Doragraman. What are you going to do here? Asked but already know the answer what Izuku about to do. Izuku look at Doragraman with a smile. Something idiot but with a help. Doragraman only sigh but nod and began to fly back to entrance exam with a girl. Izuku looked back to 0-point robot with a determined look. Before anything else could happen large winds were kicked up by something behind him. When Izuku turned around he smiled at the sight of Metal Grayman, and Wergaruruman arrived with Weragaru riding Metalgri. Wergaruruman jumped to the ground and looked at the robot. So, change of plans. Izuku looked back at the robot and nodded. Yeah, he then pointed at the machine. Use your full power against that thing. Don't hold anything back. Said with gather more green data in his hands. Weragaru, Metal Gray. Right. Izuku. Mega Digital Soul Charge. Two Digimon sallow by light with their body glow in green light again. Metal Greymon Digivolve 2. Wurgaruruman I Givolve 2. A news code absorbed into Digimon as they grow bright. Metal Greymon Wargreymon Warigaruruman Metal Gurman. The two then flew forward at the robot readying their attacks. War Greymon put his hands together and began to charge up energy from the atmosphere into a sphere which he held above his head. The sphere then grew bigger than War Greymon himself and yell out the attack. War Greymon Terra Force. Launch the orb at the machine intent on annihilating it. Metal Garuruman built up freezing energy in his mouth. Metal Garuruman Cocytus Breath. Blasted the freezing beam. When the attacks collided with the machine, the explosion covered the whole thing in thick smoke. The two believed they had done it, but when the smoke cleared they saw a robot was destroyed and it was covered in ice. Metal Garuruman and Wargreymon snort of their Komi attack. Izuku also proud of their Komi attack and look around the debris to see if student left behind, and he froze by another girl with purple hair under debris and faint. Izuku about to give order to Wargreymon until he heard a crack and look up, see robot head in ice started to crack and fall down. In one moment, Izuku instant kick in and he leap into the air faster than Metal Garuruman and Wargreymon can react it. He kicked the robot head ice with his feet to shatter them into pieces. All Might grin. That's right. It rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of a self-sacrifice. Izuku, Wargreymon, Metal Gurman were surprised by the power and speed. Izuku haven't they also notice. Izuku. Ow, 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 ow. Look at his both leg that see to be broken. Before he hit the ground, Wargreymon catch him on time. Wargreymon. That was a close call. Izuku. Izuku. Yay, sorry about that. Answer with nervous smile. Metal Garuruman. But why did you use that quirk? We already know. Is take time to let natural in your body or you will have a big slash back like this. Point to Izuku about All Might warning. Izuku. I did it because of her. Point to the purple hair girl under debris. I didn't have time to think for plan or order you, so I accidentally use it without thinking about it much. Both Digimon sigh in defeat and Metal Garuruman lift off the debris from the girls and Wargreymon pick her up and put near Izuku to see if she was okay. Izuku sigh relief to see she does not have anything scratch or broken on her body. Expect leg twist. Mike. Time's up. Shout as the buzzer went off signaling them end of the practical exam. Wargreymon. Already. Said while put down Izuku and the girl down on the ground. Metal Garuruman. At least, I hope we have enough point to pass the exam. Izuku. We will see for now, come back inside to phone. I'm started to feel the drawback. Said with wobble side to side. Wargreymon. Oh got it. Said as Wargreymon and Metal Garuruman turn into a flashlight and go into Izuku phone. Izuku feel a little light up and see Wargreymon come back with old lady and airborne hair girl behind his back. Dergree land down on the ground and ask hurry for lady and girl to jump down from him. After they did, Dergreymon turn into flashlight and jump into Izuku phone. Izuki feel better but faint by the stress and lay back down. At Midoriya house, it had been almost a week after the exam and it was a tense one. Every day Izuku thought about the possibilities of what Ua or All Might would tell him. He was scared that he failed even though all his friends kept telling them that they got tons of points. Still the fear in Izuku's mind never died. Then suddenly his mother burst into the room frantically with a note in her hand. She spoke shakily while holding up the letter. Inko. Izuku, it's here. The letter from UA. Show the emblem of the school on it for extra confirmation. Izuku took the letter and headed to his room, and he even brought out everyone, so they could see what was inside. Izuku held it over his desk looking at it. Vmon. Well, what are you waiting for? It's time to see what all that hard work got us. Gilman. You all did really well, so I'd be surprised if you weren't accepted. Impmon. Come on, let's just see it already. Blurted out in impatience. Izuku gulped, as in one swift motion he tore the letter in half, and from inside fell out a black disc. Everyone looked at it in confusion. Then gave their own versions of a yelp when a hologram came out. The one on the hologram was none other than All Might himself wearing a nice yellow suit with black stripes. Everyone gawked in surprise at the sight. Recording. I am here as a projection. Izuku, Digimon. All Might. Shout in surprise. Izuku. Wait, this is from UA, right? Asked himself while looking back and forth. All Might. I had to do SKME paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. Said with a cough, I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to Quirk at UA. Once more the room was filled with collective surprise. Then a part of it died when someone behind the screen got into an argument with All Might about getting to the point. All Might. Now I believe you should already know you passed the written test, but did you know about how amazingly well you did in the practical exam? So well, in fact, some of the teachers asked to retract a certain amount of points. Vmon and Gilliman weren't happy to hear that. They thought it was unfair to the ones who actually did the exam. All Might. Now then, regardless of that, you still managed 68 villain points, more than enough to pass. Izuku's face lit up like the sun on the news. This meant one thing. All Might. Furthermore, there were those thanks to other factors. You see, the test wasn't just grabbed by combat alone. A panel of judges watched and awarded other points for heroic acts, and well, take a look. Then TV behind him lit up, and showed footage of where Geruruman saving other student, and Doru Greymon doing the same with Izuku on his back, and even Izuku's actions during the end of the exam. These kinds of actions are what make a hero, so how are we supposed to deny someone who can take them? So we have awarded you 120 hero points. Agumon, Gabuman. Holy shish kebab, that's a lot of points. Both shout out in amaze. Stunned, Doraemon. Yeah, 188 to be specific. Calculated the number. All Might. Welcome Izuku Midoriya, to your hero academia. Izuku's eyes began to well up with tears. It was happening, it was really happening. Izuku, Digimon. We did it. Resonated as all of Izuku's friends tackled him into a hug. So much force and weight caused them all to fall in a mess of tears and laughter. They really had done it. Inko bursts into the room after she heard the noise. She was scared at what might have happened. When she saw the smiling faces of Izuku and his Digimon, tears began to fill her eyes. Oh my baby, now was the time for celebration, as soon hard work would be ahead of them. For this was only the beginning. 5 a.m. and I hold my breath like the quiet is sinking into the air. Biting my nails on the emergency stair which will tomorrow be. The day has come. The same sense. The night that will never end. The rain that will never stop. They exist in this good-for-nothing world. Izuku in Tokyo, Shinjuku Middle Street, stand in the rain as the people around walk past him until in turn into digital code world. Isn't it little strange? I doze off and can't stay standing. It's not like I'm blaming you. As Izuku walk forward in digital world, as Dorman appear beside Izuku like a digital, and they walk side by side until others come out from rooftop, sky, alleyway, under a lamp and so on. Playing alone in a daydream. 4 years Izuku and Katsuki looking at each other on different side as it passed each other and turned into 14 years old in their Aldria clothes as they stand on their side without looking at each. Will you even be embarrassed of what you imagine there? When Izuku and Bakugo clothes turn into UA, both eyes narrow as they look back each other's with their fist connect as the screen turn white and Tamura appear with a glowing color bracelet and devil with red eyes grin behind his back. Getting F entangled in a maze. Will you say you will go even the sound of the starting bell played by the small traveler. Don't know where you're going, aren't you actually scared? The same scene from video. Each step you take is changing. Izuku and Digimon stand in front of the growing red eyes as it look down on Izuku and his Digimon who were in scarch and metal part. The day has come. Izuku point his finger into the air as his hero clothes appear on his and Digimon change to their royal mode as the song come to end. Izuku Pav. A high school's hero course for pro heroes. Among similar courses across the country, theirs is the most popular and most competitive, and their acceptance is less than 1 in 300 every year. Set in it show you a gate and students walk into school. Izuku Pav. The hero who refused a national honor award. The #1 hero, All Might. All Might show on screen with big smile and fist up. Izuku Pav. The hero who resolved the most incidents in history. The fiery hero, Endeavor. Endeavor look at the screen with smirk. Izuku Pav. The winner of the Best Genist Award 8 years in a row. Best Genist. Genist touch his front hair and swap away. Izuku Pav. Graduating from UA. Is a requirement for becoming a great hero. And so, we also tackled the UA entrance exam and pass it. Izuku look at the UA gate with determined. This was our first step toward our dream of becoming a hero and knight. At monitoring room, a teacher looking at the calculate for the practical exam result. Midnight. I can't believe he got second place with no rescue points. Said while looking at the Katsuki Bakugo second place with 77 villains point. Vlad. The foe villains acquire their targets and draw near them. In second half, as others were slowing down, he used his flashy quirk to key zero bring them close and then counter-attacking. It's the result of his toughness. Said remember the time above where Katsuki show his explosive skill and control quirks. Midnight. And our 1th place students who we need to retract from both villain and rescue point. Look at Izuku Midoriya. Smentos. There have been other examiners who took on the large villain in the past, but it's been a while since I last saw someone take it down with one moves. Remember the time of Wargreymon and Metal Guruman take down 0-point robot with one move. Snipe. But to suffer such a serious injury from his own attack by saving a girl in last minute. It's look like the young kid whose quirks just got manifested. Point out to the blast slash the kid have. Nezu. Even so, the kid and monster show us that their strategy and strength is no joke. Sip tea, look like, this will be very entertainment years. Started with a chuckle and become a full laugh. Teacher's sweat drop by the Nezu announce and laugh. Since, when he found something that interest him or answer correct on test paper. He will personally test him with more quiz or make a booby trap. Teachers only pray Izuku Midoriya have a good life or able to hold out for the next 3 years from Nezu. One particularly tired-looking man stared at the screen. All the while he could already feel the headaches from the trouble the boy could come along with Nezu and Hisashi phone called. A few days later, it was now April, and the first day of school at UA. Izuku was currently tying his shoes in preparation to head out. His mother was right behind. Izuku. Do you have everything? Izuku nod. Yeah, I do. Inko. Are you sure? You didn't just pack action figures right? Extra sure. That comment made Guilmon, Vmon, and Impmon snicker. Izuku look her mother. I have everything, began to get up, grabbing his backpack. Now I gotta go. I don't want to be late. Inko then called to him. Izuku groaned as he turned to see what it was. Inko's face was serious, it seemed what she was about to say was important. Inko. Make sure your friends really keep quiet. This is special and I know how badly you want this. Izuku was a little shocked, and then he felt his phone buzz. He took it out of his pocket and the voice that came out was. Doraemon. Don't worry ma'am, we know what you mean. Rest assured that we're gonna help Izuku because he isn't the only one who wants this. This was something the others could agree with. Years with Izuku had given them all the same want to help people. Inko's face softened and Izuku began to make his way outside again. Then Inko called to him one last time. This was starting to get tiring, and Izuku turned one last time. What he saw got him by surprise. Inko had a soft smile with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Inko. I'm so proud of you and so well your father too. We know that you can do it. Izuku. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Said with a big smile, and I definitely will find the person who knows about him and bring him back to us. Inko giggle. Yes, good luck. Sergeant Izuku. Salute. Izuku. Yes ma'am, salute back. Both giggle what they did and Izuku left with that. Now was the beginning of his high school career. As he walked he felt the buzzing of his phone again, and he took it out in response. Gabumon. Izuku, what happened to that thing you've been working on? I thought you'd be taking it with you. That's when Izuku remembered the glass he had been doing the past few days. Izuku. I still need to finish up on some parts. Also it's the first day, I don't think I'll need it. Agumon. Oh, okay. Still, we can't wait to see it. Complimented. Izuku. Yay, me too. Izuku Pav. The acceptance rate for UA. High's hero course is less than 1 in 300 every year. Other than the 4 people admitted through recommendations, 36 are admitted through the regular exam. Those 36 are split into only 2 classes, with 18 in each. In UA hallway, Izuku running while looking for his class. Izuku. Class 1A, point 1A. This place is too big. When he found the class, the door is huge. Are there giants in there? Looking at the big door with a question, then he remembered the two trouble students he wished to not seen in here. Izuku. God please, let's this class be not the same as those scary people. Pray and open the door to meet his life. Glass boy. Don't put your feet on the desk. Yell at Katsuki. Katsuki. Huh, sneered at the glass boy. Glass boy. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Scold Katsuki. Katsuki. Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Asked with loud and cocky voice. Izuku didn't know how to react or what to do here. Lita. I attended Some Private Academy. My name is Tenya Lita. Introduce himself with mannered. Katsuki. Some. So you're a damn elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Lita gasped. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Katsuki scoffed and looked away. That's when he noticed Izuku standing at the doorway. Lita follow Katsuki and see. You're. Everyone in the classroom who sit down in seat look at Izuku, which made him blush and nervous. Izuku. Oh, try to say something but nothing come out. Lita. Good morning. Izuku see Lita coming up to him like army soldier. I am from Some Private Academy. My name is, cut off by Izuku. Izuku. I heard. Lita stop in midway. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Lita. In Digimon world, Impmon. Gee, that guy really. Hold his stomach because of the laugh they having of Lita walk and Izuku pray. All Digimon laughing so hard, that they almost got a stomach pain. In real world, Lita. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Izuku titled his head confused. I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Izuku's sweat dropped. Sorry, I actually didn't realize anything. Female voice. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one with Monster Boy. Izuku got hit by the words of plain-looking one. When he turned around and look who was it, he gasped by the sight of airborne girl stand in front of him. Izuku he silently freaked out. The girl continued to told about the monster fight. Katsuki look at the Izuku with his although about when he confront Izuku back in Aldria High School. Flashback to the day before. In principal office, Katsuki and Izuku was giving congratulations to both of them. Principal. It's incredible to think that not one, but two students from our school are heading off to UA. Then again I suppose it shouldn't be much of a surprise for the two of you. The two students stood next to each other. Bakugo was relaxed while Midoriya was clearly nervous. They had both pulled off something amazing, but one of them still felt cheated. When they had both gotten outside, Bakugo slammed the other boy to the wall and grabbed him by the collar. Katsuki. Damn it, Deku. Do you have any idea what you just did? I was supposed to be number one, but you used those stupid rescue points to get ahead. You know about those rescue point, right? Yell at Izuku. Izuku grabbed his arms. Katsuki. I didn't know anything about the rescue point, nor my friends. Said determined, and even though his eyes were shaky they were filled with the same conviction. And it doesn't matter what spot I got. I'm going, and I'll make it through whether you want me to or not. And like Impmon said, watch your step or you will slip by us and I will not stay behind them anymore. I'm going to fight with them together. Said as he pushed back Katsuki away from him and walk away. Katsuki feels so angry, and when Izuku didn't even call his nickname anymore. It really started to piss him off more, like he looking down on him more than before. Flashback end. Katsuki. I don't know where he got his spine to talk to me like that, but I will found everything about you. Though with a glare. Purple hair girl. So, he was the one who saved me. I should say my thanks. Though is she about to get up but stopped by another male adult voice. Go somewhere else if you want to play being friends. Izuku and airborne hair girl stopped talking and looked back, see a hobo man in yellow sleeping bag, and he was laying on the ground looking at them. This is hero course. Said while pull out a juice from his bag and drink it. Lita. Izuku, airborne girl, Digimon. Something's here. Shocked by the person in front of him. Hobo man stand up and pull the yellow sleeping bag zipper down and continue talk. Hobo man. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quite. Time is limited and you kids are not rational enough. Izuku. A teacher. Which means, this persona is a pro hero, too. But I've never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. Though as he tap his phone screen for to let Digimon know for a work when the teacher introduce his name. Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Introduce himself as the students surprise more. Students. Homeroom teacher. Aizawa. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. Reach into his sleeping bag and pull out a track suit for the student to wear. Students look at him confused but do it. A teacher office. Toshi reading the teacher directory while though, the US system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be. A field. Class 1A. A Quirk assessment test. Shout out in surprise. Airborne girl. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation. Aizawa. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Answer his logic to students that make them shut up. Aizawa. A's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kid have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Show the record phone. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from studs NTS not using their quirks. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Aizawa. Midoriya, you who managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. Izuku then tensed up at being called out. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't intimidated by his teacher or surround students who was looking at him. Aizawa. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Izuku. I think it was about 67 meters. Aizawa. Then, try doing with your quirk. Said as he given a softball to Izuku who stand in circle center drawn onto the ground. On one side panels to measure distance were also drawn onto the ground. Aizawa. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku nod, but before he could do anything Aizawa continued. Aizawa. And Midoriya, I don't want you using some weaker power. I want see your full powers. Izuku tensed up again, and whispers began to grow throughout the class. Only some of them had seen what Midoriya could do, and no one really knew the limits. Izuku about a moment until he nodded serious and lifted up his phone to the front and called out his friends. Izuku. Agumon. The phone then shined, as a beam of light flew out of it and landed in front of him. Many were shocked by this. The guy pulled out a tiny dinosaur from his phone, and he wasn't done yet. Izuku. Alright Agumon, you heard him, let's give it everything. Agumon nodded and smiled. Right. Izuku gather a green digital code in his right hand and slam into the phone. Izuku. Meg Digi Soul Charge. Agumon. Agumon Warp Digivolve too. Everyone watched as he grew and changed in the light of his evolution in awe. War Grey. War Greymon. Those who had seen this guy knew of some things they could expect like fire, tiny suns, flight, and tornadoes. Those who didn't were left stunned, especially one boy in particular. The boy looked mostly normal besides the fact that he had a bird's head. The boy wasn't sure, but the presence of the monster was something he could connect to in a way. Aizawa half expected this one. It bore into the 0-pointer after all, so it's bound to be strong, but he is also curious of what Izuku will do with this monster and one for all. Izuku go up to War Greymon. Alright, if you're gonna throw this then maybe it's a good idea to drop those, said as he pointed to the Dragon Man's gauntlets. War Greymon nodded and stabbed the gauntlets into the ground. He then pulled out his hands. They weren't too different from a human's hands besides the orange color and claw-like nails. He then took the ball from Izuku. War Greymon. How much force? Izuku. As much as I can handle. War Greymon then gave a small growl, and began to hover off the ground. He then began to spin in place. He began to spin so quickly that he was surrounded by a cone of wind and fire. War Greymon. Great tornado. Izuku was having some trouble keeping himself standing from the wind. He then pointed towards the direction of the panels. Izuki. Now, With a primal scream, War Greymon directed his strength towards launching the ball. The ball itself was sent flying in a wave of wind and heat. The class looked on in awe. Aizawa then began explaining the purpose of the test while the ball flew. Aizawa. Know your own maximum first. Once it landed, his device beeped. He showed it to the class. Aizawa. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Showed the class the screen, and the number they saw left them baffled. The number that had appeared was 801.7 meters. The class gave a collective gasp at that. Yellow hair with black lighting strike hair boy. Whoa. First the little dino turns into a guy, then he gets 801 meters. You've got to be kidding. A pink girl, in both hair and skin, what's that? It looks fun. A boy with black slicked hair and strange elbows. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. Aizawa broke his usual tiered voice. Aizawa. It looks fun, huh? That seemed to grab everyone's attention. You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Asked and students didn't answer. Aizawa smirked. All right, whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Class 1A. Huh. Shocked by their Aizawa announcement. A teacher office. Toshi slap his forehead. Aizawa-kun. Looking at the file of him and his quirk, this will turn very bad. If he tell Izuku about him. A field. Izuku was scared to hear that. He didn't know how to process it. He began shaking where he stood. Then he saw the shadow of War Greymon come from behind him. He looked up at the Dragon Man. War Greymon looked down with determined eyes. When Izuku saw this and his fear began to melt away. That's right, he isn't alone, he has his friends, he has what makes him stronger. His eyes looked just as determined, as he gave a nod to his friend. Aizawa. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Lift up his front hair and look at Class 1A with shitty grin. Welcome to UA's hero course. Airborne hair girl. Last place will be expelled. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Aizawa. Natural disasters, big accidents and selfish villains. Point to each logic, calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond, plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Class 1A stopped their whining and prepared for their test. Aizawa. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing started now. Test 150-meter dash. This test was very simple. 2 students would be 2 runners while a robot recorded the time that such student reached the finish line. The test started with Iida and a girl who looked like a frog named Suyu Asui. Iida's time was 3:04 and Suyu's time was 05.58 seconds. Lida. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear. Though. Mike. Tenya Lida, Quirk engine. As you can see, his leg are fast. Aizawa. Well, he's like a fish in water. It'll be worth seeing what others do. Mike. Suyu Asui, Quirk frog. It can do all frog things. Ochako. I'm going to take the gravity off my clothes and my shoes, said as she touched them. And when the robot said to start, the girl started to run. Mike. Ochako Uraraka. Quirk zero gravity. She can take gravity out of anything she touches. But if she uses too much of her power, she might get nauseous. Once the race was over, Ojiro's time was 05.49 seconds, while Ochako crossed the line in 07.05 seconds. Ochako. Well, at least it was better than when I was in junior high, though unhappy with the result. Now it's time for the pink girl, named Mina Ashido, and Yuga Aoyama. But before they start running, the boy turns around. Yuga. Everyone, you're not being creative though. I'll show you what it's like, said looking the wrong way. He jumps up and shoots a laser that pushes him at high speed. To be allowed to us your quirk. Mike. Yuga Aoyama. Quirk. Naval laser. His quirk allows him to fire a glowing laser at his belly button. He loses speed and momentum as he falls, and Mina passes him as he stands up and fires again. But he can't use it all the time. Aoyama's time was 05.51 seconds. Yuga. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Explained his only weakness like it was nothing while everyone was looking at him like he was weird. Class 1A. What the heck with him? Shota. Testing yourself to push your limits helps to see how much you can improve. It is clear what they can and cannot do. Thought while the last runners, Izuku and Bakugo lined up. That will come CT to the creativity. To many class surprise Izuku didn't call back Agumon. Instead, he called Gabumon who come out and warp digivolved into Metal Garurumon. This shocked many of the students. Not only could the boy summon one, but he can make two monsters. Izuku then got on top of the mechanized wolf. When the gunshot was heard, Metal Garurumon metal wings shined with thrust along with the engines on the bottom of his legs pushed forward. Bakugo used his quirk by thrusting his hands behind him and blasting out explosions. Izuku and Metal Garurumon got an impressive 3.25 seconds while Bakugo got 4.13 seconds. Bakugo scoffed at the score. He got his, but Izuku was still relying on others, and that pissed him off. Aizawa squished his eyes to Izuku with a though. He's still not using OFA. Instead he's using Royal Knight quirks. And he seemed to be aware of the drawbacks OFA gives him. His hesitation will become a big problem in the future if his mindset isn't taken care of. Look like I need to break him out a little when Test 5 began. Test 2. Strength to hold. In a gym, students were busy taking the strength test to hold a machine. 0. Amazing. You've reached 540 kilograms. Are you some kind of gorilla or an octopus? Praising his colleague, Shoji, who reached a strength of 540 kilogram. Mineta. Octopuses are sexy. Said with pervert though. Izuku once more called for Wargreymann's help. With him they managed an impressive score of 674 kilograms. Test 3. Long jump. This test didn't have much of a secret. It was just jumping a long distance on top of a large sandbox. Students like Aoyama, Bakugo and Tsuyu did well in this test, including Izuku who used Waragarurumon and made an incredible landing. Test 4. Side jumps. In this test, Mineta did the most well, as he used his balls and bounced from side to side at great speed. End song. Test 5. Ball throw. Ochako, who used the gravity on the ball and made it fly and fly. And the result of that was everyone. Infinite. Now it was Bakugo's turn. It was his time to really show everyone how much better he is compared to Deku. So he firmly grasped the ball, and moved to throw it with all his might. Die. The ball wasn't just thrown, it was launched by the explosion Bakugo created. In the end it only landed 755.4 meters. This enraged Bakugo. This was supposed to be his chance to really show up those stupid monsters. He glared at Izuku with rage-filled eyes. He wanted so badly a chance to show everyone that he was the best, but he couldn't risk his chances at Ua, so for now he'll have to wait. After everyone throw the ball and about to move on to the next test. A cloth wrap around Izuku who freak out a bit. Izuku. W-wa. Cut off by Izuku pulled toward Aizawa and who looking at him with red eyes glare and hair stand up. Aizawa. What are you doing Midoriya? Asked with a stern glare. Izuku. W. What do you mean sensei? D. Did I do something wrong? Asked with stutter while trying to look away from his glare. Aizawa leaned close to left ear boys and whisper. Aizawa. Don't play dumb with me boy. I already know about All Might and his power called OFA. Whisper to Izuku who eyes wide surprise. If you think you can ace all the test without using your OFA quirk then you are dead wrong or did you just take the power because it suit you? Izuku. And no, sir. Cut off by Aizawa. Aizawa. Your father would be sad. If he knows his son was hiding behind his Digimon back and not fighting with them together. Izuku stiff up as he looked at Aizawa with eyes wide surprise. Yes, I know him and his quirks called Halo Digimon. At UA Field, Aizawa realized Izuku that he know OFA and Hisashi. Most impotent of all the true nature of his quirks. Ochako. I wonder what are they talking about? Lita. I don't know. Katsuki. Maybe, the teacher had enough with him using only his creatures. Said with snort and arm cross. Purple girl roll her eyes. Is he for real? Look at Izuku and Aizawa, but what is OFA? With Aizawa and Izuku. Izuku. How? Cut off by Aizawa. Aizawa. I worked together with him as underground hero. Said as Izuku noticed the Google hang on his neck. Izuku. Gee, those goggles. I see. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirks just by looking at them. The Erasure hero. Eraser head. Shout out loud. Kirishima. Eraser. I don't know him. Sue. I've heard of him. He's underground hero. Near corner of the building, All Might looking at the scene with. All Might. Do you guys really need to come too? Asked to Mike and Midnight. Mike. I just wanted to see how the kid do and what will have change after having your quirks. Midnight. I just wanted to see Hisashi boy, if he had the same strength as he have. Said with wiggle her ass. All Might Mike look at her deadpan but shrug it off look back the scene. Aizawa. I understand you only got that quirk a days because of a idiot person training. Whisper to Izuku while remember All Might talk about his quirk training, but that is no excuse for not using the quirk because of the feedback you have. Or did you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? Izuku. Gee, that's not my intentee. Cut off by Aizawa pull the cloth tight around Izuku. Aizawa. Whatever you intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will be forced to do. If you can't take care of yourself first or rely only your Digimon to make your problem go away then. I'm sorry to tell you this but you will never become a true hero. Said to Izuku who lower his head down in frustration, knowing Aizawa right. Once, Aizawa aware Izuku wrong. He let go from his wrap cloth and give Izuku ball. Aizawa. Since you aware of your wrong then show it to me. That you have what it take to be a true hero. Said to Izuku. Izuku. Why yes sir. Said as he swallowed the lump of his throat. His teacher's words completely shattering his perilous thoughts on what to do, but also giving him new ones for him to follow. Before Izuku retake the throwing test, Aizawa called out to him. Aizawa. Hold on Midoriya. This time, I don't wanted you called your friends instead think of a way to use their elements with yours. Said as he walked back to his post, that's how your father did it. Izuku eyes wide surprise more along with Digimon too since, they never though of that or even come into their mind since they always though their powers is there alone and no one can have it but now Izuku father did it and Aizawa revel to them. Aizawa. Midoriya. Called out to Izuku who snap out and look at Aizawa stand and glare at him, hurry up and do it. We don't wanna waste time. Said to Izuku who run toward the circle in fast and stand there. Ochako. So, he retake the throwing ball test. Said with confuse along with others too. Lita. Maybe sensei give him a advice of his strength 1. Katsuki. What do you mean strength 1? Asked with eye rise brown. Izuku stare at his phone seeing all his Digimon talking about the plan to use OFA and how to give their elements power to Izuku. Izuku. What do you guys think? Asked his Digimon who stopped talking and look Izuku. Doraemon. While it may be possible but we still don't know how it work. Agumon. And we still don't know how to use OFA power without hurting yourself. Agumon. Also, let's not forget we can't waste any more time or that hobo will really kick us out. Impmon. You damn right, he would I mean look at those glare, shiver with a though, he is more worse than Doraemon. Gilman. Agree. Said with shiver too along with others Digimon. Vmon. How about we just wing it? Izuku and other Digimon look at Vmon with confuse, I mean even if we think about now, we can't come up any idea or plan for it. So, just wing it Izuku. Said to Izuku who stare for a moment until he nod. Izuku. Yeah, Vmon is right. Sometime we just have to wing it. Said as he put his phone away and look at the ball. Don't think, just wing it. Said as he eyes close and concentrate. Aizawa. Will he incorrigibly prepare for an honorable defeat here by using all his strength or become intimidated and settle with out of school? Though as he used eyes drop on his eyes, no matter which he choose, if he can't show me the result. He has no potential in the future. Mike. Oh, look like Shota isn't going easy on him. Midnight. I'm sorry for the kid but whatever Shota said or do is right. If he can't control or use OFA and only think as a backup. Then, I agree with Night Eyes. OFA is better off with someone who can use both. All Might. Why you guys are so direct? Said with sweat drop, but what they said is true, young Midoriya. If you only think OFA is backup, then you will never growl up, but... Izuku eyes open and stretch his left arm back ready for a throw. Aizawa see no use in OFA or Digimon elements. Zero potential. Though until Mike, Midnight, Aizawa and Class 1A notice the air around Izuku turn into a flame and gather into his finger. All Might, I know you will show them that you will never back down from challenge. Izuku. Terra Smash. Scream out his though and throw a fireball into the air, creating 5 circle shockwaves on its path. The shockwaves made many of his classmates gape in awe as they saw the flame ball thrown with roaring power. Once Izuku threw the ball into the sky, he felt tremendous pain in his right hand as a result of using OFA. Aizawa heard a beep sound from his phone. He looked at it and his eye widened from what he saw. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei. Called out to Aizawa, who look at Izuku and see him smile and fist up in pain. I can still move. Aizawa. This kid, though, as he showed the class Izuku new score. Class 1A. 100 kilometers. Denki. That's over the kill. Eijiro. That's so manly. Okako. Finally, a hero-like record. Said out loud with arm in air. Lita. His fingers swollen. See Izuku finger swollen. There was the entrance exam, too. He has a strange quirk. Yuga. It's not very stylish. Katsuki jaw drop with eyes wide. What's with that power? Everyone's quirk manifest by the age of 4 and Deku got those freak monster. So, how? Remember Izuku words, I will not stay behind them anymore. I'm going to fight with them together. Katsuki. What is the meaning of this? Said with a pop his explosive in hand. Hey. Tell me what's going, Deku, you bastard. Yell as he charge at Izuku. Izuku jumped scared by Katsuki charge, but from the phone all Digimon come out and stand protect Izuku from Katsuki, who stop in midway and wrap by cloth from behind by Aizawa. Katsuki. What the? These clothes are hard. Said with grit in pain and look back at Aizawa, who using his quirks on Katsuki. Aizawa. They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of special alloy. Explain, Jez, don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. Said with a glare that make everyone jump a bit, even Digimon too. I have dry eye. Class 1A Digimon. It's such a waste, since his quirk is so amazing. Aizawa. I will let you go with this one-time free stunt Bakugo. Said while let go off Katsuki from wrap cloth, if you make a threat to those student around again. I will expel you from UA, understood? Said to Katsuki, who nods slowly. We're wasting time here, let's go to next test. Izuku and Digimon walk past Katsuki and go to class. Ochako. Is your finger all right? Asked in concern. Izuku. Oh, yeah. Answer to Ochako and look at his friends, and thanks guy for coming out even as in hologram. Doraemon. No problem Izuku. Said with a nod while others thump up. Zero. Amazing. Izuku and Digimon look back, see Class 1A gather around Izuku and Digimon with curious and eyes sparkle. I never seen so many different kind of monster before. Denki. Is like a Pokemon. Mina. Everyone look cutes. Especially, this one. Try to pick up Vmon, but her hands grow through Vmon and look at them with confuse. Wait, they aren't real. Asked to Izuku. Izuku. No, they are real. Only when I summon them, but if they come out on their own. Said as he show Class 1A by try to pet Doraemon, but his hand passed through him. They become a hologram. Explained to Class 1A that was wow by Izuku quirks, but. Aizawa. Oi, get your ass moving to next test or I will expel all of you now. Threat his students, who run fast toward the next test, and Katsuki move forward with his hand in pocket and glare at Izuku from behind and remember about the childhood of him and Izuku monster used to fight a lot, and Izuku was always at the back cheering his Digimon, but now. Katsuki. A pebble, on the side of the road. Though in anger, with All Might, Mike and Midnight. Midnight. So, he have 6 Digimon. Mike. And looking at the color, they each have their own elements. Not like Hisashi, who only have halo powers. All Might deep sigh. I just hope the kid Digimon don't go rouge like Hisashi last Digimon. Midnight and Mike sad sigh. We hope so too. The teachers hope Izuku and his Digimon go rouge like Hisashi Monster did. Izuku Pav. After that, we fought against the pain. Said as we see Class 1A doing. Test 6 sit-up exercise. Test 7 seated toe touch. Test 8 long distance run. In long distance run, Izuku used Metalguruman and other 2 tests he didn't use anyone. As we finished the rest of the fitness tests, Class 1A gather at the field and look at Aizawa who will announce the score. Aizawa. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show the results all at once. Said as he pressed the clicked button on his phone and a blue hologram projection appeared in front of Class 1A. Class 1A looked their score and number as they see A. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Lita. 6. Fumikage Tokiyami. 7. Mezzo Shoji. 8. Mashirao Ojiro. 9. Eijiro Kirishima. 10. Mina Ashido. 11. Ochako Uraraka. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Suyu Asui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Honta Siro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Toru Hagakuri. Impmon v Mon. Yeah, we got first. Yelled happily from inside Izuku phone. Izuku. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Type on his phone and send message to his Digimon with smile. Mineta. No, I'm getting expelled on the first day. Shout out loud and ready to cry, but Aizawa cut him off. Aizawa. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Class 1A froze and look at Aizawa who giving a shitty grin at them. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limit of your quirks. Class 1A Digimon. What? Shout in surprise. Momo. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you thought it through. Said to the class who look at her with sweat drop. Denki Mineta Impmon v Mon. We didn't notice, though with defeat. Siro. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Talk to Eijiro who was behind his talk. Eijiro. I'll take up the challenge anytime. Replied with a manly smile. Katsuki just scoffed in annoyance, probably because he got 4th overall in the test and Izuku was number 1. Something that he had never seen considered being possible again. Izuku sighed relief he didn't get last place but heard Aizawa called. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku loom up, see Aizawa give him a paper. Have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Said as Izuku take the paper from Aizawa. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests, prepare yourself. Said as he walk away but stopped by Izuku called out to him. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei. Can I ask you about? Cut off by Aizawa. Aizawa. If you wanted to know about your father, you have to pass all my inspection first, then I will tell you. Said to Izuku but he see on his corner eyes that Izuku looked down frustrated. Aizawa deep sigh and walk toward Izuku and give one picture into his hand. Izuku look at photo and see Aizawa teenage along with a group of teenage who Izuku recognize but some don't. Izuku look at his teacher and about ask but Aizawa cut off him. Aizawa. That is your reward for passing my inspection today. Said in monotone and walk away. If you wanted get more surprise me. Izuku. Hi. Answer confident and run toward the nurse room. With Aizawa, who was walking by the gym until. All Might. That's a rotten move you've pulled back there, Aizawa. Aizawa stopped and turned to see All Might standing next to him and he expect All Might to show up but didn't expect Mike and Midnight popped up next to All Might and stand each other's. Aizawa. I expect All Might to show up, but I wasn't expecting both of you to be here too, said to Mike and Midnight present. Mike. I come here because I wanted to know about how many friends he have, said in rap voice. Midnight. I'm also curious about that too, along with how his original quirks will affect with OFA. All Might. About that, Aizawa. Mike and Midnight look at him. I wanted tell all you a teacher about it in Nezu office. Said with serious face making other teacher nod and follow him. At nurse office, Izuku got kissed by recovery girl to forehead and feel little disguised by it but he was surprised by a swollen was cured instant. Izuku. Wow, it's healed. Said but feel tired all of suddenly, but why do I feel my energy has been lost in half? Chio. My quirks can only stimulate a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina. Izuku. I see, like it take hour to heal the wounds can heal fast with your quirks but use our stamina in it too. Chio. That's right, so be careful not get a big wound so often or you will end up dying in one of these days, said as he give Izuku a sweet. Izuku. Hi. Said with a nod as he take a bite of sweet and say goodbye and thank you to Recovery Girl. At nurse office hallway, Izuku walking back to classroom would stare at the photo until he heard a cough in front of him. He look up see a purple hair girl with onks eyes leaning against the wall and waiting for someone. Izuku. You are, filled by Kyoka. Kyoka. Kyoka Juro, your classmate. Introduce herself and walk toward him. Izuku. Oh yeah, sorry. If I forgot it. Said with a nervous blush. Kyoka stop and look at Izuku confused. Why are you saying sorry for? We just met you know. Izuku blush red more and look away muttering how stupid he was now. Kyoka giggle at the sight. You are funny one. Said making Izuku want to hide more. Anyway, I just want to see you and thanks about the 0-point robot you saved me before. Izuku. Oh that is no problem. I just do what any hero should do. Kyoka chuckle. That's true and one more. She walk close to Izuku and whisper close to his ears. What's one for all you and Aizawa talking about? Izuku eyes wide and look Kyoka who playing her earphone with a finger. No whisper voice can pass me Midoriya. Izuku glup nervous and grab her worst and take her to one of the empty classroom. Once they inside the classroom. Izuku. How did you know about that? Kyoka. My quirk is earphone jack. It allow me to hear everything in 12 meters radius. Explain her quirk to Izuku who not understand and also amazed by it. Before Izuku can ask question. Kyoka cut him off. So, what's one for all? Izuku sighed defeat as he explained to her what is one for all. After he explained, Izuku and Kyoka walk out the school while Kyoka is still in the process of how one for all work and how All Might was skinny guy man names called Toshi. Izuku. Are you okay, Jiro? Kyoka. Yay. I'm just still in the process of how it all worked. Said in monotone. Izuku scratch his head nervous. I see. Izuku stopped by a hand that touched his shoulder and look back saw. Izuku. Oh, Lita-kun. Lita. Is your finger healed? Izuku. Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl. Said as he showed his finger to Lita. Lita nod and saw Kyoka. Hello, I'm, cut off by Kyoka. Kyoka. I heard your name in class, Lita. Lita froze up but Kyoka continue. My name is Kyoka Jiro. Introduce herself. Lita. Nice to meet you, Jiro. Said with hand chop that wanted to make Kyoka laugh but hold it in. Three of them heard another voice come behind them and they see Ochako coming toward them. Ochako. Oi, you three. Stop in front of them and asked, are you three going to the station? Asked as the three nod. Alright, I'll join you guys. Said in excited. Lita. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl. Ochako. I'm Ochako Uraraka. You're Tenya Lita. Look Kyoka, you're Kyoka Jiro. Kyoka nod. And you're Deku Midoriya, right? Izuku. Deku. Yell in surprise. Ochako. But during the fitness test, the boy named Bakugo said, point to Bakugo who yell at Deku. Right. Izuku laugh nervous. My real name was Izuku Midoriya, but Deku is what Katsuki calls me to make fun of me. Explain for them. Lita. An insult. Kyoka. Seem like it. Ochako. Oh, is that right? Sorry. Said with a bow. But, Deku. Sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. So I kind like it. Izuku Digimon Lita Kyoka. Too pure. Though at the same time. Izuku. I see but just call me Midoriya. Ochako. Okay. Not understand and they all continued to walk until they made it to the gate of the school. When they made it they saw that one of their classmates was just standing there. They knew he was a classmate because he had the head of a bird. The boy then saw the group, and his eyes focused on Izuku. That caused Izuku to jump in place. The stoic look that guy had felt like it stared into his soul. The student then began to approach the group. Midoriya, I have a question. That gave Izuku some comfort. Throughout the afternoon all he was really doing was answering dumb questions, so this shouldn't be too difficult. He wasn't prepared for the question. Are they alive? Asked, but his demeanor was unchanging, but the question seemed important to him. Izuku was a little shocked and both Iida, Kyoka and Uraraka looked at him curious as to what his answer would be. This was clearly about Izuku's strange friends, and he had actually thought about this before. Izuku. Well, technically they're just compiled data that I can give physical form to. But they feel things, emotions is the same way we do, and I think that's enough. Enough to say, yes, they are alive. The reaction was varied. Iida thought it was interesting, Uraraka thought it was nice, Kyoka liked how Izuku didn't see his quirks as a weapon but a living, and the other boy nodded. I see. Well then, I suppose we have something in common. The four were a little confused by that, and more so when a shadow monster appeared out of his stomach. The monster itself was like a bird mixed into a slime made of shadows. Dark Shadow. Hey there, party people. The other three though were surprised by its ability to speak. Izuku's eyes seemed to be filled with excitement. Izuku. Wow, you also have a sentient quirk too? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Nod. Yes, this is Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow then turned to the boy. Fumi, did you forget to introduce yourself too? What poor manners you have. Said teasing. Fumi's expression didn't change. He's right. I apologize. I am Fumikage Tokiyami. Izuku gives small smile. It's nice to meet you, Tokiyami. Iida then came in thinking that he and Uraraka, Kyoka should say something. Lida. Nice to make your acquaintance. I am Tenya Iida from Somei Private Academy. Uraraka. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Said with gave a wave. Kyoka. And I'm Kyoka Jiro. Nice to meet you. Said normal. Tokiyami nodded at the three. Yes, it is nice to meet you as well. Dark Shadow. Yep. Now say Midoriya, have you got any bird monsters? Asked in an obvious tease. It seemed like Izuku was back to square one, but still now Izuku had 4 new friends to walk with to the station with, and it was nice. Iida seemed really smart, Uraraka was nice, Kyoka was hard to read but nice to know he doesn't have to carry the secret alone, and Tokiyami was probably the first person ever to really relate to him. They both had living quirks that could do so much. It seemed nice and impressive, but the two knew about how stressful it could be at times. Now Izuku knew that he could probably get used to having friends that weren't confined to his phone. Even better, all of them had survived their first days of high school, and they needed rest because tomorrow would pull no punches. Next day at UA school. Izuku Pav. The curriculum of UA. High's hero course. Regular required classes, like English, in the morning. Inside class 1A, Mike teach the class about English. Mike. Which of these English sentences is wrong? Asked as he wrote down the 4 sentences on the board. 1. The man whom I respect most is my father. 2. That is the house in which he lived. 3. I well remember the day on which we both met. 4. Please tell me that all you know. Mina, Denki, Kyoka though, so normal. Impmon, Katsuki. So damn boring. Mike. Everybody, heads up. Let's get this party started. Tried to get his student to be more enthusiastic. Izuku. The relative pronoun is in the wrong place in number 4. Those he already knew the answer before present. Mike asked, but Izuku isn't the type of person who wants to be in spotlight, so he led other classmate to answer. Momo raised her hand and Answet since nobody was doing anything. Lunch time. Izuku Pav. Lunch is at the main cafeteria, where we can buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. Lunch rush. White rice is great comfort food, isn't it? Ochako. Yeah. Said as she chewed the delicious dish in delight along with. Agumon. Why up, why up? Said with mouth full. Izuku. Agumon, don't talk while you eat. Scold Agumon, who nod and stuff his face with more food. Izuku sat at a table with Uraraka, and Iida, Tokiyami on the other side. Kyoka would be sitting next to Izuku, but in between them sat Agumon. The only one who looked concerned about this seemed to be Iida. He coughed into the side of his fist to grab everyone's attention. Lida. Excuse me Midoriya, but are you sure you can afford to allow one of your creatures to be out? If I recall, you told me yesterday that using your quirk for too long makes you tired. The other 3 students sitting at the table stopped eating for a moment. They were curious too. Izuku knew the question would come up at some point, so it was a little easier for him to answer. Izuku. Well, that's because when they materialize, the energy they have comes from me. That means they don't really need to eat, but when they do I get a ton of the stuff they should, so it's kind of like giving back what I gave them. Gestured to how his tray didn't have much food, but Agumon's had lots. That's why it looks like he's eating for 2. Agumon then stopped eating for a moment, and looked at Iida. Agumon. Also, we have names to remember. We aren't just some creatures. Iida then straightened at the realization. How could he be so rude? He was there when Midoriya explained to Tokiyami that his monsters are sentient. He couldn't let this stand. Lita. I am incredibly sorry. Bowed as much as he could without hitting the table. I had no intention to be so disrespectful. Please allow me to know your name, so that I may not make the same mistake twice. Agumon was now in an awkward position. He wasn't really expecting that reaction. Agumon. It's okay. My name is Agumon. Nice to meet you, Uraraka. Oh hey, isn't that what you yelled out when you started transforming? You also yelled out something else when you were done. Tokiyami. War Greymon. A title that translates to Ancient War Mon. Izuku was a little surprised by Tokiyami's analysis. It looks like he did his research. Izuku. Yeah, that's right. And the transformation is something we call digivolving. It's short for digital evolution. Iida nodded in fascination. Midoriya's quirk was certainly interesting. Lita. Interesting. Your quirk is something to behold. The sheer complexity is almost baffling. Izuku chuckled with praise, but what Ochako asked make him froze a bit. Ochako. Then, what about the power you use in exam and test? Izuku. Oh, that is. Agumon. As the power of our combination. Answer it for Izuku and others look at him. We didn't about it yet until Aizawa-sensei tell us about the element use. Lita. Element use. Asked confused and curious along with others expect Kyoka since she already known it. Izuku nod. As a power that give me use of my friend's element, like Agumon his power is based on fire element and vaccine attribute. Kyoka. So you can use both fire and vaccine. Asked Bekasu she already know it but to keep OFA secret she play along with it. Izuku nod to Kyoka. Yup, and if I used to full power. Well, you know, point to the swollen finger and triple tired. Ochako. Ah, I see but, gloom down along with Lita and Tokiyami. Ochako, Lita, Tokiyami. Izuku, you are too overpower. Said at the same time. Kyoka. Yeah, I know what you all feel. Also join in the group. Izuku, Agumon only laugh nervous as they don't know what to say but continue to eat. Izuku Pav. And then, in the afternoon, we finally have Hero Basic Training. At afternoon in Class 1A. Class 1A talking each other guessing who will be the teacher of Hero Basic Training. Then they are heard a voice coming outside from door. All Might. I am. Izuku beam excited and everyone look at the door. Coming through the door like a normal person. Burst through the door very dramatically and Digimon inside Izuku phone just did an anime fall. Digimon. You called that normal? Shout in Izuku phone and Izuku laugh nervous. Denki. It's All Might. Said excitedly as he truly hyped by All Might teaching the school and not just him. Eijiro. Wow, he really is a teacher. Said with a grin. Suyu. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Said observantly. All Might walked toward the desk like army march step by step and Digimon only though was. Impmon. Why the hell is he walking like that? Vmon. Is so weird. Gulimon. And stupid. Other Digimon nod while Izuku only sweat drop of their words. Ojiro. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Said as a sweat rolled down his cheek. All Might. My subject will be teaching a hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basic of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. Pulled out a card from his pants and showed it to the class. Combat training. Katsuki. Combat. Said with hype along with Izuku Digimon. Izuku Digimon. Training. All Might. And to go with that are these. Point to the wall as he pressed the bottom in his right hand. From the wall number and case come out. All Might. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. Students cheer and Izuku pull out his one last item from his bag back. Izuku. Costumes. All Might. After you change, gather in ground beta. Class 1A. Yes sir. Shout in excited. An hour later at ground beta. All Might stood at ground beta waiting for his students arrived. After a couple of figures can be seen coming out through the tunnel. All Might. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware, from now on, you are heroes. As he said students from Class 1A all entered through the tunnel suited up ready to face whatever challenge that may come in their way. All of the students had costumes that best suited their quirks in one way, shape or form. They were also aesthetically pleasing to look at as all of the costumes were unique and best for the young and aspiring heroes in training and their personalities. All Might grin. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Flashback UA School. Izuku Pav. Clothing allowance. Before we enrolled in UA High, we submitted our Quirk registration, physical measurements and desired designs so a support company under exclusive contract with the school, Izuku Pav, could prepare state-of-the-art costumes for us. It's a wonderful system. Explain as we see Katsuki in Aoyama hero clothes. 3 weeks ago, at Midoriya home. Izuku. I need to go to City Hall to get my Quirk registration for the clothing allowance. Said as he looking for new set of clothes since the old one was not good and with his new OFA quirks so, he had change into another one. Doraemon. But don't you already registered as, wizard? Point out to Izuku who remember. Izuku gasp. You right. Ah. What should I do? Said when a phone appear beside Izuku and he see Gilman giving it to him. Gilman. You should ask All Might, Izuku. Izuku blink. Oh, yay. Said as he called the phone and tapped the speaker called. After the phone got picked, Izuku explained to Toshi all about it. Toshi. Quirk registration. Oh, you can update that. Said from UA teacher office. Izuku, Digimon. That easy. Yell in surprise Byaku's they though they couldn't change it again or need a Fed to change. Toshi laugh. Everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? See, there are cases where many people think their quirk is one thing but it might be more than they though. You can update your records once or twice when you understand them better. Normally, they don't accept such radical change but since you have more than one now. So, I think it's okay to update them more. In fact I think, Inko. I'm home. Said from main door and Izuku panicked and turned off his phone but it didn't take long for him to realize what he'd done. Izuku. Shit, I hang up by accident. I'll have to apologize later. Said as he look at the door with Digimon and see Inko come in with a bag. Izuku, Digimon. Welcome back. Inko. Hey, Izuku. I want to show you something. Pull out a dark green long coat and show it to Izuku. I was going through our old staff and found this. Though I'd give it to you after you managed to get into UA. Izuku. A long coat. Said as he take and look at the Degsin was great and when he look back he see a symbol of Digimon element. Izuku. This is, filled by Inko. Inko. Is your father coat when he was your age? Izuku look at the clothes feel so honor and painful because of not knowing the reason of why he left. Inko. Izuku. Izuku snap out and look her. I know it's hard for you to grow up without father Izuku but I know he's not the man without a reason to left us alone in dark. Give Izuku a long coat and caress his cheek. Wherever he is, I'm sure he is more proud of you than me. Izuku. Thanks mom. Hug her mom who hug back. Flashback end. Izuku was running out of the tunnel with his long coat and symbol Digimon element behind his back, which will be his hero costume. Izuku come out of the tunnel and we get a view of what he wearing. A dark green one-piece short-sleeved tracksuit with a red belt that had pouches for first aid materials and calorie bars. The second major piece was a dark green long coat he wore over the tracksuit. The coat stretched down to just above his ankles. He had black knee and shoulder pads, white tall combat boots, and 2 thick white arm bracers that stretched from over his hands to just below his elbows. They were made to act like small shields and punch. And last not least the digiv he wear, look in bio. Izuku. This is my costume. though with pride of the look. Izuku then stopped walking to run a diagnostic check. Izuku, can you guys hear me? Asked to his Digimon. Within the visor's interface a small rectangle like a portal appeared, and Doraemon, jump out. Dorman, we hear you loud and clear. His voice reached through to Izuku earpiece he had on. Another small portal then appeared and Agumon jump out. Agumon, I knew this thing was gonna be cool. From another portal appear and Impmon jump out. Impmon, no, is way cooler. Said with hype. Izuku chuckle his Digimon friends love his invention but his though cut off by Ochako called out to him. Ochako. Oh, Izuku. Called bout to Izuku and walked toward him. Izuku. Uraraka. Blushed as he see the girl outfit. Ochako. Your costume looks awesome. It looks like a cyberpunk. Izuku. Gee thanks. Is this your hero costume? Ochako. Yeah, I forgot to describe what I wanted, so my outfit turned out to be skin-tight bodysuit. Said with little embarrassed. Kyoka. Yeah, especially here. Point to her chest with her earphone jack and Ochako hide it with arm around her chest. Izuku. Is this your hero costume Jiruo? Asked with blush. Kyoka. Yeah, I like just normal suit. Said monotone, or did you thinking for skin-tight suit? Asked with test tone. Izuku blush red. And no, is just you look, glup nervous and mutter quietly, hot. Kyoka blush when she heard his whisper but didn't said anything back and walk away and hurried. Izuku Digimon Ochako titled their Jed confuse and shrug it off. Mineta. The hero course is the best. Said while lifting his thumb up and only Izuku Digimon heard it. All Might looked at Izuku's costume and liked it. All Might. At least you're not trying to copy my look or your father. That's good young Midoriya. All Might. Now, it's time for combat training. Announce an armor hero suit raised his hand. Lita. Sir. Izuku turned Arua MD and realized who was inside the armor. Izuku. Oh, that was Lita-kun. He looks cool. Though. Lita. This is Battle Center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? All Might. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Said while raising both fingers. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Suyu. Without basic training. Said with tilted her head. All Might. This is a real battle to understand those basics. Said with fist up. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can beat up. Momo. How will wins and losses be determined? Katsuki. Can we beat them up anyway? Ochako. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Lita. How shall we be split up? Aoyama. Isn't this cape crazy? Asked with twickled. All Might. I'll answer all your questions. Said while he pulled out a script from the pocket and read for them. Now, listen. Izuku Digimon. A script. Show in though surprise. Kyoka. Really, All Might. Though with sweat drop. All Might. The situation is that THW villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole times or catch the heroes. Izuku. The situation feels very American. Doraemon. Yay, but how will he team up us? Asked along with others. Digimon look curious. All Might. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Said as he show a yellow box in hands. Digimon fall down like anime and yell. Is like a gotcha. Lita. They're being decided so haphazardly. Asked as he though selection would be organized or in number. Izuku. Pro often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why. Explained to Lita. Lita. I see, the discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. Said with a bow. All Might. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. Said with a hype and students went and drew their lots to see who that were paired up with. Team A. Izuku Ochako. Team B. Shoto Shoji. Team C. Momo Mineta. Team D. Katsuki Lita. Team E. Mina Aoyama. Team F. Sato Kota. Team G. Denki Kyoka. Team H. Tokoyami Tsuyu. Team I. Ojiro Toru. Team J. Eijiro Siro. Ochako. Wow, it must be fate. I'm counting on you, said cheerfully. Izuku. Oh okay, said with a nervous smile. All Might. The first teams to fight will be, said as he dramatically took his hand out and showed a ball in air, these guys. Izuku Katsuki, Digimon look surprised and never expect they be fighting so soon. All Might. Team A will be the heroes and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Class 1A. Yes, sir. Beside the 4 students participating, other students from Class 1A go to monitor room to watch the battle that was about to unfold. Izuku looked towards Katsuki and saw that he was giving him a mean glare. Izuku wanted to roll his eyes but he stopped with a though and decided to glare him back. Katsuki was taken back by this gesture and just got even angrier and made a low growl. Izuku Pov. Childhood friend and friends turn to rival. Rival turn into best friend. This is how our hero story began. At ground beta, All Might. Team A will be the heroes and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room, announced to students. Class 1A. Yes, sir. Izuku, Ochako, Lita and Katsuki stay on ground beta while others go to monitor room. All Might. Villain team go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in and the battle will start. Izuku, Ochako, Lita. Yes sir. All Might. Young Lita, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. Said to both near the door, this is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. Remind to Katsuki and Lita. Lita. Yes sir. Respond back while Katsuki look Izuku who looking at the building while saying something to his Digimon. All Might. If things go too far, I will stop it. Lita. Yes sir. Respond back while Katsuki still looking at Izuku with gritted his teeth in absolute rage at the sight before entering the building with Lita. Inside the building, Iida and Bakugo were in a room with a large missile. Lita. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. Said as he approached the fake bomb, so our job is to protect this. Said as he knocked the fake bomb, it's paper match. Katsuki. Hey, Iida turns to Bakugo who was standing at the door. Do you think Deku has more than one quirk? Lita. Huh, didn't you see how he threw that ball with super strength an element of his? From what I've seen his power can hurt his body if he goes to a certain level where he has no control and he said the element and super strength was the same to his original quirks. So, no I don't have another quirks. Speaking of Midoriya, why? Do you get angry when it comes to him? Do you two have a history together? Asked while Bakugo was shaking in anger. Katsuki. That's not possible. I know better than anyone that his quirks don't have super strength in it. He may deceive other but not me. You better watch out Deku because I'm going to show. Though as he also remembers something if Izuku has more than one quirks then he been deceive him all those years to him, then. That damn nerd, though with more anger that he totally forget about the first one. Outside of the building, Ochako was getting a little nervous, as Izuku was mumbling to himself all kinds of plans they could employ. Izuku then snapped out of it suddenly but in reality it was Guilmon and Impmon screaming in his ear to stop. Izuku look Ochako. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to go off like that and the apology continued. Ochako. It's okay, but I'm more worried about the building's plans. Are we supposed to memorize the whole thing? Said with sweat drop. Izuku. Well I don't know about everyone else, but we won't. I saved a photo of it right here. Said as he tapped on his Digivice and show a layout plan of building and even inside of it. Ochako. Whoa, that support item is super cool. What do you call it? Izuku. Digivice short for digital access device. That let me able to summon my Digimon friend from here, instead from phone. Ochako. Cool, so do you have a plan for us win this training, Midoriya? Izuku. I have but something tell me that Katsuki will come after me so, you will find the bomb with my Digimon friends while we keep him busy. Ochako. Great, but which Digimon friends will come with me and which will stay with you? Asked curious. Izuku. Don't worry, I already plan it out. said as he looked at his friend inside a visor. All Might. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. Announce from speaker with an alarm ring. Monitoring room. The students and All Might were in a room with a large screen with multiple monitors at different angles. All Might. Okay, everyone, you all should think as well, said to students around him. Young Midoriya, here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly without playing favorites. Though as he grab a earphone plug and look at the screen. Back inside the building, Izuku and Ochako come through from the window and Izuku summon Gabumon to sniff out Katsuki and Lita. The two students follow the knight in training with slow steps to not make too much noise. Suddenly something grabbed Gabumon's attention. He then turned around and started running in the opposite direction. Izuku had an idea of what this meant, so he followed while Ochako followed with confused. At the corner, Gabumon stopped along with Izuku and Ochako. Gabumon turned around and speak to Izuku and Ochako. Gabumon. Bakugo is on this floor alone. Uraraka was surprised that Gabumon identified Bakugo so easily. Izuku nodded to Gabumon and he started the plan into motion. He summoned all his Digimon and give a order. Izuku, Doraemon, Agumon, Impmon, Guilmon and Gabumon will go with Uraraka to find Lita and stop the bomb while me and Vmon will beat or catch Katsuki and come after you. Ochako and Digimon. Got it. Said in confidence expect Vmon who's still having a second though about Izuku plan. Izuku. Vmon, you okay? Asked with worry. Vmon look Izuku. I think we should bring Impmon with us too. Since, I can't digivolve yet. Said with fear, worries and nervous that he can't keep with Izuku or afraid he failed the team. Ochako gasped surprised by one of Izuku Digimon can't evolve and look at Izuku for to continue. Izuku. I know that's why, said as he typed the words in air and as other only see Izuku finger moving on their own but as not. On his Digivice visor, Izuku see the keyboard and words for digital codes. He typed for a moment until a different egg appear in Izuku hands. Ochako and Digimon look at the egg with confuse until Izuku explain them. Izuku. This is not a digi-egg like I created you guys but a armor egg that well able to let you evolve without my soul digital code. Explain to Digimon and Ochako who only nod and Izuku give it to Vmon who take it with surprise that Izuku was doing this for him but he still doubt if this work or not but all his doubt vanished when Izuku touch his shoulder and give encourage words. Izuku. I know it sounds crazy and stupid but if it's you. I know it will work and you won't be alone in this fight because I will be there too, to show Katsuki. That I'm not a useless deku that hide behind my friends anymore but a Drazel that will fight alongside with my friends. Announces his Digimon feel so proud of him and Ochako remember the words she said to him. Vmon feels so shame that he was filled with negative though and despises himself for being weak but now here his master choosing him and giving him encourage words to move forward without looking back at the past. Vmon look up determined and nod his head. Alright, let's do this. Both then run toward where Gabumon first smelt Bakugo. The rest went to go find Lita and hopefully the weapon. Izuku and Vmon keep running down the hall hoping they would meet with Katsuki any moment. Both them meet Explosive Boy, at the corner where Izuku and Vmon dodge the blast Katsuki made. Izuku. Are you alright, Vmon? Vmon. Yeah. Both look at the dust Katsuki made as they see Katsuki cleared the smoke away and look at Izuku and Vmon with a big grin. Katsuki. Finally found you. Back at the monitoring room. Mineta. A surprise attack from the start. Said with surprise as everyone only looking at the monitor. Eijiro. Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all. All Might. A surprise attack is a strategy, too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now. Mina. Midoriya and Vmon doge the attack well. Said with hype. Ojiro. But why does Midoriya didn't go with Ochako and leave Bakugo with his monster? Sato. Maybe he has some kind of secret weapons that make Bakugo defeat. All students have their own thought expect Kyoka who knows why Izuku did this. Flashback to Others Day. After departing with Lita, Ochako and Tokoyama on train station. Izuku and Kyoka ride the same train because both just now know they are living in the same neighborhood but only different was their house were few block away. Both were keep on their normal conversation until, Kyoka. Hey, Midoriya, I have question for you. Izuku. Shoot. Kyoka. Why is Bakugo always glaring at you? Izuku, stop what he is doing and look at Kyoka. I mean, I know we are competitive each others in test training, but why is he always glaring you in every test you did? Izuku sigh and scratch his cheek. Is because, cut off by Impmon. Impmon shout out from Izuku. He's jealous of Izuku. Izuku and Kyoka look Izuku phone and see Impmon and others Digimon look at them. Impmon. Every day that's Parmenaria come to us an insult. Vmon. Threat. Agumon. Jealous. Guilmon. Overconfident. Gabumon. Big ego. Doraemon. And worst of all. Digimon. He's bullied Izuku, when we are asleep. Shout at the same time as Izuku and Kyoka only heard because of the earplug. Izuku laughed nervous while Kyoka was dumbfounded because how much Izuku Digimon were hold grudges against Bakugo and never though bullied too. Kyoka. Did Bakugo really bullied you? Izuku. Sometime but all the other time, he just threat with me, die. Words. Kyoka image that Bakugo doing a die words all the time with Satan grin. Kyoka snort. Yeah, Izuku. But under all that insult, threat, jealous, overconfident and big ego. He really just went to point thing out for me. Kyoka look at him rise eyebrow. Like, how I be weak against when my phone was destroyed. Line cut off with my Digimon world or villain target me first and use my Digimon to their purpose. Kyoka. Gee, that's reasonable, but I can't see it in him. Digimon nod to Kyoka words. Izuku chuckle nervous. Anyway, the reason for his bully was that I always stay behind my Digimon and never up front. Fist up, but that's, well, all about to change someday. If I have a chance to fight against him, I will show him that I will not be in the back anymore. I will be up front with my royal knights. Look at his hand with determined eyes, I promise you that. Kyoka beside him looking at Izuku with blush of how much his personality changed to different ones when he becomes serious and his words carried like his heartbeat and his voice becomes so dangerous. Flashback end. Kyoka though. Why am I blushing that time? Wait, did I like him? Shake her head, idiot, that's not possible, I thinking too much. Though to herself and look back the fight. Back in the fight, Katsuki charge at Izuku with a big grin. Katsuki. I won't hurt you so much that they'll have to stop the fight. But I'll get close to it. Now fight me, said as he ran towards Izuku, intending to attack him. Katsuki aimed another blast, but Vmon intercepted it, slamming his V headbutt straight into the boy's stomach, causing him to feel a little pain, and Izuku grabbed the explosive blonde's arm, twisted it and moved his body while pulling Bakugo over his shoulder and slamming him to the ground. Before Katsuki slammed to the ground, what's with this? Did they read my moves? Though with surprise while slammed to the ground. Everyone in the monitoring room was amazed at what they had just seen. Izuku. You know what I have noticed, Kachan. You always start with a right punch in a fight. I know that because I've been watching you for years. Bakugo slowly got up and turned towards Izuku. Izuku. I've analyzed all the amazing heroes out there, including you. You know the notebook you blew up at school. You were in it. In other words, my little friend, I know you very well. Bakugo glared at Izuku and started to get angry. Izuku kept his eyes closed and said one more thing. Izuku. And I'm not the deku anymore. That weak, useless deku you knew has changed to another one now. Now, I'm Drazel, said as he opened his eyes and got a very serious and determined expression. Vmon. Yeah, end song. Katsuki. Deku. Remember the time where Izuku stopped Bakugo and his gang with his weak Digimon? Even though you are all weak. Papa explosion in his palm. That's what I hate about you. Shout in anger. Lita. Hey, Bakugo. Give me your status. What happened? Iida called through a headset in Bakugo ear. Bakugo went to the headset and said. Katsuki. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now. Lita. I'm not asking about how you feel. Hey. Asked before hearing the call cut off, he hung up. Going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Yelled frustrated by Bakugo attitude. Monitoring room. Eijiro. What was Bakugo saying? Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound. The students saw that Bakugo was clearly talking to someone, but they couldn't hear anything on the video. All Might. He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Show a tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. Mina. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? All Might. Yes, Mina. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. All Might. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Mr. Aizawa tell you, too? You know. Students nod what All Might about to said. Here we go. Plus Ultra. Everyone shouted the school motto. Yuga. Monsieur, Bakugo is, noticed something and everyone turned their attention to the screen. Back at the fight, Katsuki. Oi, what are you waiting for? Transform already, said to Vmon, who glare at him without saying anything. Well. Vmon. I don't need Digivolve to beat you, Katsuki. I can still fight you on my own in this form. Shout back in anger. Katsuki. Why you, both, Dottar, charge toward Izuku and Vmon with explosion, getting on my nerve. Shouten made a kick toward Izuku head and throw explosion to Vmon, who got hit and lunge back to the wall. Serve you right. Said with a smirk, but feel his leg grab and look down, see Izuku grab him and slammed him into the wall. Katsuki grunt in pain as he see Izuku ice kick about to come toward his head. He blocked it with explosion and the shock wave push Izuku back near Vmon. Izuku. You okay, Vmon? Vmon. Why yeah. Said as he sit up and shake his head. Both look at the smoke and see Katsuki come out with an anger look. Izuku. Alright, let's run now. Vmon. Vmon. Before Vmon can ask Izuku pick him up and run to others' way. Katsuki looked surprised first, then turned into anger by a second. Katsuki. Come back here, Deku. Said as he run after Izuku and Vmon. Vmon. Oi, Izuku. Why are we running? Izuku. We not running from him, Vmon. We are making him irritate so we can launch the surprise attack when he'll least expect. Explained to Vmon. Vmon. But would Katsuki fall for that stupid trick? Asked a question, but they heard a loud yell and explosive sound. Don't answer it. Said with deadpan. Katsuki, who lost Izuku and Vmon on the way as he look around for a moment until his anger reach his limit and yell. Katsuki. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? Huh, you've got more than summon freak quirk there, don't you? Izuku and Vmon heard it but both didn't said anything. Try and get me with it. 'Cause I'm better than you. Said with pop explosion in both palms. Monitoring room. Zero. He seems real angry. It's scary. Looking at Bakugo face, who was really piss off. All Might. I had heard from young Doraemon and Gabumon that young Bakugo is a mass of pride, but that mass has gotten too big. But remember the time of Doraemon words said to him. Doraemon. It's true that Katsuki have a big pride about himself, but that only happened because of the adult around as. All Might. What do you mean? Gabumon. Well, both got praised for having a great quirks, but a lot of adult praise more Katsuki than Izuku because of his explosion quirk. Doraemon. So, all the adults though Katsuki were destined to become greatest number one hero, while Izuku can never become number one. Gabumon. That's why Izuku always look up to him, but Katsuki got the wrong message from Izuku. Doraemon. But now, Doraemon Gabumon. He wanted Katsuki to see him as rivalry as we all did. Meanwhile, with Ochako and others, Digimon is hiding behind one of the pillars in the room where Iida has the bomb. Doraemon. We found it. Now we just need to distracted Lita while Ochako secured the bomb. About to come up a plan but stopped by Lita said something. Lita. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trail to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Lita family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. Turned to door and continued. I am extremely evil. At that childish laughter was heard from behind a pillar, then a smack, then a yelp of pain, and then another smack. Impmon. Why do you keep hitting me? Gilman. Because you're being too loud. Respond angrily. Lita. Who is there? Reveal yourself at once. Said by keep on playing evil being. Guilman and Impmon reveal themselves by moving away from Pillar. Lita. Ah, I see. So Midoriya must send you out as scouts, Well, now that I've spotted you, that won't work. Pointed at Impmon. You must be the devious Impmon. Pointed at Guilman. And you are either Vmon or Guilman, yes. Guilman. Yeah, I'm, Guilman. Responded with a face that clearly showed that he was struggling not to laugh. Lita. Well then Guilman and Impmon, you won't be claiming this weapon for your master, for it is mine, Idas. Began to laugh maniacally. Guilman. Why is he talking like that? Was struggling not to laugh but failing badly. Impmon. He really wants to sell it. Said with laughing his heart out. Behind a pillar, Doraemon holding onto Agumon's mouth from trying to keep him from laughing. Behind a pillar at the opposite side there was a similar situation with Gabumon putting his hands over Ochako mouth to get her not to laugh. Back with Izuku, Bakugo and Vmon. Katsuki keep on searching at Deku and Vmon. At the corner, Katsuki take a step forward first, then Vmon. V headbutt. Shout his attack from left corner, but Bakugo dodge the attack by using explosion and land far away from Vmon. Then Izuku appear from right corner with capture tape. He tried to capture Bakugo, but Bakugo saw Izuku in split second. He used Deku to left him capture his right arm and use a explosion with left arm. Vmon. Izuku. Shout in worries as he see Izuku come out from the smoke with bruises. Katsuki. Do you actually think a surprise attack work on me? Deku. Asked. Katsuki then heard a click on his herd gauntlet. They're loaded. Mutter his himself and look back at Vmon and Izuku. Katsuki. Oi, why aren't you going all out? Izuku. Vmon. Titled his head confused. Katsuki. Don't play stupid with me. I know you aren't using your strength power or when Aizawa-sensei made you redo the ball throw test. You know, the power where you threw the damn ball 100 kilometers away. Yelled angrily. Izuku. Katsuki. Said with sad face, thinking Izuku was holding back to him. Katsuki. Are you saying you too can win me, without using your evolved or powers? Are you two underestimating me, Yell at them. Vmon. Like hell, we are. Yell at Katsuki. Izuku. Me and everyone in Digimon always look up to you with respect and amaze since we were born, but you always ignore us or didn't give a damn about us whenever we fight. Said as he hold tight the egg. We all respect you, Katsuki, but look at Katsuki with determined. Now, we aren't anymore Bakugo Katsuki. We will show you that Izuku is more worthy to the #1 hero spot than you, and we his knight will make sure that he will get that spot. Announced to Katsuki. Izuku. Vmon. Said in happy and proud of him while Katsuki grit his teeth in anger until he turned into big grin. Katsuki. Big words, from someone like you who can't evolve. Said to Vmon and point the gauntlets at Izuku. Since you all knows my attack, then you will notice this gauntlets isn't just for a show. Pull back the holder and pin pop out. If they made this the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them, and grab the pin and Izuku, Vmon and All Might notice what will happen if that pin pull. All Might. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? Said from earpiece. Katsuki. If I don't hit him, he won't die. Shout back and pull the pin, firing a powerful blast. Vmon. Izuku. Run toward Izuku, and on the way the egg light shine in Vmon hands and both lights sallow each other's. Katsuki shockwave blast not only shake the training building but also the monitor room too. Monitor room. Ajiro. This is supposed to be a class. All Might. Young Midoriya. Called out to Izuku from earpiece with worried. Kyoka and Tokiyami look with worried for their friends. Mina. Hey, look. Pointed to one video, where they see a big egg surrounded by a flame. With Bakugo. Katsuki also see the big egg in front of him. Not knowing what Deku did, then they heard an announce come from inside the egg. Vmon. Vmon armor evolved too. From inside the egg 3 crawl come out first and wave his hand, then everyone look at with surprise. Izuku. That's, filled by Flamedraman. Burning courage, Flamedraman. Katsuki. Finally. Said with a grin looking forward to fight. With Lita. Bakugo, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Called to earpiece but Bakugo didn't answer back. Guilman. This is our chance. Said to Impmon, who nod, and both use their attack. Fireball. Spit out a fire from his mouth. Impmon. Bada boom. Snap his finger and throw fireball at Lita. Both fireball coming at Lita, who dodge it and kick Impmon and Guilman, who guard with their hands in X mark. Lita kick not make Guilman and Impmon lunched it but skip away. Impmon. Guilman and Lita stare at each other's first until Guilman Impmon shake their hands in pain. Ouch. Guilman. That's kick is really hard. Shake. Impmon. Is so much worse than him. Point to All Might, who punch and kick at them back in beach training. Lita. Haha. Laugh like evil, your seek attack work on me heroes. Said to Guilman and Impmon. And since you can't evolve because of the size and helped from your master, is my wins heroes. Said with evil laugh. Guilman and Impmon girth their teeth. He's truly evil. Though knowing is true, without Izuku using his Digi-Soul they can't evolve and their size is very difficult to move indoor. Behind a pillar, Doraemon, Agumon, Gabumon and Ochako got a plan and they are about to use it. Back with Katsuki, Flamedraemon and Izuku. Katsuki, Izuku stare at Flamedraemon while Flamedraemon look at Katsuki. Three of them are in silent until Flamedraemon. Are you okay, Izuku? Izuku snap out. Why yay? Look back at Katsuki while getting up. Ready to go, Flamedraemon. Flamedraemon. Yeah. Take a stance and glare at Katsuki. Katsuki. Come. Said with pop his explosion. Before three of them fight, All Might warn Katsuki from speaker. All Might. Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. Warn him. Katsuki. Huh, look surprise. All Might. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villain. Katsuki grit his teeth in anger. Fine, then. Lunge toward Izuku and Flamedraemon with explosive behind him. Let's fight it out with our fists. Shout and use explosive to direct Flamedraemon face, who take the attack head on. Katsuki grin thinking he won, but from the smoke Flamedraemon appear and attack him with knuckle fire. Yell out his attack and give Katsuki a uppercut. Katsuki sent flying away, but he quickly steadied himself with the explosive. He land down and look back at Flamedraemon with anger. Flamedraemon crack his neck and show Katsuki that he have no damage on his body. Flamedraemon. Weren't you paying attention, Sparky? My armor is flame resistant. Said with a smug, making Katsuki anger more and charged at him with explosive. Fire rocket. Shot out a fireball from its fist. Katsuki dodged the attack. When it's gone, he was met with a kick to his face from Izuku, who used Flamedraemon as a boost to throw at him. Katsuki sent flying back away and slam against the wall. He cough out a saliva and fall down to ground. Flamedraemon and Izuku hope that make Katsuki down, but they known Katsuki won't go down so easily. Both then see Katsuki get up and glare at them. Izuku. Flamedraemon, use your strong attack. Said to Flamedraemon, who nod, and Izuku take a stance. Flamedraemon. Flame started to cover his body. Shot. And charged toward Katsuki along with Izuku, who didn't notice that he used one for all power in left arm and a spark of green flame appear. Katsuki. Die. Put both hands close and launched a big explosion. Both power collapse, pushing back and forth until Izuku and Flamedraemon power push back Katsuki blast. Katsuki eyes wide surprise as he see both of his enemy attack coming close to him, and he see a flash of his defeat, but All Might. Heroes teams wins. Announce from speakers, and Izuku, Flamedraemon change their attack to the wall and slam against them with a big boom. End song. Flashback to where Ochako, Lita and Digimon fight. After Doraemon explain his plan to Ochako, Agumon and Gabumon, he give a signal to Guilman and Impmon. Guilman and Impmon see Doraemon's signal. Both look at each other's first, then Impmon attacked first. Impmon. Bada boom. Shoot out a fireball at Lita. Lita. You same attack work on me, heroes. Yell as he doge Impmon attack, but didn't see another attack come to him. Guilman dashed forward with impressive speed, and threw his claw at the ground beneath Iida, rock breaker. A shock then traveled through the ground, and Iida was knocked off balance. As Lita fall, Gabumon come out from the pillar. Gabumon. Blue blaster. Release a steam of blue fire at the ground near Lita. A ground near Lita turned to ice and trapped Lita. Lita tried to struggle free and didn't notice Ochako made weightless to herself and throw toward the bomb by Doraemon and Agumon. When Ochako near the bomb, she stopped her gravity and caught the bomb. Lita. No. The weapon. Shout. Flashback end. Flamedraman who come out from debris as Vmon since the last attack make him change back. Vmon. That's really hurt. Said to himself as he rubbed his head. Izuku. Looks like we win. Said as he rubbed his left arm. See no sallow. Wait, did I? Remember he used one for all without hurting himself. I really did. Vmon and Izuku heard a footstep and look back. See Ochako, Lita and others Digimon come down to their place in hurried and they see Izuku and Vmon just in normal bruises. Katsuki stand like a statue and a place was full of debris. Ochako. What happened here? Lita. We heard a big bomb again. Izuku, Vmon look at each other's first then look back. Ochako, Digimon and Lita with nervous. Izuku, Vmon. Well, said with soft laugh. After the battle with two teams and All Might announce the hero teams win the battle. Everyone in the monitor room looking at the scene with surprise. Denki. What the heck? Those guys are off the chart. Said with a shock because of Izuku and Flametamon did. Tokoyama. Hero won the battle but they didn't win against his foe, huh? Said monotone. Mineta. Even though, this is training. Those guys go all out. Said in fear thinking what will happen when Izuku go to bad side. Back in training room, we see Izuku, Lita, Ochako and Digimon walk out the training and Izuku look Bakugo on last time before he walk away. Katsuki look at his hand and see it shaking. My fight. Deku predicated it. On top of that, he found a way to win the exercise, though as he remember Izuku and Veman words. Izuku. You're an amazing person, that's why we look up to. Veman. From the time we born we all admire you Bakugo. Izuku. We all wanted to beat you. Veman. But you didn't care the weakling like us. Izuku, Veman. That's why we want to win and surpass, you idiot. Katsuki started to hyperventilating. Does that mean, even if we fought all out, Deku and his freak would completely beat? Though as he see a flashback of where Izuku hand glow with green flame and Flametamon fist flame coming toward him. Katsuki about to freak out until he feel a hand touch on his shoulder making him snap out from his illusion. Katsuki look back see All Might looking at him with concern. All Might. Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Said to him, whether you win or lose, looking back and learn from your experiences is a part of life. Katsuki slow nod and look down while follow All Might lead. 5A. And I hold my breath like the quiet is sinking into the air. Biting my nails on the emergency stair which will tomorrow be. The day has come. The same sense. The night that will never end. The rain that will never stop. They exist in this good-for-nothing world. Izuku in Tokyo, Shinjuku Middle Street, stand in the rain as the people around walk past him until in turn into digital code world. Isn't it little strange? I doze off and can't stay standing. It's not like I'm blaming you. As Izuku walk forward in digital world, Dorman appear beside Izuku like a digital and they walk side by side until others come out from rooftop, sky, alleyway, under a lamp and so on. Playing alone in a daydream. 4 years Izuku and Katsuki looking at each other on different side as it passed each other and turned into 14 years old in their Aldria clothes as they stand on their side without looking at each. Will you even be embarrassed of what you imagine there? When Izuku and Bakugo clothes turn into Yue both eyes narrow as they look back each other's with their fist connect as the scream turn white and Tamura appear with a glowing color bracelet and devil with red eyes grin behind his back. Getting F entangled in a maze. Will you say you will go even the sound of the starting bell played by the small traveler. Don't know where you're going, aren't you actually scared? The same scene from video. Each step you take is changing. Izuku and Digimon stand in front of the growing red eyes as it look down on Izuku and his Digimon who were in scarch and metal part. The day has come. Izuku point his finger into the air as his hero clothes appear on his and Digimon change to their royal mode as the song goes on and in last title appear. In monitor room, All Might. Well, even if I say that, the MVP for this battle was young Lita. Announce making everyone surprise expect black hair girl. Sue. It's not either of the winners, Ochako or Midoriya. Asked confused. All Might. Well, why is that? Said as he put a hand on Shim. Does anyone know? Asked the students. Momo. Yes, Mr. All Might. Said as he raised her hand up. This is because Lita adapted the most to the context of the training. All Might fours as he let her continue. Momo. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own because of an obviously personal grudge, and as Mr. All Might said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. In the same way, Midoriya also acted on his own as a personal grudge, too. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, if not for Izuku Monster help, and while Izuku Monster show a great teamwork and strategy, but at their last attack was they shouldn't throw anything at the bomb or fire a flame near around the bomb. If this was a real situation, the bomb could have exploded. Look, Lita had prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late in responding to the final attack. Lita was crying a tear of joy while others three gloomed down by Momo's words. Momo. The hero team only won because they took advantage of the fact that this was training. They were practically breaking the rules, said as she finished speaking. Everyone in the room was total silent, even All Might too. All Might. Shush, she said more than I expected. Though with nervous smile. Well, young Lita also has parts of him that could be more relaxed. But well, that was correct. Said with give thumb up to Momo. Momo. Start with the basics to develop depth of learning. Devote oneself wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become top heroes. Chat her Mento with proud voice. Mike Pav. Momo Yaoyorozu. One of 4 students admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. Digimon. She's so cool. Said from Digivice as Izuku also nod that, while Momo words may be harsh but is the true, like Aizawa. All Might. All right everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackler this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Class 1A. Yes, sir. Said back expect Katsuki, who's still in shock. Battle Building B. All Might. Match 2. Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. Announce. Team B were Shoji and Shoto while Team B were Ojiro and Toru. Inside the building, Toru. Ojiro. Called out to Ojiro, who stretched his arm. I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots, too. Said as she take off her clothes. Ojiro. Oh okay. Though with sweat drop. Hagakure. That's the correct decision as an invisible person, but that's not great for a girl, morally speaking. Toru realize. You can't look, okay. Ojiro. I can't see you even if I tried. Back in monitor. Everyone looking forward to how they fight against each others and what their quirks are. Izuku, who looked forward to learn new quirks from others, but he was now trying to look away from the girl named Toru because of Impmon prank making him see the girl naked a day in Digivice. Izuku tried to stay cool but can't because of Toru, and since everyone looking at the scene, they didn't notice Izuku freak out expect Kyoka, who looking at him with suspicious. All Might. Now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. Announce an alarm ring in battle. In battle, Shoji expend his arm and turn ear at the tips of his tentacles and listen to Toru and Ojiro footstep. Mike Pav. Mezzo Shoji. Quirk dupli arms. He can create replicas of his own body parts on the tips of his tentacles. Shoji ear turn into a mouth and said to Shoto, who come in and stand beside near him. Shoji. One in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor. They're barefoot. The invisible one is coming to ambush and capture us, huh? Shoto. Go outside. It's dangerous. Said in monotone as he moved forward. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. Said as he put a hand on the wall and ice started to spread from his hand and feet. But that does not matter to me. Shoto used his ice to cover the entire building, trapping not only Ojiro but also Toru too. Shoji, who was outside, looked surprised by Shoto Quirk's control. Ojiro, who near the bomb, see himself trapped by ice. This quirk is, stop by her to footstep and see Shoto. Shoto. You can MVOE if you want, but the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight your best. Said to Ojiro and walked past him. Ojiro fist up anger he defeats so easily. In monitor room, everyone was shaking in freeze by Shoto cold as they see their own breathe. All Might. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon, and on top of that, he weakened the enemy. Ajiro. He's so strong. On Digivice, Gabumon appear and speak. Gabumon. Hey Agumon, it's that like when we Digivolve. Agumon. Hey, you're right. War Greymon is fire. Gabumon. And Metal Garurumon is ice. Izuku. You guys balance each other out. Said with a smile, maybe, I can do it too, but to able to control like that is a long way. Muttered to himself and looked Katsuki see him eyes wide surprise. Shoto touched the bomb and All Might announce hero win. After Shoto heard they win, he used his little small flame to metal all ice on building. Mike Pav. Shoto Todoroki. He's another one of the 4 admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. His quirks is Loft Cold, Half Hot. He freezes with his right and burns with his left. The range and temperature of his ability is unknown. What is he? A monster. In monitor room, everyone in the room left with stunt of how Shoto was strong and how he was able to control his quirks easily. Sato. Wow. Denki. What's up with that quirk? Said nervous. Sue. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. All Might. All right, everyone gather round for a review of the second match, and after that, we will begin the third match. Class 1A. Yes, sir. Expect Katsuki, who was in the back, who looked frustrated. Battle Building C. Team J was Zero, Ajiro, who was villain, and Team H Tokiyami, Sue were hero. Next was Team C was Momo, Mineta, who was villain. Momo, who was doing all the work while Mineta were trying to peek at her hero clothes only to get a glare by her. In monitor room, one person also eye twitch by Mineta did but ignore it for now. Team G was Kyoka, Denki, who was hero, and their fight was Team C. Next was Team F Sato, Kota against Team E Mina, Aoyama. Aoyama, who was walking and sparkling until Mina acid skate move make her acid drop on Aoyama cape, who shocked and gloomed down. After everyone gone through the lessons, they gather at the entrance. All Might. Good work everyone. You all did a good job for your first training. Sue. To have such a proper class after Mr. Aizawa's class, said as students remember the shitty grin Aizawa showed to them. It's kind of anticlimactic, said as some nod at her words. All Might. We're free to have proper classes, as well. Now, watch how a pro exits. Like he's got somewhere to be. Said and ran off in an extreme burst of speed, so extreme it kicked up quite a bit of wind. Denki. All Might's amazing. Ojiro. Why was he in such a hurry? Izuku Kyoka, Digimon. Probably his time up. Though as everyone go back to change room. All Might look back one more time toward Katsuki. Young Bakugo is a mass of pride. Dottan, there's nothing more fragile than a heart that's welled to bursting. As his teacher, I must counsel him well. But right now, though as his body come out of steam, and when he see a staff door. He gone and lock the door. If I teach a class. I barely have enough time, shit. Transform back into skinny Toshi. Class 1A returned to their classroom, and now discussion had started over their matches. Ajiro. Hey Midoriya, your fire lizard was manly. I don't know what you both saying to Bakugo, but you both looked real cool back there. Izuku little surprised by Ajiro approach. Oh yeah, he is cool and his name was Vmon. Sato. Hey, I'm Sato and I've been wondering. Why did you only transform one of your guys? Tokiyami answer for Sato question. Because of the size different and I don't think anyone can move in that narrow space. Izuku nod. That's right, and the only one who had a good size when he digivolve was Impmon, but now Vmon too. Denki. Digivolve. Titled his head confuse. Izuku. It's short for digital evolution. Since they are made out of data. Explain it for him. Denki. Ah, I see. By the way, name Denki Kaminari. Point a finger to Izuku. You might wanna keep an eye on me because I'm gonna end up being the most popular boy in this school. Announce himself with smug and very one look at him sweat drop. Kyoka. Don't you have no shame when you said that? Asked monotone. Denki. Nope, because it will be the truth. Show no shame when he said it. Others and Digimon only look at him with sweat drop and praise for his self-confident. Momo. Excuse me Midoriya, but could you explain to us what happened near the end of your match where you have a green flame in your hand? Asked from behind. Izuku looked back, see the pony black hair girl with Lita behind her walking toward them, and asked. Izuku answer nervous. Oh that, well, I don't know how it happened or what changed the element flame to green flame, said as he remembered the mysterious flame he did. Lita. I see, but what is that element you keep saying about Izuku and how is that related to your quirk? Asked as he chopped his hand, and others listened closely to him, even Shoto and Bakugo too. Izuku. About that, we didn't notice it until Aizawa-sensei point out for us, said nervous. Ochako. Wait, does that mean Aizawa-sensei know about your quirks more than yourselves? Asked with surprise, as others were too. Izuku. I ashamed to admit it, but yes, Aizawa-sensei knows about my quirks more than me. Zero. But how did he knows? His quirks was Eraser and yours was. Look Izuku, wait, what is your quirk's name? Izuku. Oh, is Royal Knight, but now is just a knight in training. Tokiyami nodded. I see. Such a noble title, and their dedication has allowed them to earn it. And with you coming up with new ways to adapt, I'm sure they may grow to be unstoppable. Izuku looked to Tokiyami. Don't sell yourself short, Tokiyami. I mean, you came out with a pretty good plan on the spot. Even though Dark Shadow has to be attached to you, you gave him more space to move around by adjusting yourself. I'd say that's some pretty good synchronization with your quirk and adaptability, and those go to all of yours too. I mean, just look at all your amazing quirks. If you train an hard and not to see your weakness, you will become as strong and keep on mutter as. Others was freak out and also amazed that Izuku talks so fast. Everyone didn't know how to react this expect. Momo. I see, thanks for the praise, Izuku, said with a smile. Izuku. I is no problem, said with a blush. Everyone in class expect Shoto and Bakugo Digimon, she understand him. Though in shock. Soon, the class began and the rest of the day would go by. That day Izuku noticed how passive Bakugo seemed. It didn't look like he was taking the loss very well. But what could Izuku do about that? There wasn't anything he could say that would make Bakugo feel better. They both wanted to reach for the top, and Izuku wasn't going to stop for anything. With Bakugo, who was think about was his own actions. He allowed himself to be predictable, he allowed himself to be distracted, he allowed himself to make that stupid decisions, and worst of all, he allowed Deku to win. At the beginning Deku was nothing without his monsters, but now he is different, he have more than one power, and the talk about element magic was a guide by Aizawa-sensei, so he can't control well yet, but he still keep a lot of secrets around him. So he will investigate and get answer from him. But now he will train because of. First the entrance exam, now this. He wasn't gonna let it happen again. Katsuki. Enjoy your win, Deku, because I'm not gonna let you get another. At night, Izuku paused. A few days later, we would find out. How terrifying the truly cunning villains All Might warned us about were. Somewhere in the city, locate inside a bar. There was one man who was particularly interested in newspaper. He placed it on the table for the missed bartender to see it. Man. Did you see this? The page he was on spoke of All Might and his new profession as a teacher. It says he's a teacher. He put his cup onto the picture of All Might. Hey. What do you think'll happen? If the symbol of peace. Missed bartender look at him as the creature in corner look at him too, is killed by villains. Said out loud as the man body was covered by a lot of hands. The man grinned the thought of the dead of All Might, and we see a odd bracelet he wore on wrist began to glow in orange. Next day, at UA gate we see Izuku looking at the lots of reporters covering their way to the front of the gate. Doraemon. Looks like they have found out that All Might is working at UA as a teacher, said from Digivice as he come out and looking at the reporters crowd. Gabuman. Sometime, the press really scare me, said from Digivice as he come out from another portal. Izuku. I know, right, said back to Gabuman. Impmon. Ha, get used to it guys, because if we become famous, you can't escape from these kind of vulture, said from Digivice as he also come out from another portal. Doraemon. Gabuman and Izuku didn't argue about what Impmon said, since is the true. Izuku hope he should be ready for these kind of things too, but. Reporter lady. Hey you. Come toward Izuku with a lot of cameras and microphones. How are All Might classes? Izuku. You is well, before Izuku can excuse. Impmon come out from Digivice and answer the lady question. Impmon was great and we learn a lot about the lessons he give us. Reporter lady and others surprise about the creatures and one reporter was. Reporter. Wait, aren't you the kid who defeat the smile villain and save the blonde kids? Said out loud for everyone to hear it. Impmon laugh. Hee hee, that's right. We're the Royal Knight and our master will be the next symbol of P. Cut off by Doraemon and Gabumon come out and pull Impmon back into Digivice. Izuku. Sorry, I have to go. Run past the reporter who only stare at him with confuse. Reporter lady. Will you tell us about what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? Asked Ochako. Ochako. What he like? He's very muscular. Said Navorus. Reporter lady. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? Asked Lita. Lita. He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Then he go on about how being a hero and reporter lady and reporter regret asking Lita. Reporter lady. Excuse me. Can you tell me about All Might? Notice Bakugo. Oh. You're the one who was caught by the sludge villain and saved by that kid creatures. Katsuki. Shut up. Walk away grumpy. Reporter lady. About All Might. Asked Aizawa but, wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? Aizawa. He's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave. Shoo the reporter and walk away toward UA. Reporter lady. Oi, I would like to speak directly with All Might. Cameraman. I feel like I've seen him before. Reporter lady. Don't you think you're too scruffy? Shout at Aizawa who just only ignore it and keep walking. Aizawa. I can't believe All Might was able to work as a hero with all this. Though is he annoyed by reporter. Reporter lady. Hey. Just a little time is fine. Her anger reached the limit and about to walk into UA, just let me see All Might. Cameraman. Ah, idiot. Try to stop her but UA alarm trigger and close the gate and the wall rise. Reporter lady. What the? Shout in surprise as she sit down. Cameraman. It's the UA barrier. That's what we call it. Reporter lady. That's so lame. What the heck is that? Cameraman. If someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter, the security system kicks in. Reporter lady look at with surprise. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. Reporter lady. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. Said in anger, they could at least give a brief comment. Reporter man. Seriously, we've been here for 2 days and they still won't say anything. Izuku Pav. The news that All Might had been hired as a teacher at UA surprised the nation and the media descended on the school and caused a commotion for days. Everyone knew about it. A person behind the reporter look at the door with evil grin. Yeah, everyone. A bracelet on his wrist, glow in orange, green, blue, purple and soft blue. Class 1A. Aizawa. Good work on yesterday's combat training. Said in tired voice. I saw the video and results. Look Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. Katsuki. I know. Mutter while look away. Aizawa. And Midoriya, don't lose your sight what's important and use more your of quirks and elements time to time in training. Izuku. Yes sir. Aizawa. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you. Class 1A. Take another special test. Though in worries. Aizawa. Decide on a class representative. Class 1A. It's actually a normal school activity. Eijiro. I want to be class representative. Pick me. Hand up. Denki. Me too. Kyoka. I want to do it, too. Aoyama. It's a job made for M. Cut off by Mina. Mina. I'll be the leader. Katsuki. Let me do it. Me. Shout out loud more than anyone. Izuku Pav. In a normal class, students might feel like they're just taking on daily duties, but here in the hero course, it's a role that allows one to practice being a top hero by leading a group. Izuku see all of the class wanted to be a class representative and he see his Digimon in Digivice shout for Izuku to hand up or do the class representative. Lita. Silence, please. Everyone turned to Ida who was standing. Representative is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is calling that requires the trust of those around you. if we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one, said Sirius Butt. Class 1A, your hand is raised the highest. Point out to Iida, who raised his hand tallest while shaking. Denki. Why did you suggest that? Sue. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? Point out Lita. Ajiro. If that's the case and everyone votes for themselves. Lita. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Look, Aizawa. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa. I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, said as he put his sleeping bag on and go to sleep. Lita. Thank you very much. After the vote, election result appear. Izuku Midoriya 4, Momo Yaoyorozu 3, Izuku. I got 4 votes. Didn't expect to receive 4 votes. Much less win. Digimon cheer Izuku become a representative. Katsuki. Why Deku? Who voted for him? Stand up yell. Siro. Well, it's better than voting for you. Point out Katsuki, who didn't like it. Katsuki. What did you say? Glare at Siro. Ochako was whistling as if nothing had happened, and Iida was sitting in his chair in shock. He couldn't believe he had 0 votes. Lita. 0 votes. I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling. Momo. You voted for someone else, huh? Said with sweat drop. Sato. But you wanted to do it, too. What are you trying to do, Lita? Said with sweat drop. After the results were shown, Izuku and Momo were standing next to each other at the front of the class. Aizawa. Then, the class representative is Midoriya and the deputy class representative will be Yaoyorozu. Izuku. I will do my best. Bo, but his forehead hit against the desk. Ow. Rub his forehead. Momo. How vexing, said with a sigh. Sue. That might not be too bad. Ajiro. After all's said and done, Midoriya can be pretty fired up and he have his Digimon, so it can be pretty cool. Siro. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results. At lunch rush eatery. Ochako. There are a lot of people today, too. See a lot of students gather here. Lita. That's because everyone in the Hero Corps, Support Corps and Management Course meets in the same place. Explain to her, but still stare at Gabumon, who was in center of Izuku and Kyoka. The strange thing was Gabumon eat his food calming like a normal person while Agumon was eating like a barbaric. Lita was really bothered by this and didn't ask by stare at him like a hawk. A silent passed the table and Kyoka had enough and asked it for him. Kyoka. Hey, Gabumon. Called out to Gabumon, who looked at her. Why do you eat like that? Gabumon sallow his food. Like what? Izuku. I think's she asking you why you don't eat like Agumon does. Said as she sip a juice box. Gabumon. Because I don't want to dirty my pelt. Answer normal. Lita. Wait, that's a pelt. It isn't a part of you. The reason he curious was that. Gabumon. And no, not exactly. Said nervous. Ochako place a finger on her chin and though. Now I wonder what you look like under there. Gabumon trembled. His nerves shot up when someone mentioned what he'd look like without his pelt. Gabumon closed his eyes, and pulled down his pelt to keep it on in case someone tried anything. Please don't touch it, he murmured. Tokiyami. Maybe it would be best if we don't cry. After all, no one would wonder what you'd look like without your clothes on, and ask you about it. Uraraka blushed and realized that Tokiyami right, and now she felt gross. Ah, you're right, I'm super sorry. Iida nodded. I must apologize as well. I hadn't taken into consideration that you wouldn't be comfortable talking about something like this. Gabumon let go of his pelt, and looked up to the students. Gabumon. It's all right. I suppose I should have also been prepared for any questions you may have had. Said with a smile. The 4 students nod and Kyoka notice Izuku didn't listen to their conversation much but stare at the wall and think something. Kyoka. Midoriya. Izuku snap out and look at her. Are you okay? You been staring the wall for a while. Others look at him with Gabumon. Izuku sigh. I'm just worried about the whole class representative thing. I don't think I'm qualified. Ochako. Sure, you are, said without a doubt. Iida. I'm sure you'll do well. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help you improve and mature as a leader. That along with the strength you've demonstrated. That's not even mentioning that you already have experience as a leader. Those are the reasons I voted for you at least. Izuku. Wait, you are one of other three. Asked with surprise. Tokiyami. I voted for you as well for similar reasons. You lead noble knights into the field, and do everything you can to make sure you all come back safe. I had believed that you were used to being put into higher positions. Kyoka. I also did the same as those reason, and plus you already experience a babysitting service, so it will be alright. Lita. Wait, Izuku, are you doing a part-time job? Asked with surprise. Izuku. And no, I'm not. Gabumon. And the babysitting service Jiro talking about is us. When we started as a baby and growled to become an adult in 3 or 4 months. Ochako. Oh, that's what it means. Look, Kyoka. But Jiro, how did you know all of that? Asked with curious and amuse. Kyoka. I asked him on train, since we lived in same neighbor. Said normal. Ochako. Said with smug. Kyoka. What? Raise eyebrow. Ochako. Lita. Change the topic quickly. Didn't you want to be representative really badly? I mean, you do look the part. With the glasses. Izuku, Gabumon, Tokiyami, Kyoka. Uraraka just talks without thinking, though with surprise. Iida took a sip of his orange juice before giving his answer. Lita. Wanting a job and being suited to it are two very different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Ochako, Izuku, Gabumon, Kyoka. Merely. Izuku. You don't usually use that word. Lita realized his mistake. Oh, that's. Ochako. We've been thinking. Filled by Kyoka. Kyoka. Lita, you are a rich boy. Lita. Rich. Shocked but sigh. I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that. Izuku, Gabumon, Kyoka, Ochako now stare at him, making Lita sigh more. Lita. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Izuku, Ochako, Gabumon, Tokiyami, Kyoka. What? Wow. Lita. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Asked his friends. Izuku. Of course. Fanboy hero activates. He's a really popular hero who was 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Don't tell me. Realized along with others too. Lita. He is my elder brother. Stand up with hand on worst. Ochako, Kyoka. He's telling us straight out. Though with sweat drop. Izuku, Gabumon. Amazing. Lita push up his glass and spoke his praises towards his brother, and his strong desire to be that kind of hero. Every students know how that feel, they all look up to their adore hero and wanted to become like them. Before he could keep going, alarms rang through the lunch room. An automated voice announced that a level 3 security breach had occurred. Many of the students there were shocked. A level 3 security breach meant that someone had gotten through the school's barrier. Everyone ran to the exit. And said exit became insanely crowded. Everyone was pushing and shoving, and several people were getting crushed. Izuku held his hands over his head. He didn't get the chance to put Gabumon away, so he was carrying him. Now he was trying to make sure neither of them would get crushed. Iida made his way to the window to see who could have managed to trespass on the school grounds. He was surprised to see that it was the press from earlier. At the entrance of UA, reporter lady, give us all might. He here, isn't here. Asked Aizawa and Mike, who were seen in front of the door, tried to get the press to leave. Mike. We told you, he's not here. Respond to Lady Creation. Male reporter. If you just give us one brief comment, we'll leave. Aizawa. If you guys get one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are. Said, knowing how the reporter work. Mike. They're illegal trespassers, you know. Whisper to Aizawa, you could call them villains. You think we can beat 'em up? Aizawa. Don't do it, Mike. They'll write up a bunch of half-truths about you. Warn his friend by whisper, let's wait for the police. Mike. TCH. Annoyed but he right. Back in lunch room, Iida looked back to the students, and tried to tell everyone to calm down, but he was ignored. No one was listening to him, so what was he to do? That's when he saw Gabumon being held above the crowd by Izuku. That was his opportunity. Lita. Gabumon. It's the media. You have to tell everyone it's the media. Gabumon was able to hear Ida's words, and nodded to him. He then looked down to Izuku. Gabumon. Izuku, it's the media, the ones who got through. Izuku looked up to Gabumon surprised. How could the media have gotten through? That didn't matter right now. They had to find a way to calm everyone down. Then Izuku heard Uraraka scream out. He looked at her and saw an opportunity. Izuku. Uraraka made his way to her. Uraraka heard Izuku and held her hand out to him. Midoriya. Once he got close enough, Izuku decided to put his plan into motion. Izuku. I need you to make Gabumon float above everyone else. Said and threw Gabumon at Uraraka. Gabumon held a hand out in hopes of reaching her. Uraraka lifted her hand to Gabumon, and her fingertips made contact with his palm. Gabumon was now floating and upside down, but he could still do this. Gabumon. Blue blaster. Shot out a blue flame from his mouth, pushing him closer to the exit till he hit the wall above it. That caught him by surprise, but that didn't stop him from trying to use the wall to align himself properly. He then looked out to the sea of students. Gabumon looked at Izuku and see him digital charge in his hand and put into his phone. Gabumon. Gabumon Matrix Digivolve 2. He erupted in a surge of data which grabbed everyone's attention quickly. Wurgeruruman. Wurgeruruman then grabbed onto a pipe coming out of the wall, and pointed towards the window. Wurgeruruman. Calm down everyone, it's only the media. If you all keep panicking like this you'll only hurt yourselves. We must remain calm, or none of us will leave. Even though it was a monster saying it, many of the students had looked out the window. They saw that the police had arrived to retrieve the media, and that there really wasn't much to fear. Ida let out a relieved breath. He was glad that his insight had allowed for the right judgment to be made. He believed that this could be the crucial first steps to becoming the hero he wanted to be. At UA entrance, police arrived and Mike yelled, "Mike! Goodbye, bad mass media." Back in Class 1A. The class was back together in the homeroom as Izuku and Momo were standing in front of the class. Momo. Come on, class rep. Let's begin, asked in a professional tone. Izuku exhaled to make his heart go steady and look at the class calmly. Then, let us decide on the other class officers. But first, I wanted to make on Smipple rule first. Pull out a chalk from his shirt and throw at it Mineta. Mineta feel the chalk fly past him in a speed of bullet. He was shocked along with everyone else in the room. Even Momo didn't expect this. Izuku. Minoru Mineta, control your pervert nature when you are in school, said with arm cross. Mineta. Wait, I'm not a perv. Stop. I see a light go dim in the room and Izuku look at the blackboard and use his digivice to show a video on blackboard. On video, we see Mineta were trying to look under Momo hero suit or look at others girl's ass. After the video end, all girls glare at Mineta who shirk down in chair. The light come back inside and Izuku look back to class with a smile. Izuku. Now, you know that you can't lie to me, so you all better watch out because I will know those who don't follow the rule. Well, go into detention with the evidence, said as he tapped his digivice. Those who knew like Bakugo knows what that means and those who don't knew will still break the rule not knowing the consequence they about to get. Momo who was beside Izuku see he turn into different personal when he becomes serious so maybe, this might be not bad. A front gate. Nezu, recovery girl, Midnight and another teacher were standing at the gate, but it was destroyed as the remains were dust. Nezu. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Said with his hand behind his back, someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in or was it intended to be a declaration of war? In another part of town, 3 heroes were trying to beat a giant pink villain and tries to save 3 children from his grasp. Pink villain. Listen heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this family here, stated as he held 3 children as hostages. The heroes he was referring to were MT, Lady, Kamui Woods, and one other hero who were all on the ground panting as they were out of breath fighting the villain before them. All Might. It's fine now, family. Missouri Smash. All Might came down from the sky in his suit and karate chopped the back of the villain's neck knocking him out and saving the 3 kids in the process. All Might. Why? Because I am here on my way to work. Citizens scream. A hit and run. All Might. It'll be bad if I'm late, but jumped high in the air in pursuit of the car. I've gotten slower. After I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in this form has gotten shorter than before. Thought as he caught that car committed the hit and run and smashed the engine to prevent it from running away. All Might. Young Midoriya, please be careful about this power. If word gets out, it's clear that the world be teeming with those trying to steal the power from you. This secret should be kept both to prevent chaos in society and for your sake. Soar in his head as he thought about the safety of his successor and what dangers bearing OFA would bring him. All Might. Even if he's a suitable vessel, he is still a 15-year-old boy with 5 Digimon, of course, but still he has much left to learn if he wants to become the greatest hero. Citizen. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. As soon as he heard that, All Might blasted off once again to go resolve the issue. Later at 12:50 p.m. Aizawa. For today's hero basic training, it will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and 1 more person, revealed to the class as they wondered who the 3rd teacher could be. Izuku. 3 pros, is that because of the break-in? Zero. Excuse me, what'll we be doing? Aizawa pull out a card: rescue, disasters, shipwrecks and everything in between. It's rescue training. Denki. Rescue. Look like it'll be a lot of work this time, too, told Mina. Mina. Right, yell excited. Eijiro. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble, said excited. Sue. No one can beat me in water, ribbit. Class started to hype up and each having their own conversation until Aizawa. Hey, I'm not done, said as everyone shut up. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time, said as he pressed the remote to the wall, because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. And with that, students got up from their chairs and began to prepare to head to rescue training except 1 student. Izuku. Rescue training. What we've admired, thought with a smile as he remembered the video of All Might's debut. The one where he watched countless of time as a kid. He tightened his right fist. It's training to get another step closer to being the greatest hero. We'll do our best, but first, change his smile with a serious face and pull out his phone and called his friends. Izuku. Everyone, I have a favor to ask. Digimon. What? It's Izuku. Said from the phone. Doraemon. It's related to about the attack. Izuku nod to Doraemon. It's so, I wanted you guys to go get many protein food as you can from lunch rush and put it in Digiworld box, for to be ready at anything. Digimon. Got it. Izuku then let out his all Digimon into real world and Digimon run toward the lunch rush room, where they buy many protein food. Izuku see his Digimon go as he pray that this rescue training camp will go smooth and his overthinking won't come true. Outside of UA, Class 1A wear their hero outfit as they wait for bus to arrive. When bus arrived, Lita suggests to Izuku a specific seating plan for the bus to maximize order and efficiency. Izuku only laugh nervous and go inside when they are inside the bus and going toward USJ. Lita. Shoot, I didn't think it'd be this type of bus, said gloom down. Mina. There was no point, huh? Sue. I say whatever comes to mind. Look Izuku, Midoriya-chan. Izuku. Yes, Asui. Answer back nervous since as a girl. Sue. Call me, Sue-chan. Izuku. Alright. Smile nervous. Sue. You said you created your Digimon from data, so how did you do it? Izuku freak out and didn't know how to explain it since all the time, he zone out when he created the Digimon and when he finish he only see a data spin around in computer and pull out the egg from screen. Izuku. The truth is, I don't know. Said the truth and explained the reason of why always happen when he made a Digimon. Denki. So, you didn't know how to make a Digimon. Izuku nod shameful. Aizawa, who was sleeping in his bag, was listening to their words and he was little surprised that Izuku didn't know how to make his Digimon, unlike his father, who knows how to make his own Digimon and what kind of he make. So, the question remained was why Izuku didn't remember it. Sue. I see, then I still have another question, Midoriya-chan. Izuku look at her. Your strength quirk is like All Might's. Izuku freak out more. Huh. Why you think so? Look away. But I'm, Eijiro. Wait a sec. Sue, All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. Sue look at him. They just kind of look the same. Izuku sigh relief. Eijiro. Still, I bet it's cool to have a quirk like that. It's complicated, but you can still do a lot of flashy stuff with it. He raised his arm, and hardened it using his quirk. My hardening's super strong and can destroy enemies in a fight, but it doesn't look all that impressive. Izuku. No way, I think it's really awesome looking. You're definitely pro material with a quirk like that, said Eijiro while looking at his arm. Impmon appeared on Izuku's display and was fascinated as well. Impmon. It does look cool. Man, I wish I could be that strong. Another portrait appeared with Guilmon. Guilmon, maybe someday. But hey, we still waiting for the day we reach mega level. Impmon nod. Another portrait appeared with Vmon. Vmon. Don't be so discouraged guys, I mean look at me. I can't still evolve with the help of Izuku Armor Egg. Impmon. Guilmon. True. Impmon. But your way of Digivolve can be a good used since it doesn't need Digisoul from Izuku. Guilmon. Yeah, I think so too. Izuku listened to his Digimon words made him realize that they are right, instead of Digisoul to Digivolve. The best Digivolve was their own Digivolve without Digi soul help. Hiroshima looked back at his arm with a smile. You really think so? Sounds like it'd be easier to be a popular hero if I had something flashier. Aoyama. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Enter their conversation. Mina. But it's not great that it gives you a stomach ache. Touch Aoyama's shoulder and told the truth. Aoyama gloomed down defeat. Eijiro. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, huh? Katsuki look at Eijiro for a moment and look away with TCH. Sue. Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Katsuki. What the hell? You wanna fight? Get up and yell back. Sue. See, point the obvious. Denki. We haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is crap steeped in sewage, said with smirk. Katsuki. What's with that vocabulary, bastard? I'll kill you. Threat him. Impmon come out from Izuku Digivice and laughing hard while point at Katsuki. Why you getting fried boom boom boy? Guilmon also come out while hold his laugh but can't. Don't go out like that Impmon. You, started to laugh hard making Katsuki grit his teeth. Izuku couldn't really hear anyone of what they saying, because of the echoing laughter of all Digimon laughing at Bakugo teasing. Momo. What a vulgar conversation, said as she covered her mouth with her hand. Ochako. But I like stuff like this, too, replied cheerfully. Aizawa. We're here, stop messing around. Class 1A. Yes sir. Everyone was now standing in front of the facility with a pro hero right in front of them. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. The students were gasping as Izuku's eyes began to sparkle. Izuku. It's the space hero, 13. The chivalrous pro who's rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Ochako. Woohoo. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Cheered as she pumped her fists. 13. Let's go inside without delay. Gestured towards the facility behind her. Class 1A. Look forward to working with you, said with Bo. Everyone then walked into USJ and saw a lot of training facilities. Eijiro. Wow, it looks like USJ. 13. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. Announced proudly. Class 1A Digimon. It really is USJ. Look at her with deadpan. Aizawa. 13. Where's All Might? Asked as he walked close to her. He was supposed to meet us here. 13. About that. Aizawa looked at her. It looked like he did too much hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, said as she held up 3 finger, so he's resting in the lounge. Whispered to Aizawa. Izuku, Digimon, Kyoka were the only ones who understood what exactly 13 meant. Doraemon. All Might really need to learn how to work in pace. Guilmon. The reason must be this. Show a video on Digivice Scream where Izuku see All Might news about All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour. Izuku. Really, All Might. Though with sweat drop. Kyoka. So, irresponsible. Thought with a sigh. Aizawa. That's the height of irrationality. Said before looking at the students. Well, we took precautions just in case. Though, it can't be helped. Shall we begin? 13 Look at students. Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. 2, 3, 4, 5.6, 7. Class 1A Digimon. It's increasing. Though with gloom. 13. Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. Explained as she hold up her hand. Izuku. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Asked while Ochako nod fast beside him. 13. Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily. Everyone looked surprised as she explained more. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. Many were inspired by 13's speech. Even within Izuku's Digivice, confident smiles and determined looks were shared. This was their moment to learn what it was all about. 13. That is all. Thank you for listening. Said with a bow. Girls. That was wonderful. Boys. Bravo. Bravo. Aizawa. All right then. First, cut off by all of the lights turning off and the fountain started to glitch. Then a purple in the fountain center appear like vortex. Aizawa feel the thread aura and look back see the purple vortex explode. From the purple mist a hand appear first then move the mist away and scary face appear. Aizawa notice who they are and on Digivice. V-Mon, Impmon. Oni. Shout in fear as they hug each others. Aizawa. Gather together and don't move. Give order to students who look confused. 13. Protect the students. Said to 13 while he glare at the villain. Ajiro. What's that? Point to peoples at the center where more villains show up. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Izuku about to touch his Digivice and about to scan them but stopped by Aizawa. Aizawa. Don't move. Shout for students to stop moving forward. Izuku then see Aizawa put on his goggles. Those are villains. Said all class 1A shock. Izuku. Villains. Mutter himself as he see the bird-like monster with an exposed brain come out of the fog. What the hell is that? With villain. Mist man. 13 and eraser head, huh. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. Pointed out as he and the rest PF the villain wondered where the symbol of peace could be as they were expecting to be here. Aizawa. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh. Hand man. Where is her? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. All Might. The symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Said in malice tone. Aizawa then prepared his scarf, his capture weapon. 13 held an arm in front of the students to keep them back. Izuku Pav. What the pro-hero fight against and what they face, is an extraordinary evil. 5A. And I hold my breath like the quiet is sinking into the air. Biting my nails on the emergency stair which will tomorrow be. The day has come. The same sense. The night that will never end. The rain that will never stop. They exist in this good-for-nothing world. Izuku in Tokyo, Shinjuku Middle Street, stand in the rain as the people around walk past him until in turn into digital code world. Isn't it little strange? I doze off and can't stay standing. It's not like I'm blaming you. As Izuku walk forward in digital world, Dorman appear beside Izuku like a digital and they walk side by side until others come out from rooftop, sky, alleyway, under a lamp and so on. Playing alone in a daydream. 4 years Izuku and Katsuki looking at each other on different side as it passed each other and turned into 14 years old in their Aldria clothes as they stand on their side without looking at each. Will you even be embarrassed of what you imagine there? When Izuku and Bakugo clothes turn into Yue, both eyes narrow as they look back each other's with their fist connect as the scream turn white and Tamura appear with a glowing color bracelet and devil with red eyes grin behind his back. Getting F entangled in a maze. Will you say you will go even the sound of the starting bell played by the small traveler. Don't know where you're going, aren't you actually scared? The same scene from video. Each step you take is changing. Izuku and Digimon stand in front of the growing red eyes as it look down on Izuku and his Digimon who were in scarch and metal part. The day has come. Izuku point his finger into the air as his hero clothes appear on his and Digimon change to their royal mode as the song goes on and in last. Denki. What? Villains. Ojiro. No way. Eijiro. There's no way they could get into a hero school. Momo. Teacher, what about the trespasser sensors? Asked 13 who look at her from shoulder. 13. We have them, of course, but students then notice it. Shoto. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind, analyzed as most students were amazed by his. Aizawa. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave type powers is interfering. Said to 13 who nod, Kaminari, Midoriya. Both of you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Both nod and contact the school but Vmon appear on visor. Sorry, but we've already tried that. Whatever this is, it's electrical interference, not digital. This means that something wasn't blocking the path of information, something had broken it apart. Izuku look at his teacher with worried. What about you, sir? Will you fight by yourself? There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Aizawa. You can't be a hero with just one trick. Said simply, I'm leaving it to you, 13. 13 nod understand. Aizawa then jumped down from the stairs and threw himself toward the mob of villains. Male villain. Shooting squad, let's go. Said with holes in his fingertips. Female villain. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Asked by a female villain with long gray hair floating upwards stated as she and the rest of the goons underestimated Erasehead. Who's that? Male villain. I don't know, but if he thinks he can come at us from the front by himself, answer by a fat villain with a mask like cow. 3 villains. Then he's a huge idiot. Shout as they ready to fire their quirks. Eraserhead responded by activating his quirk as his eyes glowed red and stared at all the villains in his line of sight. One of the villain tried to shoot from his fingertips but was confused as to why his quirk isn't working. Male villain. Huh. My quirk. The bullets won't come out. The other 2 villains experienced the same as their quirk weren't responding either. Eraserhead used this opportunity to grab all 3 of them with his scarf and throw them against each other, effectively knocking them out cold. Male villain. Idiot, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. Male villain. Erase. Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us, too? Said by a large villains with multiple arms around his body. Large villains charged at Eraser and started to punch. Erase. No, I can't. Said as he dodges his strike and punched him square in the face. But the skills of guys like you. Wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg as he dodges another punch. Another villain and countered with a kick. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. He throw a large villain at small villain by using a scarf, so I've taken measures against that. Hand man. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together. Said as he see villain girl with needle hair quirk was erase and kick by erase and warp around the skull villain with scarf. I see. I hate pro heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them," said annoyingly as he scratched his neck and bracelet around his wrist glow in orange. Izuku was really amazed by Erase ability and fighting style. Doraemon appear in his visor. "Izuku, now is not the time for analysis. Get moving." Hearing his friend's advice, Izuku turned around and began to run with the rest of his class. They all made their way towards the entrance, but they were halted by the mist villain appearing before them. "Eraser. Shoot, I just blinked once and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away," though in worries as he tried to go back but see he was blocked by many others villains. At the gate, "Mist Man. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, Ua High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath." Those words shocked to the core of some students and some were worried that someone knows All Might's secret and tell it to public. "I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1 to play." 13 was preparing to attack, but was stopped when Bakugo and Kirishima jumped forward to attack. Eijiro hardened Quirk and Bakugo explosion make a smoke appear. "Eijiro, do you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it?" asked with a smirk. When the smoke clear, "Mist Man. Oh dear, that was close." Eijiro and Katsuki smile turn into frowns of shock as they realize the villain didn't take any damage. "That's right, even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs." 13. "No, move away, you two," shout at Eijiro and Katsuki. "Mist Man. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death," declared as he spread his warp gate surrounding everyone in the purple fog. Eijiro. "Crap, what's this?" asked as he shielded his eyes. Lita managed TP get Uraraka and Sato out of the warp gate, while Shoji covered Ashido and Siro. Others were not able to escape as they suck into the villain quirks. Lita watched the dome-like quirk from the outside. Lita yell. "Everyone, Shipwreck Zone." A mist portal appear in air. From that mist Izuku appear. He opens his eyes and see he was falling into the water. He didn't have much time to relax, as he grabbed onto his Digivice, took it off, and threw it. He couldn't let it be submerged into the water with him, so all he could do was hope it would make land somewhere safe. Izuku hit the water and analyze his situation. A rap. Is that his quirk? Though as he swim back up, they want to kill All Might. But how? Remember the black bird with exposed brain that stand beside the hand man? Is that related to All Might dead? Then how strong it's? Izuku wasn't given any more time to think as an aquatic villain. A fish-like features made a quick dash towards him. Izuku gasped by sea villain in front of him. "Villain. Here he comes. I don't have anything against you, but see ya." Though as he about to bite Izuku who brace for attack but it never came because of the Sue arrive in time and kicked the shark villain away as she held Mineta in her arms. Sue. Midoriya-chan. Rabbit. Stretching her tongue out and wrapped around Izuku with her long tongue and dragged him out of the water. Sue then placed Izuku onto the boat carefully as Mineta. "Mineta. For a frog, your boobs, are pretty big," said as he rubbed his head against her chest, causing her to blush in embarrassment as she threw Mineta on top of the boat roughly as he landed on the floor hard, very much unlike she did with Izuku. Izuku. "Thanks, Asui," said to Sue who climb up on the boat. Sue. "Call me, Sue. Rabbit." Correct Izuku mistake and climb onto the boat. Mike announce. "Suyu Asui, Quirk Frog. She can do pretty much anything a frog can." Sue. "This has turned into a bad situation, though." Izuku. "Yeah, what the villain said earlier," before he could think. My Digivice. Placed a finger onto his earpiece hoping that it wasn't waterlogged. "Guys, are you there? Where are you?" Several voices shouted back through his earpiece. "We're right behind you." Izuku turned around, and see it was laying on the floor. Izuku. "Oh, picked it up, and put it one. That's a relief. Can we run diagnostics?" Gabuman appeared on the display. Some of the Digivice's secondary functions might be damaged because of the impact, but it looks like all primary functions are working at 100%. Izuku. "All right, that's good." Turn to Mineta. "Sue, we need to think about what's happened so far. It looks like they knew all about our schedule, so that means they must have let the press into the school earlier, and used it as a distraction to get into the school's files. That means they've been waiting for an opportunity like this. Just like Todoroki said they did. Mineta. But, it's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Said as he do a fist punch. Sue. Mineta called out to him who look at her. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death, you know. Said by saying the truth, I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Mineta's spirit become to break as he started to sweat nervous. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out in one piece. Last string break in Mineta mind and he become panic. Mineta. Midoriya. What the heck she saying? Said in afraid and panic. Sue. Rabbit. Notice the villain in the water started to raise up and charge toward at them. Fish villain. You bastard. I'll kill you. Mineta scream in fear and see villain surround them. There's a ton of them. Shout in scare. Izuku started to think a lot of reason why they wanted to kill All Might, but his though cut off by all his Digimon appear in visor and saying Izuku to not think but take action and save All Might and students as a hero and class president. Izuku nod. If these guys have a way to defeat All Might. They turned to Izuku and saw his hair cover his eyes. Then we have to stop whatever these guys are planning. We have to work together to keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows what's going on. So it depends of us. Let's be heroes and take care of them. Said with a tone of determination as the two looked at him. Landslide Zone. Shoto froze all villains with his ice and said to villain. Shoto. It's pathetic to lose against a single child. Get a hold of yourself. You're an adult, aren't you? Collapse Zone. Katsuki scream and explode villain in the face. He then look another with Eijiro back to back. Mountain Zone. Momo created a steel pipe for her Kyoka and look around the villain with Kyoka and Denki. Fire Zone. Ojiro was facing off against the villains. Squall Zone. Kota and Tokiyami had each other's backs as villains surrounded them. Finally at the entrance, the remaining 6 students and 13 were holding their guards up against Kurogiri while Eraserhead was still seen fighting some villains in the central plaza. At UA Lounge, Toshi tried calling the USJ phone, or Aizawa and 13, but all he heard was a line disconnected. He ended the call with a sigh. Toshi. I can't reach 13 or Aizawa. Whatever the reason, I am neglecting my teaching duties because of what happened outside of work hours. I did something very foolish. Said to himself, what if I go say something at the end? My body will last for another 10 minutes or so. Said as he buff up to All Might. All Might. I will cut off cough with blood and a door open. Nezu. Hold your horses. All Might. Principal Nezu. Said with surprise. Nezu. Yes. Am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? My real identity is, the principal. Announce himself with chippy voice. All Might. Your fur is well groomed today, as usual. Said as he crouched down and walked. Nezu. The secret is keratin. Humans can't get this kind of color and luster. But let's talk about that later. Pull out a tablet and show it to All Might. Looks at this. All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour. All Might jump scare a bit. Nezu sigh. The fault mainly lies with the ruffians who still cause trouble in this town even with you here, but you also shouldn't react every time you hear of an incident. Scold at All Might. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Your hero activates are limited because of your injury and its aftereffects. Along with that, you need to train your one for all successor. Since you insist on remaining the symbol of peace, the only way you can keep the world from finding out about both of those is for you to come here. That's why I suggested you become a teacher. Said as All Might transform back to Toshi. Nezu. I think you can stay here and relax for a little longer. Said as he get up on sofa. In actuality, you can only teach this next class for a little bit, right? I'm the one who suggested it, but since you've accepted the position, I wish you'd prioritize your teaching duties. I mean, there are a lot of hero agencies in this town. Toshi. It is as you say, but that is why I was preparing to go to USJ. Nezu. Even if you went now, you would be forced to return right away, right? Said as he prepared the tea. If that's the case, then you might as well listen to my theories on teaching and use that to help you in the future. Toshi. He's pouring tea. though with sweat drop and scare. Nezu. Have a drink. Give to Toshi a tea. Toshi. He's always been long-winded, if he pour the tea. What bothers me most is that I didn't get a voicemail and couldn't connect at all. I have to think something. Then Ado hit him and asked. Toshi. Sensei, I like to ask a permission something from you. Nezu. Sure, what it's? Toshi. It's possible for Hisashi Midoriya to come work here as well. Since we didn't see any sign of them anymore and that monster already have been defeated too. Nezu sigh. As true, I like Hisashi to come work here as well but. Toshi. But, Nezu. It seem like he is in a bit of family problem. That make him not able to face Midoriya face yet, said and sip a tea. Toshi. Family problem, like what? Nezu. Now, let's go back to listen of my theories on teaching and use that to help you in the future. Toshi face looked down gloom as he listened to Nezu teaching. Back in USJ entrance. Lita. Shoji-kun, is everyone here? Can you check? Asked while he didn't take off his eyes from Mist Villain. Shoji used his tentacle to look for other students. Shoji. Everyone's scattered, but they're all in this building. Shiro Ochako, Mina, Sato sigh relief look back the Mist Villain in front of them. Shiro. Damn it, physical attacks can't hit him and he can warp things. His quirk's the worst. 13. Everyone, who's the fastest in this group? Shoji. That would be, Iida. Who is really fast? 13. Okay, Lita. I entrust this duty to you. Run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. The alarms are not sounding, and our phones don't have signal. The alarm system is based on infrared rays. Even though Eraserhead is erasing people's quirks left and right, they are still not working, which means they must have someone with an interference quirk who hid right when they arrived. It would be faster for you to run than for us to find that person. Lita. But I would be a disgrace for me to leave all of you here. Sato. Go, man. If you make it out, the alarms outside might go off. Said as he walked forward and assumed a fighting position. That's why they're keeping us here, right? Shiro. Blow out that stupid fog with your speed and engine. 13. Use your quirk to save others. Be a true hero. What would your class representative do if he were here? Iida was speechless as Shoji and the rest of the boys stepped forward. Ochako. I can help you. I'll make you float like I did with Gabumon in the cafeteria, said Ochako with Mina waving to him. Iida got serious as he got into running position until he finally ran. Mist Man. Even if you have no other choice, are there really idiots who talk about their plans in front of the enemy? Screamed while attacking but 13 reacted. 13. We did it because it doesn't matter if we're found out. Used his quirk and started to suck the villain in his fingers. Shipwreck Zone. Mineta. You want to fight? Are you stupid? Scream when hearing Izuku's plan. These guys might kill All Might, right? You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to come save us, of course. Screamed in panic as he danced in a state of panic with tears falling from his eyes. Izuku and Tsuyu looked at the water below, completely ignoring Mineta. Izuku. Mineta. Those guys down there are clearly assuming we'll fight in the water, right? Said while analyzing the situation. Mineta. Are you by chance ignoring me? Sue. If that's the case, they should have known what was inside the USJ before they went in. Izuku. Yes, but for a group with such careful planning. There's something I noticed and it's not hitting. They sent you a Sue, broke off when Tsuyu looked at him. He noticed he would call her by her family name. Izuku. I mean, Sue, sorry. Corrected himself. Sue. Hiro. Mineta. What does that have to do with? Izuku. In other words, the villains probably don't know what our quirks are. Sue. That's true, Hiro. If they knew that I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there. Said while looking at the dome with flames drawn. Izuku. They probably separated us because they didn't know our quirks, so they planned to overpower us with numbers. We have inferior numbers and less experience. Our only hope lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are. The enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That support my hypothesis, said as he looking down the villains with Sue and Mineta, but that probably means they aren't underestimating us, either. They're being smart and playing it safe. That's it for now. Izuku look at the two. I can come up with a plan to defeat them, but I need you to tell me more about your quirks. Su. Then, I'll go first if you want, said as the three sat down and looked at each other. Su. My quirk makes me jump really high, obviously. It makes me grab walls. And I can stick my tongue out like any frog does, but my limit is 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach so I can clean it, but it's useless. And I secrete toxic mucus, and it just gives a stinging sensation. Suyu finished her explanation about her quirk. Mineta blush. Secret, though in pervert but his though cut off by Mineta doge Izuku fist strike at him. What the hell, Midoriya? Izuku realized what he did. Ah, sorry. It's my reflex of, narrows his eyes Mineta, were you thinking any pervert though, Mineta? Mineta. And no, look away with sweat drop. Izuku stare Mineta for a moment until he turned back to normal. Anyway, is my turn. I have my knights who can all fill specialized roles, but the more I let them out, the more of my energy will be drained from me and will lose a life. Su and Mineta look surprised that Izuku quirks was so strong but didn't know the effect will kill his life. Dottan about the element and power strength is make me powerful but it hold like a double-edged sword. If I used it, I'd be out of my commission. Mineta was next. He grabbed onto one of the balls that made up his hair and pulled it out with ease. Another grew out in just a second. Mineta. My quirk lets these stick super tight. He then stuck the ball onto the boat's wall. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off. But if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding, said as he play with his quirks. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. Izuku, Su stare at Mineta in silence. Mineta started to cry. That's why I said we should just wait quietly. My quirk is totally unfit for battle. Izuku tried to give him some assurance. No, you have an incredible power. Really, we just have to figure out how to use it. That's when one of the villains got tired of waiting, and used a large arm made of water to cut the boat in half. Villain. I'm getting impatient, let's end this quickly. Su. What power? Said as they see the ship is sinking, the ship's broken. Mineta panic, with terror as he scream and throwing his sticky balls at the watt. Izuku. Wait, don't do that. Shout at him but it was already too late. Mineta look at with crying baby, what are you doing? The enemy will figure out you're queer. Stop by see villain were afraid of Mineta quirks. Izuku. They're afraid to touch them. Though as he got a great idea. Villain. The boat will sink in less than a minute. Once they get into the water, we're sure to win. Announced to other villains. Mineta. We're dead. Said with nervous. Su. Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero? Asked with straight face. Mineta. Shut up. It's weirder to not be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? Ah, I wish I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's boobs first. Yell in tear and whine like a baby. Izuku. Mineta, we all are scared. But if we let that fears and panic started to consume us, we be led with nothing but a despair and hopeless. Villains wanted to consumes our light by the darkness. Said as Mineta see Izuku hand shake but fist up with determined. Izuku. But me and my knight won't let that happen. Raise up a digivice into air, because we are, from the digivice a light shine and shoot out a multiple colorful light. From that light, Impmon, Gabumon, Doraemon, Vmon and Guilmon appear. Izuku, Digimon. Royal Knight. Announce they're arrived. Izuku looks Su, when I tell you to jump grab Mineta and land safely on Doru Greymon back. Su nod. But what about you Kiro? Izuku. I will jump after you did and grab me with your tongue. Su nod understand as Izuku look at his Digimon. Izuku. Are you guys ready? Impmon, Gabumon, Doraemon, Vmon and Guilmon. Yeah. Izuku. And don't forget the plan. I said. Digimon nod understand their plan. Then let's go. Impmon, Gabumon, Doraemon, Vmon and Guilmon. Yeah. Izuku scream a battle cry as he gather a lot of digital in his hand. Digisoul charge. Digimon jump off the boat as they digivolve. Doraemon. Doraemon Digivolve 2. Gabumon. Gabumon Digivolve 2. Impmon. Impmon Digivolve 2. Guilmon. Guilmon Digivolve 2. Doraemon. Doru Greymon. Impmon. Wizardmon. Gabumon. Metalgururumon. Guilmon. Megalogromon. Megalogromon. The villains were scared to act, as they see a group of evolved knights. Doru Greymon and Megalogromon took aim, as they charge and shout their attack. Doragreymon. Metal Meteor. Megalogromon. Atomic Blaster. Two powerful attacks crashed into the water at the same time, punching a hole into its surface. The water moved away from the point of impact, taking the villains with it. Izuku. Sue, now. Shout. Asui nodded, as she grabbed Mineta. She then leapt off the boat with impressive strength. She then launched her tongue back, and used it to grab onto Izuku, who jumped off the boat. Izuku looked at Megalogromon and Metalgururumon, who was giving a ride off Vmon and Wizardmon. The four Digimon nod as Izuku and they fly away to help other students who need helps. Mineta looked down to what had happened, to what Izuku had the will to do. Izuku admitted that he was scared, but he took action anyway. A feeling welled up inside Mineta. Fear remained, yes, but it was being blinded by newfound inspiration. Mineta fist up, frustrated. Damn it. What the heck, Midoriya? See a flash of a true hero and knight, why are you acting so cool? Grab his great ball and throw it into water, while scream in tear, even I can do it. Shout. The water was now moving back to where it had been struck with great force. The villains and Mineta's quirk were being dragged to the center by the strong current. Villain 1. What? Villain 2. I'm getting dragged in. Mineta quirk stuck on Villain back as they tried to remove but can't. Villain 3. Is this that, kids? Villain 4. What is it? I can't get it off. The end result was the villains all being stuck together, and shot out by the column of water that burst out when all the water returned. Asui looked down, and saw Doru Greymon flying beneath them. She then expressed her amazement at Izuku's plan. Sue. Rounded everyone up at once. I guess it's like we've cleared the first hurdle. You're all amazing, said as she landed on Doru Greymon back and put Izuku in front of her. After Izuku, Sue, Digimon and Mineta defeat the villain. Metalgururumon and some Digimon go to help other students while Izuku, Sue, Doru Greymon and Mineta go to center place to look if Aizawa needed a help or not. At Landslide Zone, Shoto. Scatter and kill you. Repeat the missed villain words with a sigh. I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know what to do with, said to the villains group in front of him that was trapped in ice. Shoto walked toward Villain. This guy, said in shiver because of the ice trap all over his body except his face, the instant we warped here. Villain 2. Is he really a kid? Villain 3. Oh wow. Shoto walked past them as he remembered the words of Tamura. Tamura. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. Kill All Might. Shoto though. Kill All Might. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. Two villains surprise attack on Shoto from the back and front. Shoto didn't phase, instead he frees the one in front of him and grab the spike from the back and freeze it. Shoto though, but a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ragtag bunch of thugs. Break the spike and villain fall down to ground. From what I saw, there were only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is. Shoto glare at villain. Hey, at this rate, your cells will slowly die. Said with monotone that made villain freak out. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. Said as he reached to villain face with ice some coming out. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? What's your plan? Asked with a threat. Metalgururumon see Shoto and Toru will be fine on his own, since Shoto was strong. He fly next to Collapse Zone and look for students if they needed help or not. At Mountain Zone, Denki scream as he dodged the big villain punch. Denki. Scary. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx, seriously. Kyoka pushed back the villain with her steel pipe. What the heck is up with these guys? What's going on? Shout in fear as Momo hit the villain with a steel pipe. Kyoka. Worry about that later. Said as they see they were surrounded by villains. Momo. Right now, We need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people. Denki. Then give me a weapon, too. Kyoka. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them. Denki. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge electricity, but it's not like I can control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, you know, the same as Todoroki. Denki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jam in the signal. Explain as he tap his headphone. Listen, you two. Right now, you can't count on me. I'm counting on you. Finished explain with thump up. Kyoka. You're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining and be a man like Midoriya. Whisper the last part. Denki. Hey, I heard that. Said to her, but he dodged a punch from a villain. Kyoka. Then, I'll use you as a human stun gun. Yelled as she kicked Kaminari toward the villain. He then released his electricity and realized it was only shocking the villain he latched onto. Denki. Oh, it's working. I'm strong. You two can count on me. Said with thump up and smile. Kyoka. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky. Said with sweat drop. Villain. Stop messing around, kid. Holding a boulder with his long arms yelled as he charged toward Kaminari. Fortunately Kyoka stuck her jacks into her boots, released a sonic wave out amplifiers, in the direction of the boulder, destroying it. The villain's fist hand then punched Kaminari in the face instead, but also spread the electricity towards him. A villain carrying two knives jumped above, but Yaoyorozu managed to make a net and throw it in the direction of the villain, snaring him as he got shocked too. Momo. Both of you should take this more seriously. Kyoka. Sorry, though it was a good idea at the time. Mike Pav. Kyoka Jiro. Quirk earphone jack. She can amplify and send her own explosively loud heartbeats by inserting her plugs. She can also catch very quiet sounds and stuff. Kyoka. Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order. I mean, come on, yelled frustrated. The villain on the cliff behind Kyoka jumped off and attacked Kyoka with two knife, and Kyoka noticed too late and about to hit by villain butt. V-Mon. V headbutt. Shout out his attack and hit the villain in the face. Villain sent away as V-Mon land down in front of Momo and Kyoka. Kyoka, Momo. V-Mon. Kyoka. What are you doing here? V-Mon. Izuku sent each of us to help the scatter student. If they need a help, explain as he ready for battle. Momo. I'm thank you for the backup, but Kyoka and V-Mon look at her and see, it takes me a while to create an object this big. Said as a huge sheet emerged from her back and covered her, Kyoka and V-Mon. Villain 1. A sheet. Villain 2. Is it supposed to be a shield? Said with insulted. Momo. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari. Said smiling underneath the blanket. Denki grin. I see. In that case, I can be really strong. Shout as he applied electricity to the ground, shocking all the villains. Momo. Now then, I'm also worried about the others. Let us join them quickly. Said under the blanket. Kyoka. Wait, your clothes got little exposed right now. Said frantically as she noticed Yaoyorozu costume destroyed, exposing her private parts. Momo. Don't worry, I can make them again. Said with a smile. Mike Pav. Momo Yaoyorozu. Quirk creation. She can create any non-living thing. What makes this possible is her vast knowledge and understanding of the molecular structure of materials. Kyoka. Violent growth. Though with a blush as she seeing Momo big boobs, until she noticed Denki coming. Kaminari, don't you dare look. Shouted as she covered Yaoyorozu. Fortunately Kaminari was too dumb after using too much of his quirk to notice, while Yaoyorozu and Kyoka watched Kaminari walk around in circles. Mike Pav. Denki Kaminari. Quirk electrification. When he goes over his watt limit, his brain short circuits and he becomes a huge idiot for a while. V-Mon look at the scene and see all villain were knocked down by just one attack. He look at his egg and though, can I be that strong with this egg? As he looked down the different in his hand. From young heroes in night distance, a arm sprout up from the grounded. At the plaza in sky. Mineta. Hey, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, right? Asked from behind Sue. Sue. Rabbit. Also worried about what Izuku doing. Izuku. I know. We'll run away the instant it seems dangerous, said from the front of Doragramon. Doragramon stop not far from the plaza as they see Aizawa still fighting the group of villains. Aizawa jump into the air as villains only stare at him, not notice the cape behind them grab them. Aizawa spin around and kick down the villain with his feet to the ground. He huffed tired as he noticed Tamura charge at him. Tamura. 24 seconds. Whisper himself. Aizawa. The last boss. Throw a cape at him. Tamura caught the cape. 22 seconds. Continue to run at him with Aizawa running at him as well. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. Count as Aizawa grab his scarf and hit hand villain in the gut with his elbow, but Shigaraki catch Aizawa elbow as his hair fell downward. Tamura. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant when your hair falls. That's when you've finished an action, said as he is now disintegrating part of Aizawa's elbow. And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraser Head. Izuku about to give order but stopped by Sia the bird with expose brain is moving. Aizawa kick and jump away from Shigaraki. Aizawa. My elbow's crumbling. Thought a Villian tries to punch him, but he dodge and kick him away. Another hit to him with a chain, but he dodged. Then another with big arms tried to punch him, but he also dodged, but now he was surrounded again. Tamura. That quicker isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? Stand up. Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right into fight us from the front. Want that to put your students at ease. Villain with crawl attack from behind Aizawa, but he dodged and used cape to capture him and pull in front of him for the maze villain to hit the crawl villain and kick him and spin kick the another one. He looked back. Tamura with out of breath and hair stand up. Tamura. You're so cool. You're so cool, said in sarcastic. By the way, hero. Aizawa noticed someone behind his back. He turned around and saw the big bird with brain exposed. I'm not the last boss. Nomu grab Aizawa and a goggle fly into the sky with blood in it. Back at the entrance, 13 was still sucking up Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Ah, black hole, the quirk that sucks up matter and turns into dust. Such an astonishing power. However, you're a rescue hero. 13 skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently that means you have little combat experience or battlefield awareness, said as he opened a warp gate in front and behind him or her. 13 and the students gasped as they saw the portal. 13. A wrap gate. Cried out as her quirk disintegrated the back of her costume from behind. Kurogiri. How unfortunate, you've turned yourself into dust. Taunted. 13 then finally turned off her quirk. 13. Sorry, he got me. Apologized as she fell down. Mina. Sensei. Cried out. Sato. Lita, run. Hurry. Order. Lita then remembered what 13 told him before. 13. Use your quirk in order to save others. Lita snapped back to reality as he loaded his engines and began sprinting. Lita. Engine boost. Yelled as he ran past Kurogiri. Kurogiri. One of the children who was not scattered. We are only waiting for All Might. If the other teachers are called here, it will be hard for us, stated as he warped in front of Lita. Lita. Everyone was entrusted to me. The whole class. I will, thought as images of his classmates fighting or tending to the injured 13 were shown just then. Shoji jumped and caught Kurogiri in his dupli arms. Shoji. Go, hurry, said while struggling to contain him. Lita once again began sprinting. I'll be back in a flash. Kurogiri. You ambortant child. Yelled and somehow escaped Shoji and pursue Lita again. Ochako looked carefully as she noticed a piece of metal inside Kurogiri's fog. You won't set foot outside those doors, warned. Lita continues to run towards the door. Should I kick the automatic door? How thick is it? Thought. Kurogiri. You're impudent, 4 eyes, said as he flies above him. Be gone. About to cover Lita, Izuku Pav. Villains. In a mountain zone. Appear behind Denki. Grab him as a hot sage. Izuku Pav. The world of pros. We still hadn't seen anything yet. Izuku, Mineta, Sue, Doragramon look shocked at Aizawa state. He is in. Tamura. I'll tell you, Eraser Head. Said with Sinner grin. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. Nomu roar. Izuku. Agumon. Called out him and about to pull a crazy stunt. In Collapse Zone. Explosions were seen coming from one building. Katsuki. Die. Yelled inside as he blasted a few villains away, while Kirishima battled a villain with a sword and wand. Is this all of them? They're so weak. Eijiro. Alright, let's hurry up and go save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ, too. I'm worried about the guys with less offensive ability. Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed 13 down. Stated as he then remembers he and Bakugo attacking Kurogiri for a sec. Eijiro. If 13 had been able to suck up that fog, then this wouldn't have happened. As men, we have to take responsibility for what we did. Told Bakugo, oblivious to the invisible villain crawling on the ceiling. Katsuki. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm gonna kill that rap gate. Told Eijiro, who was surprised. Eijiro. What, you're gonna act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks are cut off by Katsuki. Katsuki. Shut up, that gate bastard is the enemy's way in and out. I'm gonna cut off their getaway route for when the time comes. It's not like we don't have a way to fight the fog. Barked while they were arguing. A chameleon villain sneak up behind Bakugo and jump towards him, planning to attack Bakugo from behind. However, villain. Stop your chit-chatting. Since you've left your guard down. Cut off by Bakugo grabbed him by the head, pinning him down, and used his explosion to knock the villain out, then said. Katsuki. Anyway, if these small fry are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone'll be fine. If not, point to window, and Eijiro saw Metalguruman fly past them and going toward the entrance. Those guys won't leave Deku side without order, so he orders something like to take care of the students with the one who need. Explain as he stand up. Eijiro. That reaction time was amazing, though with surprise. Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? I though you were more like, point to who always yelling. Katsuki. Die, die, die. Shout like a madman king who only liked to battle. Katsuki. I'm always calm and rational, you red-haired loser. Yelled at Eijiro. Eijiro. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Katsuki. TCH. And throw away the villain. Then go if you want to. Said as he about to walk away. Eijiro. Wait, wait. Katsuki, stop and look at him, believing in our friends. That's real manly. Bakugo. Active his heart and Quirk and smash together. I'll follow you. In Fire Zone. Inside, a few villains were running around looking for Ojiro. Villain. Damn it, he's too fast. Said as they split up. Just then one of the villains was knocked out by Ojiro as he hanged from a street pole using his tail. Villain 2. I see him. Over there. Shout as Ojiro used his tail to throw himself in midair. Ojiro. First, I need to make sure I'm not caught by the enemy. Thought himself, but one villain predicted Ojiro pattern and trap him by the group of villains in front of where Ojiro will land. Ojiro. TCH. And prepare for the worst, but Megalogroman appear behind villain by a thrust behind his back. Villains notice the shadow and look back surprise. Megalogroman. Hammer edge. Slam his blade to the ground in the middle of villains. The shockwave pushed the villains and knocked out by the wall or trash bin. Ojiro land down and walk toward Megalogroman. Ojiro. Thanks for the help. Arm, filled by Megalogroman. 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 This is my ultimate evolved form of Guilman. Ojiro. Oh, the red T-Rex. Megalogroman sweat dropped but didn't argue it since they didn't come out from the phone that much. Both then heard a footstep and see villains surround them but look very afraid to fight because of Megalogroman. Megalogroman. Ready for round 2, Masharao. Asked as he take the stance. Ojiro. You bet. Said as he also take the stance. Villains then charged at them, intent to catch Ojiro and make surrender Megalogroman. In Squall Zone. Villain. Found you. Yelled as two villains charged toward Kota, however Tokiyami's dark shadow came in and crushed them into the wall. Tokiyami. That makes 6. Said with thump up, and Kota thump up back. If we can just reduce enemy numbers little by little, until help comes. Villain. They hear. Shout to other villains as they come from different direction. Kota freak out and Tokiyami ready to summon dark shadow all out, but afraid he lose control it. Villain leap into air and ready to kill students. Magical game. A tarot card fly into villain chest and push all of them back from Kota and Tokiyami. Both students look surprised as they look up, see Wizardmon land down in middle, then use Wizardmon. Blink breeze, a blast of wind come out from the staff, blow away all the villain in center. Wizardmon spin his staff and turn to look at Kota and Tokiyami and asked with proud voice, "Am I amazing?" Kota clap Wizardmon power while Tokiyami sweat drop and know who it's. At the entrance, Kurogiri. "I have no time for this, be gone." As he about to engulf Lita in a black fog, Metalguruman, Metal Claw, appear between Lita and Kurogiri and swipes the black fog with a forepaw. Kurogiri, who, cut off by feel his body float into air. What? Look back and see Ochako touch the metal part of Kurogiri. Ochako. I don't know the theory behind it, but if he's wearing something like this, then it must mean he has a physical body. Throw it into air, go, Lita. Kurogiri. My body. Oh. No. Lita arrived to door and struggled to open it. Shit, is heavy. Metalguruman. Move away, Lita. Lita look back, see Metalguruman charge toward the door and slash it off with his metal claw. Metalguruman. Go, Lita, go now. Shout as he turned back around and looked Kurogiri, who dart toward Lita and Metalguruman. Zero. Not so fast. Yelled as he shot some tape at Kurogiri's neck. Sato then grabbed the tape and pulled Kurogiri away from Lita and Metalguruman. He then swung Kurogiri around in circles before finally throwing him in the direction of Central Plaza. Lita at outside. Engine boost. Yelled as his engine released a huge blast, causing him to sprint away from the USJ faster. Kurogiri. He's going to call for support. It's game over. Said as he watched Lita run back to UA main building. Back at the plaza, Shota pinned down by Nomu as he breaks Shota right arm. Tamura. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. Said with delight expression behind the hand. Aizawa look at Nomu and active erase, but Nomu crush down left arm. Aizawa scream in pain. Aizawa. It's like he's breaking a twig. I'm sure erased his quirk. That means he is just that strong. He's as strong as All Might. Though as Nomu grab Aizawa head and slam it down. Tamura. Kill him, Nomu. Order to Nomu finish him off but. Terra. Tamura look up, see a green flame coming down toward Nomu. Quote ... Smash. Izuku come down and land a punch into Nomu brain. A punch make a shockwave, not only sent thug villain away but also shatter the lamp. Izuku look surprised his hand didn't shatter like last time. He look at the enemy's Nomu with shock to see his punch was stopped by Nomu palm. Izuku. No way. Shock but snap out quickly, now, Agumon. Agumon land down behind Nomu as he leap into air. Agumon. Pepper breath. Spit out a flame from this mouth and directed hit at Nomu brain. Nomu scream in pain as he let go Aizawa and try to put out the flame on his brain. Doru Greymon made his full descent, and landed next to Aizawa. Izuku pick up Aizawa over his shoulder and give it to Sue and Mineta, who pull Aizawa up to Doru Greymon. Izuku. Doru Greymon, I want you to take Aizawa-sensei and everyone else back to the entrance. Doru Greymon nodded. He hated leaving Izuku alone here, but he knew that Izuku never truly faced anything alone. The other two students about to protest, but Doru Greymon had already begun to take flight before they could really say anything. Izuku turned around and faced Tamura, who seemed to find all this amusing. Tamura. Ah, a child trying to play hero. Do you really think you can stand against us? Izuku shook his head. No, I couldn't. But I'm not alone, Agumon. Agumon. I'm ready, Izuku. Izuku gather a digital code in his hand. Digisoul charge. Agumon. Agumon rap Digivolve 2. Wargreymon. Tamura look shocked as he didn't know that Izuku has the same kind of quirks as his master. Wargreymon moved first by flying towards the villain's leader to attack. But when he threw his punch, it was caught by the Nomu. Wargreymon and Izuku were shocked to see the villain completely unharmed. After having grabbed Wargreymon's attack, the villain then lifted, and threw Wargreymon back. Wargreymon was launched, and he couldn't stop himself. He was gonna ram into Izuku, and he was thrown with too much force to stop himself. Metal Geruruman appear in front of Izuku blocked his path. The two collided, falling to the ground in a moment of pain. Izuku. Metalgururuman, Wargreymon. Shout in a bit worried. Metalgururuman. We fine Izuku. Wargreymon. Yay, and thanks for the stop Metalgururuman. Metalgururuman. No problem. Look at Nomu, what says that? Wargreymon. The hand man called it Nomu and it's pretty strong to stop Izuku and mine attacks, like is nothing. Tamura grin. Of course, it's strong because it has shock absorption and it has more than one quirks. Izuku, Metalgururuman and Wargreymon shocked to heard that Nomu had more than one quirks. Izuku. Guys, don't hold back anymore. Pull out a short knife from his belt pocket and ready for attack when it appear for him. Kill that monster. The two nodded, and Wargreymon launched himself at the Nomu again. Nomu dashed towards Wargreymon ready to strike. Both punch sent a shockwave but Wargreymon felt his head, and subsequently his body shake under the force of the Nomu's attack. He was launched back, and was barely able to regain his balance. Metalgururuman flown to the side knowing that this villain would only be able to handle one of them at a time. Cocytus breath. He blasted a beam of ice from his mouth that engulfed Nomu in an instant. Wargreymon now. Wargreymon deal the final blow, as he put his both hands in front of him and began to spin. His body became a flaming drill approaching the target. Wargreymon. Great tornado. When he hit the ice the force and flames created a smoke of steam with only sounds of the shattering and tearing of felt giving a hint to what happened. When the steam cleared Wargreymon stood on one knee with his arms brought back. Behind him was the Nomu who stood with its arms outstretched and a gaping hole in its chest. Wargreymon turned around slightly surprised by the fact it was still standing. Tamura grinned as the hole in Nomu's chest began to close and soon it was like nothing happened. Izuku fist up frustrated. Damn it, he had a super regeneration, quirk. Tamura. That's right, not only he has immense strength and speed. It also has shock absorption and super regeneration quirks. The only way you can stop it by incinerating every cell in his body. But that will take very long time, said with laugh as he finished bragged the Nomu powers. Good luck, defeat him hero. The three were stunned by the monster's power. Was there really any stopping something like that? Izuku brought a finger to his earpiece, and issued new orders for Wargreymon and Metalgururuman to target the brain. The two knights nodded to their new command. Wargreymon flew up gaining distance from the villains. Nomu wouldn't let him, as it leapt upward and ended up above Wargreymon, and slammed him down. Wargreymon hit the ground hard, and caused an explosion of smoke and dust. He soon flew out with apparent scraps. He felt pain shoot through his body, but if he could do this then they'd win. On the ground Metalgururuman had locked onto his target, and prepared to fire. Metalgururuman. Grace cross freeze. Hatches opened throughout his body, and shot out his freezing missiles towards Nomu. They crashed into the airborne Nomu, and contained him in a newly formed iceberg. As it entered free fall Wargreymon came above it with a small glowing orb forming between his hands. Wargreymon. This is the end of the line. Terra Force. The orb grew to a grand size that eclipsed even the Nomu's dominating form. Wargreymon then threw the flaming orb at target knowing that engulfing the creature with an attack like this would at least slow it down. But the attack never hit. Instead Wargreymon felt something warm coming from behind him. When he turned around his eyes widened, as he saw his own attack being wrapped back at him. He quickly removed his shield from his back and held it up to protect himself. The orb of burning energy crashed into his shield. Wargreymon was too hurt to rush this, so he'd have to take it slow and wait for the attack to dissipate. Down below Kurogiri appeared next to his leader to greet him. Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Responded with similar courtesy. Kurogiri. The rescue hero is out of commission. Said a good thing Tamura like and the confession he wouldn't like. But there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got outside of the facility. Shigaraki then began to scratch his neck a little, then a lot. He started scratching himself so hard that red began to line his neck. Tamura. Kurogiri, you fool, if you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. Stopped when reality set in. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the starting screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home. Izuku was surprised to hear this and also feel so wrong, like the hand man guy treat this attack like a game. Shigaraki. Oh, before we leave, Nomu pointed to Izuku. Kill that brat. The Nomu was still covered in ice, but it broke out and rushed to Izuku and about end him with one strike. Before it could make it, Metal Geruruman threw himself in front of it. The Nomu quickly brought its arms up and slammed them down on Metal Geruruman, forcing him down. Now, Nomu is in front of, and Izuku looked to the Nomu in horror. Metal Geruruman was dome and War Greymon was still waiting for his attack to disperse. He was as good as dead before the villain's might. Metal Meteor. A big iron sphere fired down from the air and hit the Nomu and burned its flesh. Izuku looked up, see his savior. Doru Greymon had returned alone. Doragreymon. I knew things could go wrong, but this was worse than I expected, said while landed to the ground facing down the Nomu, who had quickly recovered from his attack. The two dashed at each other, but it was hardly a fight. Nomu dodged Doragreymon's attempt at a bite by jumping and grabbing onto his neck. When Nomu landed onto the ground, it pulled on Doragreymon's neck and slammed him into the ground. He then did it again before then picking up and tossing him in front of Izuku. Izuku was horrified by the sight. His knights were fighting so hard, but nothing they did worked. He was watching as his childhood friends were beaten down mercilessly one after another. Izuku kneeled down and looked at his hands, see it shake in fear as were his breathing too. He never been so fear in his life, but now the fear crawl up to him like a black snake. And the regret hold his shoulder and push him down because of the reckless he made. Doru Greymon was covered in bruises. In just 3 attacks he could feel pain throughout his entire body. Still he wouldn't give up as he struggled to get up. Shigaraki found this amusing. Tamura. Ah, the dragon rises again. You know you're as good as finished, so why not sit there and die like a good pet? Doru Greymon let out a pained breath. Doru Greymon. Because that's not what I was taught. A good friend of mine taught me how important it was to protect others from bullies. Izuku looked at Doru Greymon confused. Doru Greymon. He taught me why I had to fight, why I have to get stronger, why I have to get up even though my body is screaming at me to give up. Izuku was only saddened more by his words. Doru Greymon. Doru Greymon stared forward with no hesitation in his eyes. Doragreymon. He taught me why it was important to be a hero. He taught me the importance of being a knight who can stand up with your brothers. But most importantly, he taught me why I couldn't do everything on my own. Let out another shaky breath. Izuku called out to him. Izuku looked up to his first knight with fear and dread of how they would die in their last words, but Doru Greymon. I'm going to fight until we win, but I don't think I can do it on my own. I need to know that you've got my back. Izuku hesitated for a moment. Doru Greymon still had the will to fight, no, the will to win. But what about him? He was ready to give up as soon as he saw his friends getting hurt. Izuku. Doru Greymon. As he looked ahead, the knight he named wasn't what he saw. He saw Doraemon, his first evolution. He remembered everything they had been through together. Discovering the limits of his power, making new friends, laughing together, crying together, fighting together. Izuku. Doru Greymon couldn't stop his tears, but he could still fight back. He clenched his fists with newfound determination. A fear, regret and dread pushed back by his King HT words as he stand up as his body glow in red vine first then replaced with green electric. Shigaraki. How very sweet. Said with amuse and clap his hand. You love each other, but now you'll die. Izuku. Goo. Shout into the sky with Doragreymon roar. Then a miracle happened. From under Izuku feet, a dark gold tentacle shoot up into the air and form a big tree first, then it turn back into a dark green gold tentacle and wrap around Doragreymon and turn into dark gold digital egg. Shigaraki was confused and enraged. This wasn't how the others transformed. What is this? Doragreymon's voice boomed from within the digital egg and cracked appear. Doru Greymon. Doru Greymon digivolve to. A egg shall fall down apart like a glass, and the glass that hit the ground turn into dust and the light shine through the USJ. That make everyone stop and look at it. And what they saw was Alphamon. Alphamon. A royal knight appear in front of everyone. Shigaraki seemed more irritated than ever. Pull off as many fancy transformations as you want, Nomu will still destroy you. Responding to its master's will, Nomu began to run towards Alphamon. Alphamon. Holy Sword Grade Alpha. Alphamon summoned his sword and dashed toward Nomu. The two passed each other so quickly no one was able to properly see what had happened. Alphamon stood lunged forward indicating that he had swung his blade. Nomu had its fist outstretched which meant that it had thrown a punch. Then to everyone's surprise, Nomu fell down as his half-brain was cut off by Alphamon blade. Alphamon turned to Shigaraki, as his blade faded away. Alphamon. You will no longer harm anyone else. For now a royal knight stands in your way. Tamura, Kurogiri and villains were shocked as the ultimate fighting opponent of All Might wear defeat by a knight. That was come from a kid. Izuku, Metal Geruruman and Wargreymon look at Alphamon with awe of his power. Others villains are shocked and fear what Alphamon can do and Tamura was felt rage coursing through his vine. He scratched his neck intensely a round bead bracelet on his right arm glowed orange. Mountain Zone. The villain name called Tesla said to Jiro and Momo. Tesla. Hands up. No quirks or attack allowed. If you do it, I'll kill this guy. Show a idiot Denki in his hand as villain threat to Kyoka, Momo and V-Mon. V-Mon. Kaminari. Said in worries while hold his egg tight. Kyoka. He got us. We let our guard down completely. Momo. An ambush after they made us think we got all of them. I can't believe we didn't predict this. Said in frustrated of her mistake. Tesla. I don't wanna kill someone who's an electric type, like me. Show a spark like Denki but much stronger and control able, but I guess I have to, huh. Kyoka. An electric type. Said as she hand up along with V-Mon and Momo. Momo. He was probably the one Todoroki said was jamming communications. Tesla smirk as he moved forward. I'm coming over there, don't move a muscle. Kyoka. Electric types like you and Kaminari are born winners, right? Said with smirk which made confused Tesla and Momo but V-Mon got an idea as he ready for sneak attack. Momo. What are you, cut off by Kyoka? Kyoka. I mean, even if you aren't a hero, there are a ton of jobs you could do. You're in great demand, right? It's just an innocent thought. Said as she extended her earlobe. Yaoyorozu then noticed of what she's doing. I'm just wondering, why is someone like you a villain? Momo. I see, Jiro can attack without moving as long as she gets her plug in. Kyoka. It's fine if you don't want to answer. Said as her jack reached her boot. Tesla. Give it up. Did you think I wouldn't notice? A kid's naive thinking only works on dumb adults. Said as the villain's surround started to get up. Novice heroes shouldn't make light of hostages. If you two don't put up a fight, I'll let this idiot go. Laugh evil, someone life for your, cut off by V-Mon attack. V-Mon. V knocked out. Slides rapidly forward for a knockout punch into Tesla face. Tesla lose his balance and let go Denki who was grabbed by V-Mon and rushed back to Kyoka and Momo. Momo. Good job, V-Mon. Praise for a sneak attack works. V-Mon. I didn't do it alone, if not for Kyoka distraction. Said as he looked Koika with a thump up. Kyoka snort but smile. Three of them heard a growl voice come from Tesla who get up along with others villains who stand up and surround them again. Tesla. I praise you, for that sneak attack and punch but you lose kids. Said as he touched the ground and sent a direct electric to them. Kyoka, Momo, Denki and V-Mon got shock and scream in pain then fall down defeat. Hey, easy, Kyoka. Shit. Feel the numb pain on her body. Momo. I can't move. Also feel the pain on her body. Villain 1. Hey, now they are down can we do that? Said with drool. Tesla. Yeah, you can and leave the earphone girl to me because, said with lick his lips. Quote. I like feisty girl. Kyoka and Momo saw an image of what will happen if they don't move now and a fear creep coming up to their body like a spider. Both girls tear up but their tear gone when they heard a villain's voice. Villain 2. Oi, how the hell is he standing up? Shout in surprise. Kyoka and Momo look up see V-Mon standing back up even though his body was in pain and bruises. Villain 1. Who care? Is not like. Cut off by V-Mon attack with headbutt to his chest that lunch villain into a wall with a big thumb. Villains, Momo and Kyoka look surprised by the attack. They look V-Mon who stand back up weakly and glare at the villains. V-Mon. Why you will not touch these girls, as long as I breath or stand, said with breathless, because I'm a knight. Shout a battle cry and determined to protect the girls as long as he lives. Tesla. Then die, knight. Sent a big electric shock to Vmon who got hit it like a thunder. Vmon scream in pain first, then he hold it in and glare at Tesla in front of him with determined of fire that make a Jiro cry for manly. A egg Vmon left behind glow bright in electric, as it shot toward Vmon and fused it with villain yellow electric that turned into blue electric. Tesla. What? Yell in surprise as the electric in his body going toward Vmon. Tesla stop using his electric as he stare at the blue light in front of him. From within a blue light. Vmon armor digivolve to Raidramon. Tesla and others villains were surprised by the evolved. While Momo and Kyoka were happy Vmon evolved and kicked the villain's butt. Villain 3. Get him. Order other the villains to charge at Raidramon. Raidramon see all villains are charge at him, so he charge his blue electric at his back and shout out his attack. Raidramon. Blue Thunder. Fires a powerful electric shock from the 3 protuberances on its back that shock all the villains in one go. After all villains down, he looked for Tesla who was nowhere to be found. He noticed the pattern, as he turned around and looked behind Momo, Kyoka and Denki. There he see a arm sprout out from the ground. Raidramon leaped toward the Tesla, who come out from the ground but pinned down by Raidramon. Tesla look up see the beast looking down at him. Raidramon then open his mouth and charge electric power in his mouth then fire at Tesla who feel the shock in 1,000 time and faint at the ground. Raidramon snort at the villains and look back at his friends. Then they heard a big explosion come from the center plaza. All of them look and saw a nightmare creature that come out from the fairy tales. In center plaza, after Alphamon killed the Nomu, Tamura scratch his neck furious. Tamura. No. He beat Nomu, he is not All Might but he beats Nomu. He cheated, said in anger, Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki, please calm yourself. Tamura calm down a bit and look at Kurogiri, we may lose this game but doesn't mean we can try again. For now, let's fall back to base and use Thug for distraction, whisper to him. Tamura think about it first then grin evil. No, we aren't still lost yet. Lift up a bracelet and the orange light glow bright intense with a symbol appear at his feet. Tamura. Hellfire of chaos and a lord of wrath, head my called and destroy our enemies in the name of our master. The flames then became brighter. When it faded Shigaraki remained, but standing over him was a new being called Demon. Demon chuckle. Tamura Shigaraki. You said I wouldn't be unnecessary, but that appears to be untrue. Shigaraki bite back. Shut up you stupid monster. We ran into an unexpected boss room, and needed a max level player to help clear it. Demon chuckle more. I understood the part of needing my help, and expect this to be my opponent. Looked at Alphamon curious. Alphamon. What are you? Demon lifted up his arm and answered. Demon. A demon. He responded smugly as a column of 4 shot out, and blasted Alphamon. War Greymon. Alphamon. Shout in worries and charged at Demon. Demon see War Greymon charge at him. He flicked his arm at War Greymon shooting out a spark. The spark then flared into a fast-moving orb of fire that crashed into War Greymon, knocking him away. Demon then look at Nomu and chat a spell. My wish is simple, my wish is grand, bring back the monster that served our master. A magic circle appear under Nomu body and Nomu body started to glow. Izuku was shocked Tamura has a trump cards like this and he didn't believe the chat that Demon just said. To bring someone back alive is impossible. Izuku snap out his though and give a new order. Izuku. Everyone, focus on that new guy. We don't know what he can do, so you have to take him on together. Metal Greymon nodded. War Greymon took a second to get up. Alright, let's do this. Alphamon stood tall ready to fulfill his duty. Alphamon. If he is a demon then our duty is to vanquish him. Although his face couldn't be seen the demon looked pleased at that. Demon. Then what are we waiting for? Spread his wings, and dashed at Alphamon. Alphamon stood firm. The demon thought this was going to be easy, as he covered himself in flames. He wasn't expecting what came next. Metal Garuruman. Kokaitis breath. Metal Garuruman blasted his freezing beam at the demon. It didn't stop him, but it cooled his fire and slowed him down. War Greymon would use that as an opening. He flew next to the demon, and spin kicked him back. The demon hit the floor hard, and started to recover. He then saw Alphamon dashing towards him. Alphamon was forming a blade of light, as he sped towards the demon. Alphamon. Holy Sword Grade Alpha. The demon readied to take the hit, but he wouldn't have to. Before Alphamon could attack, he saw a large black fist appear in front of him. Nomu had returned, and with one punch he sent Alphamon away. Demon chuckle. Nomu, good to see you're alright, stepped forward. You can deal with the other two. The knight is mine to crush. Nomu then dashed forward, throwing a punch into Wargreymon's gut, sending him into the air. Metal Garurumon tried attacking Nomu, but it dodged, and grabbed onto his hind leg. The Nomu then spun around. It used the momentum to then launch Metal Garurumon away. Izuku was getting worried. Alphamon was strong, but so was the demon, and on top of that there was no clear shot on Nomu, and how the heck Nomu alive? What should he do? Alphamon stood once more. He thought something similar. Physically Nomu was stronger, and the demon's fire would keep him away. There was something he could do, but there was no guarantee. He held up his hand, and a green circle appeared. Alphamon. Soul Digitalization. Orbs of light then shot out towards the two villains. The demon stepped forward, and created a tall wall of fire. When the orbs of light hit, they punched large holes in the wall, but the villains weren't there. Alphamon's eyes widened when looked up, and saw Nomu falling towards him. Alphamon jumped away quickly. He then felt himself enveloped in fire, as the demon fired another column at him. Alphamon managed to escape by flying out of the way, but he doubted any distance he'd make would last. Izuku. Alphamon. Shout with worries. Shigaraki was satisfied, but he wanted more. Tamura. Yes, yes. Destroy them. Things were getting bad. They needed help now. Then a boom was heard near the entrance of the facility, and all eyes moved there. Within the ever-growing darkness, light would keep shining through. Everyone see this light shine at the door, for a special man now stood there. He held his coat in his hand, and his words brought peace to the students and teachers. All Might. It's fine now. Reached for his tie, and tore it off. 4. I am here. Had arrived, and in an unbelievable sight he wasn't smiling. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.